I don't have anything purple. So I accidentally kind of matched Tokyo. Oops, my screen's doing that thing again. Hang on. It does this sometimes. I have to pretend I'm clicking on something else and click back on it, and then it realizes I meant this one. So I accidentally kind of looked like Tokyo during his playthrough, and so I purposely made my hair look like a Yumu's. I don't have anything purple really. This is the closest thing to purple, but it's like burgundy. So it's the closest I got. I put my hair up in piggy tails like his character does have. So we'll see. We'll see if we can manage it. Let's go to flowchart. Let's see. Officially have all those. I don't think we're ready for that one, so we're still sticking to the main ones. This says there's still another cutscene I don't have or something. Ooh, feels like there's something on me. I don't know what it was. Start from here. Let's just run to some choices. I do nothing, she dies, so that's not gonna help. There is a hair on me. Aha, it's from putting my hair in a ponytail, or piggy tails. Alright, ask for help. Go... Courtyard? Usually a lot of students would be out here talking, but it's empty. Okay. I did good. Alright. Thought I'd be the only one here, but I guess I was wrong. Kamui! You look kind of pale. You doing okay? Yeah, he's so straightforward. I wasn't in a talking mood, but Kamui was so friendly I couldn't help but respond. I leaned against a tree and looked into the distance. Aww! It has such a deep voice. I'm guessing you didn't sleep much last night. Yeah. Thought so. Kamui and I weren't close, but we might have heard some rumors about Liz. He said nothing for a while, but it didn't feel awkward at all. It would be painful if we started talking about Liz. I should probably leave. But right when I thought about it... You know, a lot of stuff happened to my family, and there's only one of them left. I didn't know if it was because he sensed how I was feeling, but Kamui suddenly started talking about himself. That person's incredibly important to me. Of course, I'm not the only one. Everyone's got someone dear to them. Aww. I'd be a wreck if anything happened to him. I wouldn't want anyone to have to go through that. That's why I want to do everything in my power to help. Those words struck a chord within me, and the pain in my chest eased a little. Kamui really is a kind person. Was that why you were helping everyone evacuate it yesterday? The whole academy was in a panic, and I noticed how you were able to stay calm, to calm people down. It was amazing. Thanks. I didn't do anything special, though. It was pretty much all I could do. He sounded hesitant, which could have been because he was embarrassed by what I said. I said something else might have been going on, but in that moment, I was more struck by his kindness than anything else. Oh, man. When night fell, the blooms gathered in the command center. The atmosphere was heavy, and the commander wore a grave expression, a far cry from his usual demeanor. I derive it you also can discuss what happened yesterday. Well, this... Okay, I was curious to say, I think I've done this. I took down... Okay, hang on, let's see... Flowchart. Because there's 2 bad endings here. Let's save. Alright, so let's say nothing. I don't know what to say. I can't take anyone's sides. From that day on, the Blooms never worked together again. Sina and Mocha refused to go on, and though Kaori and Haiku and I continued, it was clear that we're fighting a losing battle. The kaiju attacked the people in the town again. How did it end up this way? Maybe things would have been different if I had said something back then. That makes no sense. Okay, this makes no sense because I think once when she tried to talk, she got interrupted anyways, so she didn't even get to talk. So just because she starts to talk shouldn't affect that. I just realized one of my figurines had just fallen over. Excuse me while I fix them. Like, that makes no sense. Though I thought that might be the case, it was too late for regrets. I received another mission, so I'm going out again. The never-ending war must be my punishment for wanting an extraordinary life. Dang. All right. I'm glad I'm back too. I've missed you so much, Ibuki. Oh god, I'm gonna have to get a necklace that looks like your earring. Alright, stop the argument. All I can do right now is stop the argument. Hey! See that? This doesn't make any sense to me. Alright. A few days have passed since the kaiju attacks during the daylight. The students were initially on edge because the kaiju had managed to reach the academy. But as more time passed, things began to return to normal at school. No one ever talked about what happened that day to try and distance himself from it all. Perhaps that was the only way we could cope. Do want to eat lunch together? The girls from my class would always invite me to eat whenever lunch was around. I used to always eat with Liz, so they must be worried about me. I made some yummy muffins. Would you like to try them? Oh, this is a different conversation. That's cute. That's cute. I'm sorry I can't today. Thank you for asking, though. Another time. Thanks. Their kindness was too much for me to bear. Feeling terribly guilty, I left the room. Trot, 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 trot. I swung by the student store before heading to the courtyard. I know I have to move on, but it's so hard when I'm at the academy. Everywhere I look, there was something that reminds me of Liz. Tears sprung into my eyes. I have to snap out of it. Crying won't change a thing. While I roughly wiped my tears away, I could hear some girls chatting happily in the distance. I got to sit next to you today. Then I'll snag the seat across. That way I can gaze upon you all I want. I looked over and saw a small crowd of girls surrounding someone. What a commotion. Who's that in the middle? Curiosity got the better of me, so I looked in the middle of the circle and saw Kamui sitting there. Ah, you're all so cheery today. Kamui surrounded by girls yet again. He sure is popular. Right as I was thinking how impressive it was, Kamui looked up and our eyes locked. Oh geez, I hope I wasn't staring too much. I turned to leave. Wait! A voice called out and stopped me. Well, I recognized that voice. I awkwardly turned around, and as I thought, Kamui was right on for the one who stopped me. He was waving at me so hard I thought he'd take off. Kamui, what's wrong? Do you know her? Ooh, yeah, I'm gonna go talk to her a bit. He's what? But we were supposed to have lunch with us today. The girls around Kamui began mumbling, but he remained calm. I'm sorry, but we should get together soon. What could he possibly want to talk to me about? I don't have the slightest clue, but won't the girls get mad? I braced myself for the worst, but their reaction was far from what I expected. All right then, we'll see you next time. Catch you later. We'll yield to her for lunch, but I hope you'll come shop with us after school. Wow, he's just chilling, hanging out, having a good time. So long as I feel up to it. You always say that when you're not gonna come. You're never serious when you're like this. Though I like you all the same. I appreciate that. The girls copulated fairly easily and left the area. Then an upperclassman took my hand and pulled me over to Kumai while I remained stunned. Snap out of it. This way you can pick whether you want to sit next to Kumai or in front of him. Have fun, you two. I don't know what to do. I was under the impression he wanted to talk. I assumed he would tell me what he wanted, but Kamui just looked up at me with a smile. Leave. Oh, that's a good option. Okay. All right. Part of me wants to pick that. Hang on, let's see what this flowchart looks like for him. All right, so there is a dead end pretty early, which is interesting. And then his is just 5, whatever happens, happens. Interesting. All right, so he's got. Oh, that's a bad ending. Okay, I was like, there's no choices. Interesting. Okay, so his is pretty straightforward. I could just leave. Oh, that's funny. Okay. Ask what he wants. So what did you want to talk about? I gathered up my courage and asked Kumai directly. He gasped and rushed to speak.
そうだった。君と話したいと思ってたんだ。ごめんね。ついまじまじと見ちゃって。
That's right, I want to talk to you. Sorry for staring at you like that. Wait, does that mean... Is there something on my face?
安心して。君の顔には可愛い目と鼻と口がついてるだけだから。
Alright, no, nothing's there. Only thing on your face is your pretty eyes, adorable nose, and cute
俺
mouth.
が気になったのは、この前と比べたら少しは顔色が良くなったかなって。
Really, I was thinking that your complexion looks better now, and Kamui made a face like he misspoke, and then smiled to try and cover it up. Is Kamui worried about me?
高梨ちゃんだよね。
You're Takanashi-chan, right? I nodded, surprised that he knew my name. It's not like we really knew each other, so I had no idea what he was going to say. That made me nervous for some reason. The last time I saw Kumai was right after Liz passed away. We came across each other in the courtyard. Maybe he meant to say something to me then, and that's why he stopped me now.
そんな難しい顔しないでよ。いきなり話しかけて警戒させちゃったかな。
There's no need to frown at me like that, you know, though I get why you're on your guard because I approached you so suddenly. My mind raced to figure out how to respond, and Kumai just kept smiling at me.
嘘がつけないタイプなんだね。思いっきり顔に出ちゃってるよ。うさんくさい先輩に絡まれて困ってますって。
I can tell your line's not your forte. It's written all over your face. You're worried because some shady upperclassman's talking to you. Sorry.
ねえ、そこは嘘でも否定しようよ。なんてね。
You could have at least lied about it. Just kidding, lie.
それより
Honestly, the best policy. Anyways.
今ならなんと俺の膝の上が空いてる。だけど。
He's so funny. Oh my god. Anyways, have a seat. My lap's wide open. Oh, never mind. I can tell that's a no-go by how you're glaring at me.
つきすぎは良くないね。うん。今日のところは俺の隣とかどうかな。絶対損はさせないから。
I guess I shouldn't come on too strong, Han. Well then, how about sitting next to me? I'll make it worth your while. Kamui patted the space next to him.
お昼まだ食べてないんでしょ？手に持ってるのって購買の袋だよね。
You haven't eaten yet, right? I see you got some from the student store. I just noticed he has his red jacket on under his, like, sports jacket. Yeah, I missed my window to refuse, so I gave in and sat down next to him.
ねえねえ、今日のお昼は何？
So what are you eating? Sandwich. I took out the sandwich to show Kumai, but he had gotten all excited when he saw for some reason.
奇跡だ奇跡。
It's a sign! A sign! What?
ほら、俺も一緒。
I have the same one. Maya showed me what he had. The exact same, a roasted cutlet sandwich. Sounds like the most delicious thing. So.
購買に並んでたら俺真っ先に買うもん。
It's so good, right? I buy it the first thing whenever I go to the student store. Oh yeah, I totally get what you mean. I nodded in agreement and Kumai happily leaned closer to me.
わかる？わかってくれる？正直な話、サンドイッチに関してはうちの購買が一番だと思ってます。
This guy, okay, did you see how great it is? Honestly, I think the student store sandwiches are the best. Yeah, they taste great, and the bread doesn't dry out even if you wait a bit before you eat it.
それね、いやー、仲間がいて嬉しいよ。他にも購買でおすすめのやつってある？
Wow, you're so right. I'm so glad we have something in common. What else would you recommend from there? The curry bun, I guess.
ちなみに、
Which one?
どっち？
His son looks so serious. I guess he must really like curry buns. The vegetable ones are popular, but I personally prefer the one with soft-boiled eggs.
うわ、わかる！同意しかない。
Me too! Kamai's reaction was extremely animated, like he was really enjoying the conversation. We'd barely spoken before because he's a year ahead of me. I was a bit wary at first, but before I knew it, I found myself enjoying our conversation too. I didn't think I'd have so much fun talking about student store food with the famous Kamai.
へえ、紅茶
Kamui?
を合わせてるん
Kamui.
だね。
I'm saying his name wrong. It's already embarrassing. So you drink black tea with it, huh? And you drink green tea? Does that even go well with
俺、
sandwiches?
緑茶が大好きなんだよね。食べ物が何でも緑茶にするんだ。
Green tea's my favorite. I have it with all my meals. Really? My eyes widened in surprise, but Kamui grinned at me
ほ
playfully.
んとなんだな、これが。洋食にも緑茶だし、ケーキにも緑茶だし、ジュースにも緑茶。
It's true. I'll tell you, I have green tea with spaghetti, with cake, even with juice. But juice is also a drink.
バレた？
I guess you saw through that one. I bursted out laughing, and Kamui chuckled right along with me. After our laughing fit, I noticed Kamui smiling at me with a soft expression on his face. Yeah,
やっと笑顔が見れた。
I finally got to see you smile. Wait, was he trying to cheer me up? Maybe he heard rumors about Liz and came to talk to me. My heart swelled at the subtle but truly kind gesture. What do I do? Would it be weird to thank him, or should I pretend not to notice? I looked back at him, and when our eyes met, Kamui's smile grew even
うん
broader.
うん、俺の予想は間違ってなかった。
Looks like my guess wasn't wrong. What guess?
君は普段も可愛いんだよ。可愛いけど、笑顔はもっと可愛いと思ったんだよね。
You're always cute, but your smile's that much cuter. Okay, looks like I misread this whole situation. I looked down, feeling embarrassed, but Kamui just smiled some more and told me it was better if I didn't hide my face. Oh well. The fact was, I feel better, even if it was a misunderstanding on my part, so I silently thanked Kamui in my mind. Aww. We continued chatting pleasantly after finishing our lunch, but with Kamui going a mile a minute, before long the bell rang, ending our break.
もう昼休み終わっちゃうんだ。早いな。今日は特に短かった気がする。
Looks like lunch is over. Time sure flies. I felt especially fast today. Kamui's tone held a tinge of regret, and he slowly stood up.
それじゃ、またね。
Well, I'll see you soon. See you later. I gave Kamui a slight smile as he left. I said I'd see him again, but I doubt something like that would happen again unless another string of coincidences occurred, including Kamui acting on a whim. Or would you? But our next chance to chat came sooner than I expected. Not only that, but it happened more than once.
おはよう。元気？
Morning, how are you?
今日も可愛いね。
You look cute today. Oh, he's just stalking her.
お、今から購買に行くの？サンドイッチはまだ残ってたよ。
Are you heading to the store? They still have those sandwiches. Thank goodness.
午後の授業も頑張って。それじゃ、またね。
Good luck with your afternoon classes. See you later. Oh man, this guy's encouraging. I like him. Dang it. I wasn't supposed to like this guy. It's just adorable. He was just when I was trying to get through so I can get to Ibuki. I nodded to Kamui, and he waved back before running off like the wind. It's been like this for a week now. What a coincidence. Ever since we ate lunch in the courtyard, I ran into Kamui every single day. He'd call out to me as we walked past each other, and we'd end up chatting about this and that. These incidents kept happening. It's a little odd, but maybe Kamui thinks of me as his sandwich buddy. I didn't know what was going on in Kamui's mind, but I secretly came to look forward to our little interactions. Takanashi, Was that Kamui? Are you too close? Doesn't he just talk with everybody? I'm not the only person he's friends with. Maybe, but rumor has it he's been acting a little different lately. I heard that too. It sounds like since the attack, he's been going around cheering up those who lost someone close to them. So that's it. I guess Kamui was trying to be thoughtful. I'm so sorry, that was insensitive. I could tell she was referring to Liz even without saying her name. I knew she didn't mean any harm. I shook my head and told her not to worry about it. The two of them still looked hesitant but dropped the subject. I'm guessing quite a few of them will seriously fall for Kamui. No way. Kamui is a nice guy, but people say he doesn't get serious with anybody. Really? I wasn't a fan of gossip, but I couldn't help but ask. Weary smiles playing on both their faces as they shrugged and said it was all hearsay. He dated a lot of girls before, but was never exclusive with any particular one. That's why none of his relationships lasted that long. They all break up and go back to being friends. The two of them rattled on about his romantic history. It all felt so foreign to me since I had zero interest in dating. I don't really get it. Is it easy to become friends again? Not normally, but Kamui's fun to be around, so a lot of people want to stay friends with him. All his past girlfriends don't want to be on bad terms and are still friends with him. It's actually amazing if you think about it. Kamui is nice to everyone and has never had an exclusive girlfriend, so that's why everyone thinks Kamui won't get serious with anyone no matter who it is. It was all just rumor, but it sounded pretty convincing to me. The other day when Kamui said he wanted to talk to me, the girls who were surrounding him didn't seem to mind one bit. It's kind of like because he doesn't belong to anyone, he belongs to everyone. He's an idol. He's like an idol now. I know Kamui's not a bad person, but I can't take him seriously when he says I'm cute. I shouldn't think anything of it. I thought you weren't. I wasn't. Seemed like a personality trait after like the 19th time. Thought even the commander summoned the blooms, so there hadn't been any sightings of Marabia and Kaiju attacks.
みんなここのところ連戦で疲れているだろうし、くれぐれも無理はしないようにね。
I bet you're all exhausted from the constant battles. Be sure to stay alert out there.
大丈夫ですわ。私のライフロットを使えば、あっという間に片付きますもの。
I forgot Sina has foresight, so I don't know if that means that he has foresight or if he only has foresight when he's Sina. It will not be an issue. My foresight will allow us to finish this swiftly.
あのね、そういうところだよ、セナ君。君にはただでさえ戦闘時以外にも余
That's
地の力を使
exactly
っ
what
て
I'm
もらってい
talking
るんだ
about,
からね。
Sina. You've been using your foresight ability outside of
能
battle.
力の使いすぎで疲弊するのはもちろん、余地のような個別能力に関しては
Overusing your
重大
powers
なリスク
and
も存
unique
在する。
abilities is inherently risky.
忘れたわけじゃないだろ。
I trust you haven't forgotten. The commander's face was grave as he looked at each and every one of us.
せっかくメンバーも増えたことだし、誰かが突出して能力を使う戦い方より負担を5等分した方が効率いいかもね。
We have more members now, so rather than people going out with their powers solo, it would be more effective for us all to fight equally. Sounds good. I'll also help with augment
返
and
事だけ威勢が良くても困りますわよ。
you'd better not be all talk. Sina interrupted me icily before I finished my sentence.
ここ数日のあなたは緊張感がなさすぎますわ。私たち害獣を相手にしてるんですのよ。
Sina, you haven't been pulling your weight these past few days. We're dealing with kaiju here. Do you understand that?
レオッタでセナのお説教。一瞬の気の緩みが大怪我につながりかねないやったっけ？
There she goes again, lecturing again. What'd you say? That a single moment of relaxation would spell the end of us?
昨日も一昨日も聞いた。耳にタコができそう。
You said it yesterday and the day before. You're a broken record at this
そ
point.
れだけこの子がぼんやりしてるんです。もういいですわ。さっさと
That's
出動
because
し
she's
ましょう。
always in such a daze. Fine, let's head out.
気をつけてね、みんな。
Take care, everyone. The commander saw us off as we headed outside. Weird. Didn't expect Sina to be mean. A few dozen kaiju rushed us when we arrived on the scene.
今夜も次から次へと 量産来よって。
There's a ton of
まとめ
them.
てさっさと外に帰りや。
Time for you to take a hike. Mocha landed a powerful kick and sent Kaiju flying out of the group. Kaori and Haruka managed to surround some more Kaiju, and with the help of Sina's foresight,
右から一匹飛び出しますわ。
one is going to leap from the right side.
オッケー。はるか、フォローお願い。
Back me up.
言われるまでもない。
Don't have to tell me twice. The three of them worked together like a well-oiled machine as they took down more Kaiju. Well, I thought everyone was tired, but the most I could do was use psychokinesis to move rocks and block the Kaiju's path. I'm the only one who's like this. I feel completely useless. I've gotten more accustomed to my abilities, but I'm still freezing up sometimes when facing a Kaiju. I remembered the day when I held the flower crystal in my hand. Liz's smile flashed through my mind, and suddenly I couldn't think of anything else.
なんなん急に叫び出して。
What's going on? Why are they screaming all of a
仲間を
sudden?
呼んだのかもね。
They could be calling for backup.
あー、これ以上増えるとか嘘やん。
You've got to be kidding me. They can't be. We're all feeling tired because we fought last night too. Do. Here's the thing. I'm treating this like a video game, like a normal game, because I would always be a support player and I'm always like, let's power up. So I don't. This isn't always the right answer, but now's the time to use augment. I concentrate and picture everyone's faces. Soon a faint glow begins to emit from my body and I slowly open my eyes. I stood behind everyone and placed my hands on their backs. In the next instant, a bright light enveloped them as they unleashed their attributes.
嘘。地面がこそっと吹っ飛んだ。
It blew up the ground.
今のってあの子のブーストやんな。
Was that augment just now?
ええ、彼女ならやってくれると思っていました
I
よ。
was sure she could do it. Sorry, I'm late. I can take care of support.
期待してるよ。
We're counting on you.
張り切るのは構わないけど、途中でガス欠起こさないで。
Glad you found your motivation. Don't run out of steam, though. Kaori and Haruka rushed to the swarm of Kaiju, having regained their usual abilities. I support both of them with augment and was relieved when the Kaiju finally started to scatter. Maybe that was why it took me a moment to notice that one of the Kaiju had broken off from the herd and locked me in its sights. Before I knew what was happening, Sina jumped in front of me to
あ
protect
なた
me.
私の後ろにいなさい。そんなところで一人で突っ立っていたら怪獣に狙い撃ちにされてしまいますわ。
Oh no, stay behind me. It's like you want to get attacked standing here all by yourself. Sorry.
前から言おうと思っていたんですけど。
I've wanted to tell you this for a
後
while,
方
but
支援を担うにも立ち振る舞いがあるんです。少しずつ学んでいってくださいな。でないと足を引っ張るだけですわ。
dang, Sina hurting my feelings. Or a knees if your name was backwards. If you insist on continuing with support, you must learn the proper way to do it. Otherwise, it's a danger. I mean, you'll just drag us down. All right, I'll be more careful.
あなたってびっくりするぐらい素直ですわね。
Surprisingly obedient, you know. Sina murmured under her breath with a weary smile, then quickly resumed a serious expression before turning back to Kaiju.
さあ、一気に型をつけましょう。寝不足はお肌の敵でしたよ。
All right, let's finish this off. Like a sleep wreaks havoc on my complexion. Roger that. Soon after, we had a clear strategy and finished the mission without any injuries, thanks in large part to Sina's foresight. Ooh.
害獣たちの的にならずに済んでよかったですわね。
I'm glad no other kaiju targeted you.
私が気づいたからよかったものの、今日のようにまた一人で無防備な状態に陥ったら、その時は容赦しませんわよ。
You were quite lucky today. But if you leave yourself defenseless again, like you did today, I will not let you off the hook so easily. Understood? Yeah. I nodded to Sina, thinking how she just confirmed what I suspected. I thought Sina had been lecturing me the past few days because she was angry at my carelessness. Thanks, Sina. I attempted to thank Sina, which caused her to freeze up. Then she became confused and suspicious. Excuse me? You're always worried about me in battle and find subtle ways to help me. I'm really grateful. Sina turned bright red when I said that.
はあ、何を言ってるんですの？私はただ 不甲斐ない戦い方をする新人に先輩として注意しただけですわ。それだけです。
Whatever do you mean? I'm simply providing advice because you are an unreliable rookie, nothing more.
そんな必死にごまかさんでもええやん。あんた、ず
My
っと
God.
この子のこと心配してたやろ。
I think the Lady Delph protects too much. You've been worried about her this whole time. Huh? I started in surprise at what Mocha said, but Sina didn't argue. Kaori and Haruka joined in as well.
知ってた知ってた。よっぽど心配なんだろうなーって思ったよね。
She clearly has. She's nearly worried herself
し
sick.
てた。しつこいぐらい。記憶違いでなければセナは一度も不甲斐ないとは言ってなかったけど。
Yeah, it was excessive. If I recall correctly, Sina didn't mention anything about you being
そ
unreliable.
うそう。絶対辛い思いをしてるはず。怪獣のこと見るのも辛いはずって。あんたが帰ってからうるさくしとったんよ。
Yeah, she was just looking at the kaiju must cause you pain. That's why she's been badgering you since you came back. Sina's been that worried about me, and she never shared her concerns in front of me because of what happened with Liz. That must have been her way of being considerate. Sina clumsily attempted a kindness. That kindness filled my heart with gratitude.
余計なこと言わないでくださいな。
This is all unnecessary to mention. Wait! I tried to stop her, but Sina made a beeline for the door and hastily exited the command center.
ああ、耳まで真っ赤やったやん。素直やないやつやな。
Oh, her ears were red too. She's not very honest about her feelings.
本人はあんな態度だけど、あんたのことを一番心配してたのは間違いなくセナだと思うよ。
She may act cold sometimes, but she's definitely been the most worried about you. Aw, where's our flow chart? How we flowing? We're still on the top. Whoa. Interesting. Status. Interesting. I'll be sure to thank her next
そ
time.
うしてセナのぼやきを聞かされるのは
I'm
もういい
honestly sick of hearing her complain so much.
せやけど、はるかも何気に心配しとったんちゃう？不器用そうだし、下手したら怪我しそうやったっけ？知らんけど。
She was worried about you too, Haruka. She said your klutziness would get you hurt or something. Not that I would know.
覚えてろ。
I'll give you something to know.
お疲れ様。
Good work today. Thanks, same to you.
待ってや。うち本当のこと言うただけやんか。
Hold on. I was just saying what she said. Mocha hurried after Haruka, and I was left alone with Kaori. I don't know who started first, but we both burst out laughing. Haruka and Mocha seem like they're close.
まあ、そういう解釈もできるのかな。あんたが来てからブル
I
ーム
guess
ズ
you
の
could say
雰囲気
that.
が
Things have started to change since you joined the
少し変わった気もするけど。
Blooms. Change?
手のかかる新人が加入して先輩の私たちに連帯感が芽生えた的な。
It's like we got this troublesome newbie, so the rest of the members band together to take care of you. Sorry to be so much trouble.
私は別にあんたをフォローしてるのはセナだしね。
I don't mind. Sina's been the one trying to take care of you the most anyways. You really should thank her later. Hit the wrong button. I hit A. It definitely will. Kaori seemed satisfied with my answer and waved to me before taking off. Everyone in the Blooms really does care about me. I didn't expect that. I decided to try and talk openly with everyone in the Blooms since Liz has passed, but maybe I wasn't the only one with that sentiment. I felt a flame ignite in my heart, and I left the command center with a newfound strength. It's interesting how different the story can turn. Very interesting. The next day, I headed to the student store during lunch. Have kaiju showed up even though it's still daytime? After what happened the other day, the school decided to set off the emergency alarms if kaiju appeared during the day. Alarms no joke. Does that mean there's a kaiju attack? What do we do if they get in the school again? Move out of the way! Don't push! They all remember how scary the attack was and are panicking. I know they couldn't help it, but they continued like this. Someone could seriously get hurt during the evacuation. I thought I'd better do something before it happened and step forward. Please remain calm. Just because the alarms go off doesn't mean the kaiju have entered the school grounds yet. Everyone will be okay if you just evacuate. I guess you're right. It's just the alarm now. My plea to them seemed to work, and the panicked air about the room began to dispute. Thank goodness they're still fine. I left relieved and hurried into the courtyard. As I suspected, a confused crowd of students had evacuated and was now huddled in the courtyard. I scanned the area and caught sight of Kamui, trying to calm everyone down. Everyone calm down, move to the evacuation point. Don't shove and follow the person ahead of you. Ah, no need to run. We'll all get there in time. The crowd pushed Kamui along, although he was still desperately trying to organize everyone. 1-2. Alright. Tell him to run! That seems like the worst idea possible. Wait, does this have a bad ending? It does have a bad ending. Ooh! I think telling him to run would be the bad way. I don't know if I'm ready to do that. Let's not. Let's just work normal. Okay. I could take a look outside. Let's take a look outside. Kamui. I quickly ran over to Kamui. You're still here? Everyone's so confused. I don't blame them. Are you okay? I wanted to reassure Kamui, so I tried to act confident. Yeah, could you handle things here? Sure, what are you gonna do? I'm just gonna take a look outside. I answered him and then immediately took off. I heard Kamui in the distance shout for me to stop, but I paid him no need and reached for my charm. I'm going to protect you. Are you? Oh, was this the bad choice? I just thought this would get a weird ending. Alright, I hope that would help everyone evacuate safely while I held off the kaiju. That was the only thought in my mind. However, an unfathomable number of kaiju chased me down the academy. I couldn't fight them all by myself, but by the time I realized that the kaiju's piercing claws had sunk deeply into my chest. I can see Sina's voice. This can't be happening. Open your eyes. Oh, cool. I got the bad ending accidentally. Sina rushed over and tried to lift me up, but it was too late. All I could do was weakly close my eyes. My bad. My bad. Let's do that again. Sorry, Hyuga. Sorry, Kamui. Let's screw that one more time. Alright. I guess that makes sense. I thought tell him to run would cause like a panic and that would end up having something bad happen. Let's just help him out. Kamui! I ran to Kamui without a moment's hesitation. Let me help. He blinked for a moment in confusion, but quickly grinned and looked at me gratefully. Thanks, you're a lifesaver. Can you handle things here? Guide everyone to the evacuation point on campus. It's further from the wall after all. Yeah, but what about you? I'm gonna look for stragglers. After explaining, Kamui took off back to the building. Maybe it would be safer for me to go with him because I have my powers, but I can't reveal my identity to him. He asked me to take care of things here. Then I'll do just that. I shepherded everyone out of the building and then hurried off to the command center. Kori, Haruka, and Mocha were already there. Sina was the last to arrive. I'm glad you all made it. Kaiju have appeared near the outer wall in the financial district. You must head there at once. Understood. Okay. We gotten inside already? We have to fight inside the colony, but fortunately no one was around. Thank goodness everyone evacuated on time. I'll be able to use my full power. Let's finish it. Kaori gave the signal and Haruka stepped forward. Mocha leapt in front of the kaiju who'd separated from the pack and unleashed her psychokinesis. I needed to remember to thank Sina for the other day after we take care of the kaiju. I jumped and lightly landed next to Sina. Sina, you should stay behind me today. Cena's eyebrows flew up in surprise, but she soon shot me a familiar icy
お手
glare.
並み拝見と言きたいところですけど、本当に大丈夫なんですの？
We'll see what you're made of. Are you quite certain about this? Definitely.
それなら私は遠慮なくライフロットに集中させてもらいますわ。
Then I'll focus on using Lifeline. Doot. Took a step back, circled behind me. I could sense that she fully trusted me. I know this isn't really the time, but that made me happy. I better do my part so I don't betray her trust. Another... No. I don't think... We got the check mark. I don't think we can go that way. Focus on protecting Cena or fully engage your powers. Let's see. Let's go with that one. Everything's going to be fine. I can use my powers to their fullest. I lifted up the rubble and threw it towards the kaiju while casting Augment at the same time. My execution was
驚きま
flawless.
したわ。これまでとは別人ですわね。
This is a surprise. It's like you're a completely different person. You think so? I admit I surprised myself too. I'd been worried about pacing myself, but I feel like my concentration's at a whole new level today. Is it because Cena's backing me up? Cena's presence was reassuring, and I felt strength welling up inside me like an infinite spring. Dang, this is really starting to sound like this is the person meant for you. You're helping them, they're helping you. Soon after, we succeeded in pushing the kaiju back. We returned to the command center, and the commander welcomed us back, though he didn't look pleased.
みんなお疲れ様。避難が間に合って商業エリアの住人に怪我人は出なかったみたいだよ。
Nice work, everyone. The evacuation was successful, and no one in the financial district got hurt. What a relief. We were overjoyed that there was no casualties, but the commander still seemed troubled.
それで本題は何なんですの？新規臭い顔はやめてくださる？
May I ask you to rid yourself of that gloomy expression on your face, Commander? Whatever else could be the matter? The commander smiled wearily at Cena's
いや
remark.
やっぱバレバレだよね。実はみんなが戦っている間に
To
上層部から連絡
to
が来
tell
た
the
んだ。
truth, the higher ups contacted me while you were fighting, and everyone tensed up. I got a bad feeling about this. The commander confirmed my hunch when he spoke
今日の
next.
襲撃は予知できなかったのかと上層部が疑問視しているようなんだ。
They want to know we didn't foresee today's attack. What?
はあ？こっちは体を張ってるっていうのに、自分たちは安全な場所から好き勝手に行って。
We're doing our best, though I guess it's easy to spout off nonsense when you live in an ivory tower.
せっかく頑張ったのに台無しにされた気分や。
We worked so hard, and now I feel like they ruined it.
あちらの言い分もわからなくはない。避難が間に合ったのは不幸中の幸いだった。
I understand their concern somewhat. We were lucky we managed to evacuate in time. We knew Haruka had a valid point and all of us fell silent.
昼間それも商業エリアへの侵入となると住人たちへの被害も大きくなるからね。
An assault on the financial district during the day could cause great harm to those who live and work
それ
there.
で不測の事態に備えるためにも今後はライフロットの回数を増やすようにと。
In order to prepare for more unexpected attacks, they want Cena to cast Foresight more often. Hold on, just a minute. Cena's already cast Foresight once a day and fights kaiju in every mission.
そうだよ。大体超能力、特に固有の能力を使うと代償があることは上層部だって知ってるでしょ？
Our individuals' powers come with a big price. The higher ups know that.
ライフロットの回数を増やせやなんて、そない簡単に言わんでほしいわ。
They can't just say use Lifeline more like it's that easy. What are the higher ups thinking? That's incredibly
君た
unreasonable.
ちの言うことはもっともだと思う。セナは今も十分すぎるほど頑張ってくれてるし、僕もこれ以上
無理をさせたくないんだけど。
Everything you've said is correct. In fact, Cena already goes above and beyond what's asked of her. I don't want to put more strain on her. The commander doesn't agree with them either, but it sounds like they've already made their decision. What do you think, Cena? You've heard your opinion. We haven't heard your opinion on the matter. Everyone watched as Cena slowly started to speak.
今よりもっと私の力が必要とされているってことですわよね。
This just means my powers are needed more than ever. We all stared at Cena in surprise. She sounded so
それ
optimistic.
はそうなんだけど、大変だよ。上層部は最低でも1日3回はライフロットをやれとか。
The higher ups are
もう
demanding me use
無茶苦茶なことを
foresight 3 times a day.
私が役に立てるのなら3回でも4回でもやりますわ。
I can do 3 or 4 times as long as it's an assist. I thought I'd misheard her, but then I saw how Cena's eyes glistened with
そ
determination.
んな安請け合いしてもうて大丈夫な？代償が出てからじゃ手遅れになるで。
Take some time to think about it. It'll be too late if the cost becomes too much to bear.
上層部のことだから一度ライフロットの回数を増やしたら途中で減らすなんて認めないだろうしね。
Knowing the higher ups, they'll never let you reduce the number of times you cast it once you increase them.
利用できるうちは利用し尽くす。
They'll use you until you can't. Cena, are you sure about this? I've got to be honest, I'm really
あり
worried.
がとうございます。でも大丈夫ですわ。私の力でみんなを救えるんですもの。
I appreciate your concerns, but I should be fine. My powers can save everyone. Seeing how motivated Cena was, the commander reluctantly nodded his head.
じゃあお願いするけど、くれぐれも無理しすぎないようにね。戦闘中は後方支援に徹するように。
Alright, if you're willing, but just be sure you don't overexert yourself. Stick to the back lines in
わかり
battle.
ましたわ。みんなには迷惑をかけると思いますが、よろしくお願いします。
I believe this may be troublesome for everyone, but I hope you'll bear with me.
いや、よろしく
Yeah,
信じられへん。
you gotta be kidding. This is total reckless.
精神論だけでどうこうできるレベルの話じゃない。その辺。
It's not a
Sound
question of
awkward.
willpower. Are you sure you can do this? Aori and the others know full well the price they pay when using their powers, so they're all the more worried. I was concerned too, of course, and wished I could help stop her, but I know you want to help everyone, so in turn, I'll support you in any way I can.
ありがとうございます。心強いですわ。
Thanks, that's very reassuring. Sienna gave me a brilliant smile. And she was so beautiful, I thought she looked just like a goddess.
ああ、もう、わかった。わかりました。ただし、少しでも体に異変を感じたら、すぐに
Fine.
私たちに言ってよ。
If you start feeling odd, you better tell us
もちろん
immediately.
ですわ。頼りにしてます。
Of course, I'll be counting on you. She seemed aloof sometimes, it's hard to tell, but maybe Sienna is much nicer than I thought. Wait, didn't I feel that way about someone else recently too? I could just about picture their face, but then the commander's voice cut through my
実は
thoughts.
セナにもう一つお願いがあるんだ。
They had one more request, Sienna.
ライフロットの回数を増やすだけじゃなくて、害獣たちの存在に不安になっている人々に向けて、君の口から直接語りかけてもらいたいんだ。
They want you to talk directly to public since everyone's so worried about kaiju. They're gonna make Sienna's identity public? I immediately spoke up and the other Bloom's members looked at me in surprise.
セナ以外のメンバーに関しては、これまで通りだけど、
It'll be business as usual for the
害
rest
獣
of
から
you.
人々を守る存在として、予知能力のあるセナをアピールしたいそうなんだ。
PR, I see. The higher ups want to promote Sienna with her power of foresight as someone who will protect the people.
それも上層部の意向？相変わらず。や
They
る
count
こ
with
と。
that too. They're the
誰か
worst.
一人でもメンバーの顔が見えた方が町の人らも安心するんやろうけど、セナ一人に重荷を背負わせることになるやん。
I guess it'd be reassuring to the public to know that they're being protected, but that's a heavy burden for Sienna. Also, if she has to face the face of the Blooms and by extent our leadership, that means she'll suffer all the blame as well. That puts her at a higher risk. I can't agree to this.
うちも反対や。こんなアホらしい要請、セナも断った方がええで。
The stupid request, you have to refuse.
お引き受けしますわ。みんなもきっと安心するでしょうし。
な
私、頑張ります。
I'll work hard so everyone feels at ease. but
ありがとう。助かるよ、セナ君。僕と富塚君も
we'll do our best to support you. The commander added that in an attempt to reassure us. Sina responded with a satisfied smile, but I'm sure Kaori and the others still aren't convinced. We have to respect Sina's decision and give her our support, but I couldn't shake my feelings of dread and my concern for Sina's continued to grow. Bum bum. Bum bum. Report obtained. Alright, let's see what our flowchart says. Are we on the next one now? Okay, now we're at 2-1. Sina began to publicly report what she saw with foresight and broadcast that went all around Teta. The announcements were broadcast from Oceanside Elite Academy and shown on a myriad of screens in towns and at other schools.
この学園は
表向きはでしょ。
まあね、そうとも言うかな。ブルームズの集合場所に
Oh, wait, I thought this was going to be something from before. We're broadcasting from the academy because it suffered the most damage from kaiju attacks. That's what we're telling the public, right? Yeah, pretty much. Having people know it as a spot where the blooms are will make evacuating easier during emergencies, I guess. And so it was decided that Sina broadcast would happen at the academy. Isn't Sina's broadcast starting soon? I wonder if there'll be any kaiju today. Everyone chattered uneasily as Sina's broadcast starting.
おはようございます。朝からお昼までの余地をお伝えします。
He said the results of my powers from morning until
お昼まで
afternoon.
に害獣は出ません。どうぞ安心して過ごしてくださいな。
There'll be no kaiju in the morning. You can rest assured this up go above your day. After Sina's forecast reporting, the entire class heaved a collective sigh of relief. Thank goodness. It's got to be true if Sina says so. I was skeptical about this foresight stuff at first, but she's right all the time. Sina had predicted events accurately numerous times, and she'd eventually won over everyone's trust. I imagine this is exactly what the higher-ups wanted. Or to blame her.
害獣から人々を守る存在として予知の
Yeah, we said that one is from earlier. In fact, ever since Sina's broadcast started, people have been much more at ease. But she casts foresight 3 times a day, every day, and she still goes on bloom missions. Her responsibilities have only increased. Her voice sounded hoarse in the earlier broadcast. Maybe she's got a cold because she's tired. I wanted to check on her, but realized that would be difficult unless the commander summoned the blooms. Despite how no one bats an eye when they see her, she's probably not a student here. I should have asked for her contact info. Later that evening, another group of kaiju appeared. There weren't that many, so Sina stayed behind to preserve her strength.
お疲れ様。今日もいいチームワークだったね。
Excellent work, everyone. Superb as always.
何よりですわ。
I'm glad you're all safe. The commander and Sina welcomed us back with the addition of Ro as well.
最近はモラビアたちが姿を見せない分、そこまで手こずることもないしね。
Moravia hasn't been showing up recently, so they haven't been giving us much trouble.
そうやってフラグ
Please
立てない
don't
で
jinx it.
フラグ？ああ、嵐の前の静けさってやつや。
Could be the compass or the storm. I really hope we don't have to deal with Moravia and Kaiju at the same
大
time.
丈夫ですわ。モラビアたちが姿を現すときは、私が前もって余地を。
Don't fret. When Moravia does appear, I shall use foresight and cough. Cough! A sudden coughing fit overtook Sina and I rushed to her. Sina, are you alright?
ええ、朝からちょっと喉の調子が優れないみたいで。あ、違いますわよ。風邪をひいたりしたわけじゃないですから。
My throat's been a tad sore since this morning. Don't worry. If it is not as if I've come down with a cold, nothing of the sort. Alright. Sina shot down my suspicions before I even had a chance to ask. I couldn't really say anything more.
あれだけ声が出るなら本当に問題ないんでしょ。
I guess if you can still talk that much, it's not an issue.
自分のことは自分が一番わかってるやろうしな。
Well, you know yourself the best. Don't overdo it.
もちろんですわ。私のライフロットでみんなの不安も和らいでいるようですし。
Of course, my forecast is called Everyone's Fear. After all, I cannot stop broadcasting for any
そう
reason.
そう。そのためにもしっかり休まないとね。 日も早いんだし。
And to do that, you have to rest up. We will all get up early tomorrow, so let's head back. Sina, did you report from the school broadcast room, right? Don't you need someone to guard you? You might be fine right now, but at some point people might gather to see you in person.
確かにありえへん話やないかも。ほな、明日から順番に。
It definitely sounds like it. How can we start taking turns from tomorrow? Ugh. I'm so fast I could really sit. Did Koyoria just backhand Mocha?
アホか。そんなことしたらうっかりせなの。
You block heavy that, then Sina might. Gah. That was far too fast. It looked like Haruka elbowed Koyori. I thought I might have hallucinated it, but Koyori and Mocha were holding their stomachs in pain while Haruka stood calmly next to them.
サポートは司令と富塚さんに任せるべき。
The commander and Rose should handle Guardian. Sina
はい、誠心誠意サポートいたします。
got it covered. But it would be better to have more people if we were going to do a rotation. But right as I was about to suggest that, Rose spoke up.
セナにはまさきさんと俺がつく。その方がこの学園の生徒を制しやすいだろう。
Misaki and I will go with Sina. It'll be easier to control the other students that way.
私もそう思いますわ。ここは大人に任せましょう。
I concur. Let the adults handle it. Kaori and the others nodded, and I found I had no choice but to agree. Understand. But Commander Ro, I hope you'll take good care of Sina. The commander and Ro said they would, which offered me a little reassurance.
私のこと本当に心配してくれているんですのね。
You must really be worried about me. Thanks for that. Sina's slender fingers wrapped around my
あなた
hand.
のためにも私頑張りますわ。放送聞いていてくださいね。
I'll do my best for your sake as well. I do hope you'll listen to my broadcast, but please.
無理はしません。でないと誰かさん、私の様子を伺いに放送室まで駆け込んできそうですもの。
I won't ever extend myself, otherwise a certain somebody might come barging into the broadcast room to check up on me. I won't so long as you don't do anything unreasonable. I realized that she was basically making me promise I won't check on her. Sina looked at me with a playful twinkle in her eyes and laughed.
セナがそんなに気を許すなんて珍しいね。君たちいつの間にそんなに仲良くなったの？
It's not every day that Sina jokes with somebody when you guys get so close. I was honestly happy to hear the commander say it. Looked that way, but Sina gasped and quickly let go of my hand.
別に仲がいいというほどでは、背中を預け合う仲ではありますけど。
That doesn't mean we're close, though we did swear to cap each other's backs.
もうこんな時間でしたのね。寝不足で足を引っ張り合うなんてことのないように失礼しま
Alright,
すわ。
look at the time. I must get some rest so I don't drag you all down. Allow me to excuse myself. She said that in her usual chilly tone before trotting off. Is it possible that Sina's being shy?
それだけならいいんだけどね。
Komori, what could you ever mean? I hope that's all there is to it. The commander seemed to be thinking out loud. Komori. No, I was right. Kaori. Kaori and the others heard it as well, and they all looked meaningfully at one another.
明日も早いんじゃなかったのか？お前たちもさっさと解散した方がいい。
I thought you all had an early start tomorrow. Shouldn't you all be heading out?
そうだね。みんなお疲れ様。
Good
しっ
work,
かり休ん
everyone.
でね。
Sweet dreams. I didn't get a chance to ask what was the deal with everyone's reactions just now. Something didn't feel right, but the commander sent us off with a smile. I left the command center with Kaori and the others. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. The next day, Sina's forecast reported broadcast was before homeroom.
皆さん、おはようございます。朝からお昼までの余地をお伝えします。お昼までに外注はすみません。少々お待ちください。
There'll be no part of me.
失礼しました。お昼までに怪獣は出現しません。安心して過ごしてくださいな。
There'll be no kaiju this morning. You can rest assured as you go about your day. Her cough's worse than yesterday. She said it wasn't a cold, but it sounds like one. I promised yesterday I wouldn't check on her, but that was only if she didn't overexert herself. It should be okay to observe her from afar, right? I waited for the noon report and headed to the broadcast room. Many other students had gathered in front of the room by the time I arrived. There's a lot of people here. Is everyone a fan of Sina? Show some respect. It's Miss Sina. All right. Looks like Miss Sina's popular with the girls too. She seems like such a high, classy lady on the broadcast. I wonder what she's like usually. I was thinking that too. Wouldn't it be awesome if she was one of those people who act super mean but actually super loves us? Looks like what I feared would happen. She's so popular, it'll be difficult to get close with this many people around.
やっぱり来たな。
I knew you'd be here. I turned towards the familiar voice and saw Rose standing behind me.
よろしくお願いされたと思ったんだが、俺の記憶違いか？
Am I remembering wrong, or did you not say you'd let us handle this? Sorry.
どうしてここに？まあ聞かなくても想像できるが。
Why are you here? Though I think I already know the answer. I thought that he'd tell me to just leave, but it seems like he was going to hear me out. That being the case, I figured it couldn't hurt to tell him. She was coughing a lot during the morning broadcast. I was worried she was straining her voice. Would it be okay if I saw her just for a little bit after the next
彼女
broadcast?
はここにはいない。
She isn't here. What? I inadvertently yelled and Ro gave me an irritated sigh. He cast his glance sideways as a signal and I moved to the edge of the hall where there weren't many
ご
people.
覧の通り、生徒たちが集まるようになったからな。今後は集合場所から放送を行うことになった。
As you can see, there's a lot of students here. The broadcast will happen at the meeting place from
彼
now
女が
on.
姿を見せると大騒ぎになるだろうからな。しばらくは人前に出さないようにするらしい。
There'll be a lot of hullabaloo if she was caught sight of her, so it's been decided she won't appear in front of people for a while. He means the command center. It's restricted access and I'd be able to meet Sina there for sure. Thank you. I thanked Tomitsuka and hurried to the chem lab. Sina's broadcast had just finished when I arrived at the prep room. I'm glad I made it in time. I won't worry about missing her since she'll be coming from the command center. I opened the hidden door leading to the command center and heard footsteps coming from inside. That must be Sina and Mr. Kuramori. I was soon proven right, and Sina and Mr. Kuramori walked into
放
view.
送室の方が移動が楽でしたのに、地味に時間がかかるんですのよね。
It was a lot easier in the broadcast room. This takes a ton of
い
time.
やー、セナには不便をかけるね。でもトータルで考えたら、
Sorry for the trouble, but I think this
これがベストだと思うよ。
is for the best. They didn't seem to notice me as they were walking. What do? I'm basically eavesdropping. I waffled over whether I should make my presence known or say
まさき
something.
ちゃんの言うこともわかるんだけどさ、指令室で変身すれば他の子たちにビフォーアフターを見られずに済むし。
I get what you mean, Masaki. If I transform in the command center, there's no chance that others will see the before and after, if you catch my drift. I froze up hearing how different Sina sounded. Did she just call him Masaki? Is this how Sina speaks to the commander when they're alone? And she sounds so different. Maybe that's how she really is. I completely missed my opportunity to say something, so I just stuck with
セナ君、
eavesdropping.
口調。普段から気をつけていないといつボロが出るかわからないよ。
Is that his brother? Is that his brother? Wait, who's his brother? Is that him? So, watch how you're talking. If you're not careful, you might slip up when you least expect.
一仕事終えた後なんだし、多めに見てよ。セナのお嬢様口調って結構疲れるんだよね。
Give me a break. I just finished the broadcast. Speaking so proper all the time is hard work. Anyways, can I change back now? Sina put her hand over her chest and looked down to undo her transformation.
落ち着く。
Much better. In front of me stood none other than Kamui, though there was no mistaking it. Wait, what? I blinked several times, but the person before me didn't change. My eyes weren't deceiving me. This was real. Then that means Sina was Kamui all along. The surprise was enough to knock me off balance, and I stumbled just enough for them to see me in the corner of the passage. Mr. Kuamori saw me just now, didn't he? Mr. Kuamori stopped in his tracks with a chagrined look on his face.
あれ、まさきちゃん？
Hey, Masaki.
急に立ち止まっちゃってどうしたの？ああ、指令室に忘れ物したんでしょう。 まさきちゃんって意外とうっかりだよね。
Dun dun dun. Why'd you stop? What's wrong? Or did you forget something in the command center again? Something on your mind is like. Sometimes your mind is like a sieve, you know? Kamui's attention was on Mr. Kuomori, so he didn't notice me. He then fully turned to face Mr. Kuomori, who put his hand.
いや、そのカムイ君、
Who put his back to me. Kamui, turn
ストッ
around.
プストップ。ちょっとまさきちゃん、その呼
Dude,
び
don't
方
call me
だ。
that.
まさきちゃんこそ気をつけてないと、いざって時にボロが出ちゃうんじゃない？
You gotta be careful or you might slip up too, Kamui teased Mr. Kuomori, blissfully unaware of the
エコ
situation.
ひいきしてると思われたくないとか言って、普段はサイバラ君呼びじゃん？
You know, you're the one who said you don't want people to think you play safe for it, so you usually call me Sabata.
今のところうまく切り替えてるっぽいけどさ、油断大敵なんだからね。俺だってフォローできるかわかんないし。
You've been pretty careful until now, but it's better to be safe than sorry. I don't know if I'll be able to cover for you.
そうなんだけどね。今は緊急事態というか、可及的速やかに解決したい問題が発生してまして。
You know, you're absolutely right, but we've got an emergency situation that absolutely needs to be handled immediately.
ごめん。なんて？
I'm not following.
いや、だから。
I said, look behind you. Mr. Kuomori seized Kimura's face with both hands and turned his head towards me.
あ、ちょっと何？
Okay, oh.
Eh?
Huh? And then I experienced the most awkward silence of my life. Hey.
見ちゃったよね。
You saw, didn't you? Yeah. There was no way I could hide it, so I just nodded.
そっか。
I see. Kamuri nodded back at me stiffly, then covered his face with his hands. He tilted his head towards the ceiling and sighed.
嘘だろ。ダサい。圧倒的にダサい。この状況はないって。ああ、マジかよ。
Gotta be kidding me. This makes me look so uncool. I can't believe this happened. Seriously now. I was hesitant to say anything, but Mr. Kuomori just patted Kamui on the shoulder.
気持ちはわかるんだけど、まずはこの状況をどうにかしよっか。
I know how you feel, but let's just do something about this first,
いや
okay?
どうにかって。
Like what?
説明は自分でしなさいね。頑張って。
Explain yourself. Good luck. I know you can do it.
ちょっと、まさきちゃん。
Masaki, get back here! Leaving Kamui to fend for himself, Mr. Kuomori ran up the steps leading to the chem lab. Soon his footsteps faded. Eventually, Kamui gave me an awkward smile.
悪いところ見せちゃったね。
Looks like you caught me at a bad
いろ
time.
いろ気になってると思うんだけど、まずは俺とセナの関係から説明しようかな。
I'm sure you have a lot of questions, but let's just start with the whole Cena thing.
つまりはこういうことなんだよね。
This is what's going on. He probably thought it would be quicker to show it, so he took out his cell phone and then... Oh, that's cute.
私のチャームはスマホリングのストラップなんですの。
My charm's to strap on my phone ring. Man, these things must be durable. Kamui had vanished right before my eyes, and Cena appeared in his place. You really are Cena.
ええ、そうですわ。
That's correct. But isn't Cena a girl, so your gender changes when you transform?
やっぱりそこが気になりますわよね。安心してくださいな。
And you'd be curious. Worry not. I'll explain.
立ち話もなんだし、科学準備室に行こっか。
No point in standing around here. Let's go to the prep room. Sure. Alrighty, let me explain.
改めて説明します。と言っても、
Claim to know all the ins and outs either. Basically, using my powers turns me into a woman.
副作用なんだ。力を
Seen as
使
a
う
side effect. Is that different from the cost of using your special abilities?
そうみたいだね。逆を言えば、俺のままじゃライフロットはもちろん、サイ
Seems that
コキネ
way.
スなんかも使えないんだ。
When I'm like this, I can't use Foresight or my psychokinesis. So that's how it is. Then are Korori and the others the same way?
本当の姿は男なのかってこと？わかる。やっぱ
Are
そ
they
こ気
guys?
にな
I guess that'd be the next
でも残
question.
念。他のメンバーの副作用については、俺も詳しく知らないんだ。
We actually don't know about the others and their side
まあ
effects.
ドライっていうか、 任務以外のことはほとんど話さないからね。まあ気楽でいいんだけど。
We're not all super close, and we don't really talk outside of missions, which I guess is easier depending on your perspective. Kamui sounded sad about that, despite trying to give it a
ま
positive
あでも
spin.
香織とはるかの場合、俺とモカより先に超能力に目覚めたらしいし、ブルームズ結成前から交流はあったのかも。
I know
それと
that. Just between you and me, we're supposedly childhood friends. Yeah.
直
Seriously.
接本人たちから聞いたわけ
We're
じゃな
gonna
いんだけ
skip
ど、
what I know.
やりとりを見てたら、きっと本
They
人たち
probably
も
act
無意
this
識
way
なんじゃ
without
ないか
realizing
な。
it. You should just keep pretend like you don't know. Do the other members know that your real identity? Kamui paused briefly, but then quickly smirked and nodded.
俺がセナだってことを知ってるのは、まさきちゃんとりょうさん。それに、
Ah.
Kimiだけどね。
Oh, so that means Mocha doesn't know. I thought they knew
一
each
応
other.
機密事項ってことになってるし、みんなの前では今まで通りでいて
It's
くれ。
classified. Don't tell people. Of course, my lips are sealed. I looked Kamui directly in his eyes and tried to put his mind at ease. He looked greatly relieved and his expression softened.
よかった。ありがとう。
Thanks for that.
ごめんね。ここまで引っ張ってきちゃって。まさきちゃんに用があったんだよね。俺、呼んでこ
Sorry
よう
for
か。
dragging you all the way out here. You want to talk to Masaki-chan? Do you want to go get him? Oh no, actually, I was going to the command center to see Sina.
セナに何か約束してたっけ？
Did we have a meeting I forgot about? No, I was just worried. You coughed a lot during the morning report, so I went to the broadcast room to see if you were okay, and Ro told me where to find you.
ああ、今朝の。聞き苦しかったよね。
Sorry if it was annoying. Kamui looked truly sorry when he said that. It hit me then that he really was Sina. You don't have to apologize. Aren't you mad? No, I just want you to take better care of yourself.
うん。
Oh, okay. I went to see Sina because I was worried she caught a cold. Even if she hadn't, her voice was hoarse, so I was going to give her this. I pulled cough drops out of my uniform pocket that I had bought at the student store earlier.
のど飴
Cough drops? Kamui didn't take it, but rather just stared blankly at the container. Maybe I've been too nosy. It was awkward just holding it out, so I went to put it back in my pocket before I could. Kamui let out a big
びっ
sound.
くりした。あの放送を聞いただけでわざわざ俺にのど飴を持ってきてくれたの？
You came to give me cough drops after listening to that broadcast? I know it's not much. Oh wait, do you not like cough drops? I'll just keep them then.
待って待って、欲しい。ください。
I do want it, really. Kamui grasped my hand firmly right as I was about to pull it back.
のど飴がいらないとかじゃなくて、全然本当。ただその。
Not that I don't want it. Seriously, I was just surprised.
まさか俺のためにここまでしてくれる人が
Aw,
いる
I
なんて。
didn't think anybody cared about me that much.
すごく嬉しい。
I'm really happy. What about your brother, sir? Your brother, I'm sure, cares about you. Oh man, this is we're just going in a straight line. We are not changing this ship for a bit. Okay. Interesting. Okay.
俺のためっていうか、セナのためだけど、ちょっと分かってるよ。
I know
それ
they're
でも
more for Cena, but don't worry, I get it.
やっぱり。
Makes me happy. Everything from his voice to expression to his sparkling eyes exuded happiness. I, on the other hand, felt a tad awkward, so I tried to play it off with a joke. Cena's already hugely popular, but if they found out she's really you, you might become inaudited with boxes of those things.
ないない絶対ないよ。
Nah, that never
俺の方
happened.
から欲しいって頼んだら買ってきてくれる子はいるかもだけど、
Well, maybe somebody would buy if I asked.
でも歌詞を作ることになるからな。あん
But
まり
then
気
I,
が
I don't really like that, huh? Is he joking? Kamui was always surrounded by admirers, so I figured he had to be kidding, right? Kamui, there are plenty of girls who worry about you.
そこは見解の違いというか、まああれだ。わかりやすく言うと、彼女たちの一番は俺じゃないってこと。
That's a different opinion. Think of it this way, I'm never their
俺の
number
ことが
one.
好きだとは言ってくれるけど、こんな風に特別心配してくれるなんてことないよ。
Like, they like me, but they wouldn't be all that worried about me, like, you know, you are now. He spoke with surprise ease, perhaps because he really felt they didn't care that much about him. I highly doubt that's true, though. I wanted to say as much, but didn't know if I should pry into his personal matters. I remained quite unable to say anything more. Then, for some reason, Kamui held a cough drop out to me. Something
せ
wrong?
っかくだし君がのど飴を食べさせてくれる
Would you feed me one since you're already here? I must have misheard him.
優しい君の手で食べさせてもらえたら体調も良くなると思うんだよね
Wow, I've never met a character that like is definitely gonna grow up to be a gigolo before. Oh my goodness. Since you're so kind, I think it'll help me get better if you feed me personally. I don't think that's how it works.
そうだよねいきなり言われても戸惑うよね安心して君の心の準備ができるまで
I guess it's a little confusing, but don't worry. I'll wait as long as you need to feel ready. What are you talking about? That's not the
うん
problem.
やっぱり流されるタイプじゃないか意外に泣き落としとか聞くかな
I guess you don't let others influence you that easily. How about I turn on the waterworks? You do realize you're saying all this out loud, right?
頼むよ君しか頼れないんだこれも人助けだと思って
My gosh. Please, you're the only person I can count on. Just think of it like you're doing me a favor. Pretty please. You're not listening at all. Kamui was full on flirt mode. He winked at me and clasped his hands together in a practiced way as if he had done this pleading before. Alright, let's save again. Oh, not there. Don't you dare. Alright, I'll do it.
え
Really? I thought I'd do him a favor and agree, but Kamui was speechless at my response. Why is he so surprised? It was his idea. Oh, were you just joking?
Yeah.
No, well, maybe half joking, half.
なんか
I
インパ
was
クト
just
のある
trying
こ
to
と言
see
って
say
さっき
something
のチャラ
shocking
に
to
で
you
き
and
ない
make
か
you forget that I said earlier. Earlier, asking me to feed him a cough drop was a lot more shocking, so what he said didn't quite make sense to
大
me.
丈夫だったならいいんだごめん変なこと言って
But I'm fine with it. Sorry if I said something weird that was about to tell him it was okay, but then I had an epiphany.
俺のことが好きだとは言ってくれるけどこんな風に特別心
They
配
wouldn't be worried about me. I went quiet right after that, so maybe he was worried about me because of that. Is that the same with Sina? Kamui really is perceptive and considerate of everyone around him, but tries not to let them know. With all that in mind, I took the cough drop container without hesitation. Just this once, okay? I said that once for myself and shook a cough drop out of the container. Oh my god. That looked like a candy. I didn't realize this was a cough drop. Can you bend down a little?
What?
I can't reach you.
了解
How's this? Ah, his face is so close. Kamui's handsome face drew closer to mine and I felt my heart flutter. What should I do? This has gotta be really embarrassing all of a
もう
sudden.
少しかがんだ方がいいかな
Do you need me to lean over more? No, it's alright. I ordered myself to stay calm as I propped the cough drop into Kamui's mouth, and in that moment, a look of genuine happiness crossed his face.
君が食べさせてくれた飴は美味しいな
It tastes amazing. I feel like it's working already. It tastes the same way it always does, and I doubt it works instantly. Though I wasn't being friendly, Kamui kept smiling. In fact, he looked even happier now. This is too weird. Kamui is so tall and handsome, but it feels like I'm feeding a squirrel. I'd say he looked adorable, but that would be a bit rude.
なんだか君も楽しそうだね俺に餌付けするの結構ハマっちゃった
You know, you seem to be enjoying this too. Do you like feeding little woodland creatures too or something? I couldn't help but laugh at his thoughts, mirrored my own. To be honest, I kind of thought of that.
あやっぱり君もそう思ってたんだ
Did her face just change? Oh no, did I miss
もっと
one?
食べさせてみる俺はい
I
つで
don't
も
know.
何個でも大歓迎だよ
Looks like we're on the same wavelength, so you want to do it again? I'm happy to oblige. I said just one time, didn't I? You can eat the rest yourself.
なんだ
That's too bad. And here we were joking about, but there was something about his tone that sounded sad. Kamui, there are plenty of people who'd want to help if you were in trouble. Just like how I did now. If only you were, if only you asked, everyone would be happy. The help surprisingly registered to Kamui's face for a brief moment, but then he smiled per
甘え
usual.
たらって言いかけたでしょう。君のそういう正直なところ好きだな。
You were about to tell me be nicer, weren't you? I appreciate how honest you are with these kind of things. You really listened that closely. I stared at him blankly and Kamui just laughed out loud.
聞いてた聞いてた。本当にそうだったら嬉しいけどね。
Yeah, I was. It'd be nice if that were true, though. I was serious about what I said. Kamui wasn't convinced. He brushed the comment aside. Kamui is nice and friendly with everyone, but when he smiles like that, it's like he's creating an emotional wall. It's so bright. No, it's not. That night, I decided to send an email to Uncle Yoshima for the first time in a while. I wondered what I would write about, but all I could think of was Sina and Kamui. They're super different both physically and personality-wise, but they've got a lot in common. I mean, they are the same person. Sina can be ill-tempered and Kamui way too flirtatious, but they both genuinely kind. On the other hand, what Kamui said in the Chem lab still echoed in my mind. I'm never their number one. They wouldn't be all that worried about me like you are now. All I did was give him some cough drops, but he seemed honestly thrilled. And when I noticed that when he smiles, it's like he's pushing others away. He shuts me out too. Neither Sina nor Kamui expect anything in return, so maybe it's overwhelming when someone's nice to them and they try to keep some distance. But then when would he say that? No one would be that worried about him. Thinking back up to what Kamui said, it was like he'd already given up, like he'd made up his mind that no one would care. The more I think about it, the stranger it is. I decided to write about Kamui along with all the other things that had been happening recently. I've started to talk to this one person more recently, but how do I put it? He's not so easy to figure out what they're thinking. He told me that I should try and find someone I can be close with, but it's difficult to know what's going on around in another person's head. Dun dun. Dun 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 dun. The next morning, I started up my computer with a glimmer of hope in my chest. There was a message from Uncle Yoshima. He replied quite quickly that time. I hadn't been keeping updated since Liz passed away. He was probably worried. I opened his email, and as I expected, it was clear from his kind words that he had been concerned about me. Relief washed over me as I read his message. I felt my worries dissipating little by little. Halfway through his email, he addressed what I wrote about Kamui.
確かに人の心を想像するのは難しい。たとえ明朗快活に見える人であっても、その心は複雑にできているからね。
You're right that it's difficult to know what others are thinking. Even if someone appears to be open, they're still a complex
で
individual.
もだからこそ分かり合いたいと願うし、相手を知ろうとする過程は楽しいものだと私は思う。
But that's also a reason why you want to understand them and what makes the process of getting to know them so
きっとお
enjoyable.
前もそれだけ相手のことを考えているということは、
I'm sure you want to
そ
become
の人
closer
と
with them.
仲良くなりたいんだね。
Seeing as you're always thinking of them. Perhaps that was my case all along. Was Uncle Ishima's words brought everything into focus. Right when I thought I'd become closer to Sina, I found out she's Kamui. Now we share that secret. Then I thought we'd become even closer friends, but Kamui ended up pushing me away. That was really shocking and sad to me. When Uncle Yoshima said it so directly, I realized that I did want to become closer to Kamui. I get it. So that's why I couldn't get Kamui out of my mind. I felt better having a clearer grasp of the feelings, but at the same time, I knew I had a long road ahead. Be it Sina or Kamui, I don't think it'll be easy to break down their emotional barrier, but like Uncle Yoshima said, it's fun to get to know someone. Not always. I should just take things slowly and steady. When lunchtime rolled around, I went to the student store as usual, and then out to the courtyard. Komori's here, and he's surrounded by a bunch of girls again. That's pretty crowdy, aren't they? I couldn't hear what they were talking about, but I could see Kamui smiling broadly and nodding at whatever they were saying. Kamui looked a bit tired. He's not coughing, but I'm sure he's feeling fatigued from casting Foresight so much. Actually, isn't Cena's broadcast soon? He should probably be getting to the command center. He might have been looking for the right opportunity to extract himself, so I decided to lend a helping hand. That outfit you wanted finally came back in stock. How about we go take a look at it on the way from school today? Let's see. We should all get shopping together. Don't tell me you can't today.
これで
I'm pretty busy. Excuse me for interrupting. Huh? Mr. Kuramori was looking for you. I approached the group and Kamui turned to me with a confused look.
ちゃんは
I wonder what's up. I think he said something about being on duty.
あ
Thanks, I'll get going then. Sorry everyone, I'll catch you later. Kamui stood up nervously and took off after the chem lab. I wonder if Kamui is okay. One of the girls mumbled that after he left. She sounded genuinely worried, and I found myself sticking around. He didn't eat any of his lunch. He's going to be hungry in class this afternoon. Yeah, seriously, he's been forgetting things a lot lately. Maybe he's tired. He actually stood me up when we had plans to go out. Well, that could have just been his way of saying he wasn't interested. Hey! What? We said we weren't going to go behind each other's backs like that. Kamui said he was fine, but he might be more fatigued than he thinks. My worry was such that I decided to wait in the chem lab prep room until Cena's broadcast finished. Bum bum. Hello? The room was completely silent. I wondered if Kamui was in the command centers. I'll just wait here then. Right as I was about to sit down, I sensed someone's presence. I looked up and saw Kamui? Neither Mr. Kuamori nor Ro were around. Kamui was just sitting by himself in a chair looking dazed. Maybe he's resting from casting Foresight, but it seemed like a chill ran down my spine. Something felt off about Kamui, so I rushed over to him. Dun dun. Flowchart. Interesting. Snap out of it. Kamui snapped out of it. I go right in his face and shouted, but he really kept looking upwards as if he didn't hear me. Kamui! I felt uneasy and started shaking his shoulders. After a few moments, he finally responded.
何どうしたの
What's going on? Thank goodness. I thought you were going to I thought you weren't going to come back to reality.
放送が終わって俺
I got tired of the broadcast and felt kind of out of it. Kind of. I was really worried about you.
ごめんね
Sorry. Kamui sounded truly sorry. He flashed me a reassuring smiling. You're as stubborn as an ox, you know that? Anyone can see that you're exhausted, yet you refuse to admit it. I was dead serious, but Kamui just burst out laughing.
頑固なんて久しぶりに言われたな昔はしょっちゅうじいちゃんに怒られてたけど
Haven't heard that in a while. My gramps used to yell it at me because of that back in the day, though. This is no laughing matter.
ごめん茶化すつもりはなかったんだけど
Didn't mean to joke about
放
it.
送の件に関しては自分でもちょっと無理してるかもなとは思ってるんだこれでも
I guess I'm overextending myself a bit with the broadcast, I can tell. Okay, so then...
今ここでやめるって選択肢はないかなセナが予知をすることでみんな安心できるしあんなに喜んでもらえてるからね
But I can't stop now. Everyone feels more at ease because of Cena's broadcast. They really look forward to
俺の
them.
力が必要とされてるんだこんなに嬉しいことはないよだから
People need my power, and nothing makes me happier than being able to help, so I'll be fine. That doesn't make any sense, nor is it valid reason to keep doing this to yourself.
いや本当に君って気持ちいいぐらいスパンと切り込むよね
You just really like to speak your mind, don't you?
なんて言えばいいんだろう自分一人のためには頑張れないけど誰かのためならってやつかな
How do I put this? Oh, I could never do this for myself, but I can do it for others. Mori's smile was so innocent, I found I couldn't say much in response. Okay, so I've established that no one is forcing him to do this. It's all on his own accord. But I still thought he was taking a terrible risk. It almost felt like he could vanish at any second. Kamui, in the next moment, I said exactly what was on my mind. Is there anything I can do to help? A look of astonishment passed over his face, but then Kamui stood up from his chair with a grin.
ありがとう。嬉しいよ。そうだな。あ、君のブーストの能力でセナをサポートしてもらえないかな。
Any help would be great. Let's see. Ooh, you could use Augment to support me when I'm Sina.
セナのライフロットがブーストされたら、今よりもっとみんなの役に立てると思うんだ。ね、明暗じゃない？
Boosting foresight with Augment would be an even greater help to everyone. Pretty nifty idea, huh? Kamui looked at me for approval, but I was flabbergasted. As a member of the Blooms, of course I want to protect everyone in Teta, but what Kumai suggested is just self-sacrifice. I don't want to think about it, but if he continues overusing his ability...
もちろん、無理のない範囲でお願いするつもりだよ。
I'm not going to ask for anything excessive. What do you say? I actually want to help you, Kamui, more than Sina.
俺の？
Me? Oh boy, I just said something weird, didn't I? I know you and Sina are the same person. How can I explain? It's more of a question of feelings. I'm sorry. I know I just said something weird. I was going to ask him to forget it, but before I could, Kamui started laughing
それっ
again.
てつまりセナに変身してない時の俺の力になりたいってことだよね。なるほど。いいこと聞いちゃったな。
When I'm not Sina, I see. That's good to hear. Kamui's excitedly bent down and moved his lips right next to my
じゃ
ear.
あさ、この間みたいに俺にのど飴を食べさせてくれる
Oh my
っていうのは
god,
どう？
he's too much. How about you give me a cough drop like you did the other day? It's just the two of us after all. Well, it seems like Kamui's back to his usual self. I felt relieved, but didn't want him to gain the upper hand, so I decided to go on the offense. You can count on me. Cough drop candy, it's my name. Okay, I'm saying real weird stuff now, but I don't care as long as it's cheers Kamui up.
あー言い切っちゃったよ。
Really agreed, and I'll keep my word.
しかもやったら男前だな。
You're sure strange, but funny. For some reason, Kamui got a kick out of what I said and doubled over with laughter.
こういう時、他の女の子なら顔を赤くして黄色い声を上げてくれるんだけど。
Girls I usually hang out with just blush and shriek with
全然時々あた
delight.
りしないん
I guess I don't. It didn't even cross my mind.
そっかそっか。発想がなかったら仕方ないよね。
Guess that's all there is if it doesn't even cross your mind. I nodded solemnly and Kamui laughed again. I didn't think I said anything funny, but if I was able to make Kamui smile, that's fine by me.
笑った笑った。君といると飽きないな。
Stomach hurts
スト
from
レス
laughing,
発
but
散になる
it's...
し。
I got an
君も
ab workout. That's a good thing, right?
もちろん。そういうわけなので、今度から差し入れをお
I'll
願いし
accept any
ま
food you want to
す。
give me and green tea. All right. I'm gonna start feeding him. Feeding this poor sick boy who's overexerting himself. From that day on, it became my routine to go to the chem lab, prep room, and bring Kamui food after the broadcast finished. At first, I brought green tea and cough drops as he requested.
もう教室に帰っちゃうの？そうだ。どうせだったらここで俺と一緒にお昼食べようよ。
You're going back to class already? Wait, I know. How about we eat lunch together?
中庭と違って人もいなくて静かだし、俺のこと独り占めできちゃうよ。お得でしょ？
Unlike the courtyard, it's empty and quiet here. You have me all to yourself. Pretty sweet deal, huh? Ha, yeah, what a deal.
お、あともう一押しって感じ？その他のおすすめポイントとしては、なんとお互いのことにもっと詳しくなれちゃうんですね。
I'm almost convinced you. Well, guess what? There's a bonus. We get to learn more about each other.
よく考えたら俺、君が好きなものってまだサンドイッチしか知らないんだよね。
That's like Tangled, not Tangled, Frozen. Now that I think about it, the only thing I know you like is
ここで
sandwiches.
俺と一緒にお昼食べながら、君のこともっと
So
教え
let's
て。
eat lunch together here and you can tell me about yourself. I was pleased to hear that Kamui wanted to get to know me like I wanted to get to know him, so I quickly agreed. From then on, we ate lunch together in the prep room, chatted the entire time. I managed to snag the last roast cutlet sandwich. It sells out especially fast on days they give out extra portions. I wonder if Kamui got one too. I pushed open the door to the prep room with excitement and heard Kamui talking.
はいはい。それさっきも聞いたから。
I heard you. What?
わかってるよ。そろそろ俺もそっちに行こうと思ってたところでさ。
Besides, I was thinking of going there anyways. He's talking to someone on the phone. I was about to turn around and leave until Kamui noticed the door was open and waved me over. Is it really okay for me to be here?
どうぞどうぞ。現地取ってくださいな。
Yeah, take it as my word. That's kind of
わ
sudden.
かったわかった。ダメ元で聞いてみるから。はいはい
Alright, lunchtime will be over at this rate. I tried not to eavesdrop, but I could tell whoever Kamui was talking to was someone close to him. Although what he said was a bit harsh, his tone was much gentler than usual.
わかった。そっちも元気で。八つ橋ばっか食べてないで。
Hey Karen, don't eat those yashula. Okay, sweet crackers aren't vegetables and you gotta get your greens in too.
あのね。
You want them to find something wrong when you go to your checkup? Talk to you later. Kamui hung up and let out a huge sigh.
相変わらず話長。あ、立たせっぱなしにしてごめんね。こっち
You
に
never
座って
suck starring. Sorry
お
for
昼に
leaving you
して
hanging. Come on over so we can eat. Sorry for interrupting your phone
気に
call.
しないで。大丈夫。相手はじいちゃんだから。
It was just Gramps, your grandfather.
ところ
By
で
the
君
way, are you feeling this?
週末って
Are you
空いて
free
る
this weekend? I am,
本当
but
ラッキー。じゃあじいちゃん家に遊びに来ない？
it's my lucky day. Let's go visit my grandpa. You want me to visit your grandfather?
父方の祖父なんだけど、何かっていうと友達を連れてこいってうるさいんだよね。
It's my dad's dad. He always telling me to bring my friends
ここ
over.
んとこ顔を見せに行けてなかったから業を煮やして電話してきたみたい。ほんと心配性なんだよ。
I haven't
じいちゃん
visited him in a while, so he decided to call. He's always worried about me. Kamuri shrugged like it was no big deal, but I could tell from his expression that deep down he was truly happy. He must really love his grandfather. I wonder what kind of person he is. I tried to imagine what he might be like, but I couldn't. It was tough to picture stuff like that when I didn't have any grandparents of my own.
君さえ嫌じゃなければどうかな。
Why don't you like to come with me? It'd be really okay for me to go?
もちろんだよ。じいちゃんのことだから可愛い子が来たって喜ぶと思うし。
No, my grandfather'd be overjoyed that I brought a cute girl
休みの
over.
日もセナの放送はあるからお昼と夕方の放送の間になるけどいい？
Tina's broadcast happens on the weekends too, so it'd have to go between noon and evening. Is that okay with you? Sure, I'm looking forward to it.
俺も。
Me too. Kamui nodded happily as if he were savoring the moment, which I guess was because he'd been seeing his grandfather for the first time in a while. Yeah, just because he's seen his grandpa. It's nothing to do with me. I am unrelated to this. Alright, when the weekend arrived, Kamui and I decided to stop by the mall and pick up some gifts for his grandfather. Castella, cream puffs, Yokan, your grandfather must really love sweets.
そうなんだよ。もっぱら和菓子派かな。洋菓子は口に合わんとかいうタイプでね。でも
Mostly just Japanese sweets. He claims to hate any other kind, but I happen to know.
俺が手土産に買っていったショートケーキを冷蔵庫に入れておくと。
That whenever I buy him
その
strawberry
日の
shortcake
夜には
and put it in the fridge, it vanishes into his stomach that night. Kamui suddenly started talking like he was telling a ghost story, making a shiver involuntary. So what you're saying is your grandfather really likes whipped cream. Kamui nodded gravely, but then flashed some broad grin.
本人は隠したがってるみたいなんだけどね。渋いイメージを保ちたいとか言ってたかな。かっこつけなんだよ。
He thinks he's
じいちゃん
hiding it. I think he just wants to seem dignified. Gramps likes to show off.
いや、それにしても君、実は何気にノリがいいよね。
But you know what? I noticed you actually play along with my antics. Do I? I guess it's because the way you talk is so fun.
照れた顔もいいな。 こんな可愛い子と一緒に歩けるなんて。俺今優越感すっごいもん。
Man, what a confidence boost. Imagine. This is why he has a harem of girls that want to hang out with him. He's just acting like this all the time with them. You're cute when you're shy too. I feel like the luckiest person here to be walking with such a cute girl. When in actuality, Kamui's the one grabbing all the attention every time he walks by a woman. There are two women from earlier who kept turning around and saying, "Did you see that guy? He's so cute."
ん？俺の顔何かついてる？
Is there something on my face? Nope, totally clear. Anyways, you think you you got enough?
ああ、うん。さすがにこれだけ持っていけば、じいちゃんに独り占めされないと思うんだ
I'm
よ
sure he'll
ね。
eat all this by himself. Alright then, let's take these gifts
ちょっと待っ
and
た。
hold on.
最後に雑貨屋さんも覗いていこうよ。
Let's head by the Target store before we head out. Which one?
カステラを買ったお店の隣にあったでしょ？何か欲しいものがあったんじゃない？
Next where we got the Costellas. Wasn't there something you wanted, huh? How did you know?
ショップの前を通るときに足が遅くなったし、キラキラした目で
You
ドア
walked
越し
slower when
中
you
を
passed
見
the
てたな
store,
ーって。
and I saw you peering through the door with a little twinkle in your
俺
eye.
はチラッと見ただけだけど、金魚鉢みたいなグラスとか可愛かったよね。
When they glanced at it, but that glass that kind of looks like a fishbowl was pretty cute. He saw me. Ugh, that's so embarrassing. He noticed my interest and knew exactly what I'd been looking at.
また一つ、君が好きなもの発見。ああいう雑貨？小物が好きなんだね。
So I figured out another thing that you like, those kind of accessories of knickknacks, whatever they're called. Yeah, I do. I often go with Liz and I tried to explain, but my throat started to burn and my words got stuck. Tears prickled the back of my eyes, so I immediately looked down at the ground. I'm sorry, I think some dust got in my eye. It was obvious ruse, but Kamui didn't say anything. I had to look back up, but my vision blurred again. It looked like my body wasn't going to listen to me.
悲しくてやるせないことってさ、少し落ち着いた頃ににじみ出てきたりするんだよね。
Isn't it funny
あれって
how sad stuff
何
can
なん
come
だろ
back
うな。
up when things have you calmed down? When things have calmed down? What's that deal with that, anyways? I felt his big, warm hands touch my shoulder as he gentle voice consoled me.
無理に話そうとしなくていいよ。誰かに吐き出したいなら別だけど。
You don't have to force yourself to talk, but if you want to let it out, that's a different
そういう
story.
時、ちゃんと話せる人はいる？ご家族とか。
Do you have anyone talk to you like a family member? I don't.
No.
Huh? I don't have any family. I haven't since I was little. I didn't plan on telling Kamui any of this. I knew it would worry him, but I found that once the dam broke loose, I can't stop. I have a guardian who I call Uncle Yashima. He's the only one I would consider family, but he lives far away, so we only communicate via email. I've never met him in person. He refused to send any pictures of himself. He says he's too embarrassed. And he says he doesn't like the phone. I attempted to smile to try and say I knew it was surprising, but my face twitched and morphed my expression into something strange.
ごめん。俺、無神経だったね。
Sorry, that was insensitive. Don't apologize. I shouldn't have bothered you, but you're just so easy to talk to.
本当？光栄だな。
I'm honored.
ねえ、
Kamui,
俺でよければ聞かせて。
do you mind
ここは
telling about
少し
it? It's noisy here, sure. How about on a train ride? Where are we going? Ooh. We made our way to the residential district, and the hustle and bustle of the mall instantly vanished.
俺もね、両親がいないんだ。
I don't have any parents either. Really? I looked up in Kamui in surprise, and he gave me a sad smile.
唯一の肉親がじいちゃんなんだ。
Oh, it's his I thought he had like a brother. My apologies. I misunderstood.
ずっと
Gramps
二
is the
人
only
で
relative
暮ら
I
してた
got left. I lived with him until I got into the academy and worked to the
だから
dorms.
寂しいって思ったことはなかったかな。今もなんだかんだ会いに帰ってるしね。
He's the reason I never felt lonely. I go back and visit him ever so often. I had Liz, so I didn't feel lonely when I entered the academy either. My voice shook, though. I was trying to keep my emotions at bay. Kamui probably noticed, but he just smiled gently and
君
nodded.
にとってリーゼちゃんは
Liz must have been
I-
important to you. She was actually kind of like you in some ways.
そうなんだ。
How so? She liked to make others smile. She always tried to make me happy.
友達思いの素敵な子だね。
She loved her friends very much, but I thought she was my best. Though she was my best friend, I wasn't even able to celebrate her birthday, and in the end, I wasn't even able to save her. I tried to rally and move on so that I can fulfill my duties with the blooms, but sometimes it feels like I can't even stand up.
うん。
I couldn't protect Liz. She's gone because of me, so why am I still here? Why do I get to smile and be happy? I think about that all the time. Right, Kamui? Right? I never told anyone this because it would seem like I wanted pity, so I buried it deep in my heart and lied to myself to get by until today. But then it feels like I'm using Liz as an excuse, and that causes me to freeze up even more. When I said that, I realized I'd come to a standstill without even knowing it. Liz's shadow was no longer walking beside me, but when I turned around, I saw Kamui's shadow facing me.
俺とリーゼちゃんが似てるなら、きっと彼女も君には笑っていてほしいって。
If Liz is like me, then I'm sure she wants you to be happy. Fury welled inside me for a brief moment. Why? You wouldn't know anything about that. I knew I was just taking my anger out on Kamui, but I couldn't. Whoa, 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 whoa. Calm down. You're not angry. You're sad. You're just becoming angry. But I couldn't stop myself. You've never met Liz, so don't talk like you know her. I know you. There was no hesitation in Kamui's voice.
確かに俺はリーゼちゃんと親しくなかったし、彼女のこともよく知らないけど。
I wasn't close with Liz, and I didn't know her well. Then,
君の親友だから。
but she was your best friend. That's how I know
君
you.
がリーゼちゃんのことを思うように、彼女も君のことを思ってた。そんな子が君の不幸を
She
望
cared
むか
about you the way you care about her. Tell me, would she want you to be miserable? That's not. Dun dun.
おかえりってまた何かな。だとしてもそんな
As I sifted through my memories, I saw how Liz always worried about me and tried to brighten my day. I'm sorry.
謝らないで。
Don't
君は
apologize.
謝るようなことしてないんだから。ね。
So,
それよ
wow.
りね。前から気になってたけど。
You don't have anything to be
君は
sorry
自
for,
分に
but
我
more
慢させすぎ。
importantly, I've been worried about how you bottle everything up. Ack. Murray gently flicked my forehead. I stared at him, startled at this unexpected turn of events. He just looked down at me with a slight frown.
思うところがあるなら、もっと小出しに。筋肉と一緒で使わないと衰えていくから、そのうち
Something's
心
on your
から
mind,
笑
let
っ
it
たり
out.
怒ったりできなくなるよ。
It's like a muscle, you either use it or you lose it, and if it happens, you won't feel anything
わかっ
anymore.
た？
Got that? Yeah. Though I was overwhelmed, Kamui's face broke out into a smile when he saw me agree.
全部じいちゃんの受け売りなんだけど。
I'll just tell my Gramps. I'm just telling you what my Gramps told me. He sounds like a wonderful person.
普段はただの頑固な甘党だけどね。まあでも。
Usually, man, sometimes it feels like he should still be talking, but he's not. Normally, he's just a stubborn old cog or with an insatiable sweet tooth, but
じいちゃん、人を喜ばせるのも好き
he
なんだ
loves
よ
to make
ね。
people happy.
それこそ、
He's
俺
like
の
me,
数
but
倍は。
on steroids. You'll be a huge target for sure. Target?
じいちゃんのことだから、あの手この手で君の笑顔を見ようと躍起になるはず。微力ながら、俺も
Gramps will
応援
do
するよ。
everything he can to make you smile, but then again, I'll pitch in as well. Whose side are you
だ
on?
ね。じいちゃんに決まってるじゃない。
Gramps' side. Of course, I want to see you smile. Kamui, you're so...
何？
I'm so what?
あれ？
Never mind. I was just thinking about you... that you keep saying things girls would like to hear.
え？そうかな。俺は思ったことを言っただけなんだけど。でも、君に喜んでもらえたならよかった。
I'm just saying what's on my mind, but if it makes you happy, then it's a win-win. That's exactly what I'm talking about. You're so unnecessarily optimistic.
そんなに褒められると照れちゃうな。ほら、じいちゃんの家までもう
You
少しだ
flatter
よ
me, but check out. Oh, we're almost at Gramps. Kamui walked ahead in high spirit, as if he might start humming a jaunty tune any minute. I felt a bit dizzy as I followed him, so he wants to see me smile. Liz, I think I love you.
私も
I love you too. I'll always love you. I mumbled that to myself while looking ahead. I didn't hear any response, but felt a cool breeze caress my cheek.
Ji chan, tadaima.
He took his jacket off. Why can't they give him like normal clothes? I'm home. Hello? My nerves jittered as I followed Kamui inside the house. The person who greeted us was so spry it didn't seem right to call him an old man.
やっと来たか。ちっとも顔を見せないで。向こうで悪さしとったんじゃないだろうな。
You're finally here. Haven't seen you much lately. Don't tell me you've gotten into heaps of trouble while you were away.
じいちゃん、いきなり説教は勘弁してよ。だいたい何？悪さって心当たりないんだけど。
Spare me the lecture. And what do you mean by that? I don't know about any trouble.
あむい。情けない子出すんじゃない。わしが何も知らないと思ってるのか？この間、小テストで赤点を取っただろう。
Do you say Kamui? Kamui, it's no use whining. You think I didn't know you failed that test the other day?
なんで知ってんの？
How'd you know? I mean...
学園から連絡が来とったぞ。どうせまた女の子と遊び歩いていたんだろう。中学の頃は勉強一筋だったのにな。
The academy contacted me. You're probably flirting with all the girls again. You used to be serious about your studies in middle school.
ガリ勉時代の話はやめて。それに今だって成績は中の中だから。赤点はほんとたまたま。あの時だけだって。
Don't talk about my nerdy face. Besides, I still rank in the middle of my class. That F was a fluke. The rapid firing exchange stunned me into confusion. Kamui is so relaxed around his family, it looks like they're having so much fun.
おお、なるほどなるほど。女の子と遊び歩いていたのは否定しないわけか。まったく誰に似たんだか。
So you're not denying your Casanova ways? Honestly, I don't know where you get it from. Wait a minute. I peeked out from behind Kamui and immediately met his grandfather's eyes. I jumped a bit and hurriedly bowed.
お前の後ろにいる子は？
Kamui, who's behind you?
もっと早く気づこうよ。
Why didn't you notice
俺
earlier?
の友達だよ。高梨ちゃん。
This is my friend Takanashi. Pleased to meet you. I'm Takanashi. Kamai's been a good friend to me.
おお、可愛らしいだけじゃなく、しっかりしたお嬢さんじゃないか。
Adorable and polite. Nice going.
はじめまして。
It's a pleasure to
カム
meet
イ
you.
の祖父の善治です。よく来てくれたね。
Zenji. Please make yourself at home. Kamui's grandfather seemed so strict earlier, but his demeanor instantly changed as he gave me a broad, warm
いや
smile.
こんな可愛い子が孫だったらな。そうだ。せっかくだし、わしのことはじいちゃんと呼んでくれないかな。
It'd be so nice to have a charming granddaughter. I know, since you're here anyways. How about calling me Gramps? I was glad he said that, but I didn't know quite how to react. So I ended up jumping, mumbling
じい
coherently.
ちゃん、いきなり何言ってんだよ。ほら、彼女困ってるだろ。
You made her flustered. No, it's fine. But how about I just call you Mr. Genji?
じいちゃん呼びもいいと思ったが、こんな可愛い子に名前で呼んでもらえるなんて、いやー嬉しいな。
Gramps is nice, but having a lovely girl call me by my name is pretty nice too. Gave me a hearty laugh and then turned to me with a wink. Wow, he looks like Kamui.
うわ、
Oh my god.
俺にもウィンク飛んできたんだけど。
It was like you winked at me too. Dear God. Kamui brushed off his shoulders as if his grandfather's wink had somehow hit him. Mr. Zenji arched an eyebrow, preparing for a
お前
counterattack.
がそんなところに突っ立ってるのが悪い。避けるくらいしたらどうだ。
It's your fault for just standing there. You need to learn to dodge better.
はあっていうかじいちゃん、いい年して鼻の下伸ばすなよな。
You need to take your age into consideration before losing your head over a girl.
そういうお前こそそのデレッとした締まりの
Look
ない
who's
顔がどう
talking.
に
You should
か
wipe
なら
that
ない
goofy
のか
expression off your face.
失礼
How
な
rude!
元々
I'll have
こうい
you
う
know
顔で
that's
す
just how I look.
鏡を見てこい鏡を
Look into the mirror for once, will ya?
相変わら
Aren't
ず
you?
チャラチャラした
And
格
you're
好
dressed
で
up like some
お前は
hooligan
ど
too.
こを目指しているんだん
Just what are you trying to prove?
羨ましいなら素直に言えばいいのに。俺が通ってるショップ紹介しよっか。
You can just admit you're jealous, old man. Want me to take you
そうい
shopping?
うのを減らず口と言うんだ意味はわかるかじいちゃんが教えてやろうか
You're always running your mouth. You get my drift, or do you need your grams to teach you a thing or two?
じいちゃんこそ減らず口を叩いちゃって。いいじゃん。高校デビューならぬジジイデビューを決めちゃいなよ。
Oh my gosh, you're the one who never knows when to quit. I know you're jealous of high schoolers, but it's a little too late to reinvent yourself over summer break. Well, they don't hold back. They probably can do that because they really love each other. Kamui and Mr. Zenji fiercely exchanged warmth of heart. So that's what it means to be a family.
しょうもないことをほら見ろ彼女も呆れて笑ってるぞ
Mouthing off again. Look, even she's laughing at your
違うって
antics.
じいちゃんに呆れてんの。
She's laughing at your
だよね。
nonsense.
遠慮しないで。
I'm right.
君
Don't
から
be
も
shy.
バシ
You
ッと
can
言って
tell him exactly what you think. I don't think either of you are ridiculous. I was just thinking about how close you two
は
are.
いないない。
That's not how it is.
小遣い減らすか
I see what your
嘘
allowance
嘘
docked.
待って俺とじいちゃんはね
Comes in our best buds. Is that right? I'm so jealous. It was fun watching two people so totally in sync with each other. Next, we have a special feature on Cena, the lady who brings us her daily forecast prediction. Mr. Gen Z's TV was on, and I noticed a news program was doing a story about Xena.
おはようございます。朝からお昼までの余地をお伝えします。
This is a result of my forecast from this morning to the afternoon. Kamui and I fell silent for a moment.
おおセナちゃんの特集か
Some feature about Xena-chan. Mr. Zenji turned to the TV excited and watched the feature unaware of our
こ
reaction.
の子は可愛いなせがれの嫁に少し似ているんだよそう思わないかカムイ
She's exceedingly adorable. She kind of resembles my daughter-in-law. Don't you agree?
そうかな似てるといえば似てる気がしなくもなく
Does she? I guess maybe in a way. What do you think, Lee? Well, I guess she looks a bit like your mother now that you mention it.
冗談がうまいなカムイはともかく君は顔を知らんだろ
You sure know how to tell a joke. You don't know what she looks like, do you? Oh, right. Cena suddenly appeared with appearance was enough to throw me off balance, even though she was only on screen. Luckily, Mr. Zenji just took my rambling as a joke. I felt relieved and turned towards Kamui, our eyes locked, and he mouthed sorry. I just flashed him a bemused smile. Cena's powers of foresight protect us from the kaiju. She's like our very own goddess. She's also popular with young people due to her striking looks. Let's ask about around town for more opinions. The program started showing street interviews, and Mr. Zenji watched with a rapid
さす
attention.
がセナちゃんすごい人気っぷりだなファン第1号としてわしも鼻が高い
As our number one fan, I'm super
Yeah, yeah.
proud.
どうやって1号とか決まったわけ彼女が人気なのは
She
確か
just
みた
said
い
you're
だ
her
けど
number
さ
one fan, though it's true she's super popular. Kamui smiled wearily as he teased his grandfather again, but I could tell he was secretly pleased. He obviously can reveal Cena's true identity, but he must be happy about how much his grandfather likes Cena. I should give them some privacy since Kamui said he hadn't visited in a while. Mr. Cena, would you mind if I used your kitchen? I could make some tea for you.
そうだったじいちゃんにお土産を買ってきたんだカステラにシュークリーム羊羹どう俺のセレクトバッチリでしょ
There's Costella, cream puffs, and Yokan. What you think? Kamui handed over the bag of sweets, and Mr. Zenji unexpectedly
八
frowned.
つ橋はどうした売り切れか
What about the Yashushi? Were they sold out?
いやじいちゃんのことだから常備してあるだろうと思って買って
I
こな
thought you
かっ
always
たんだ
kept the stash, so I didn't buy any.
何もしかしてやけ食いでもしたどうせまたご近所さんで集まって将棋大会でもして
Don't tell me you were stress eating again. You were probably at some neighborhood shoji contest.
何を言う。
What are you
今
talking
回は
about?
決勝まで勝ち上がっ
I
た
got
ぞ。
the finals this
で
time.
も果敢に攻め続け、相手を追い詰めたんだが、
I fought
最
valiantly.
後の詰めが甘くて。
And cornered my opponent, but I couldn't seal the
ちょう
deal.
ど茶葉も切らしていたところだ。カムイ、ちょっと行って買ってきなさい。
I think I'm actually out of tea leaves. Can we go buy us some?
あからさまに話をそらしたね。
You're obviously changing the
君は
subject.
ここに残って、わしの話し相手になってくれるかな。
Would you stay and keep me company? We can have a little chat.
そうしてあげてくれる？じいちゃん、一度言い出すと聞かないんだ。誰に似たのかな？
Gramps gets stubborn.
本当
Honestly, I wonder where he gets it
何
from.
を言ってるんだ。お前も一度言い出したら聞かないだろうが。西原家の血だな。
Okay, let's. Da, 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 da. All right. All right. Is it all right for Kamui to go? I wanted him to have some time with Mr. Zenji. I hesitated partly out of my chair, and Kamui placed his hand on my shoulder.
君はお客さんなんだし。
You're our guest.
Sure.
Have a seat. Kamui gently pushed me back down. Are you sure you can take care of it?
もちろ
Of
ん。
course.
それにほら、じいちゃんお気に入りの茶葉なんて。
I'm the only one who knows what tea he
すぐに
likes.
帰
I'll
って
be
くる
back
か
in
ら
a jiffy. You
そ
just
れ
keep
まで
Gramps
じいちゃんを
company.
よろしくね。
Sure thing. Take your time, Kamui. I'll be sure to tell her all your embarrassing stories while you're out.
本当にすぐ帰ってくるから。
I'll be back
ま
so
あ
fast you won't even know I'm
じいちゃん
gone.
彼女に変なこと言うなよ。
Better not tell anything weird. All right, see you soon. Kamui looked like he wanted to say more, but just ran out the door. He probably figured it was best to come back as soon as possible. He makes such a fuss over tiny errands. Mr. Zenji shrugged with a sigh, but his gentle expression was exactly what I imagined a grandfather would be. If I had a grandfather, maybe he'd be like this. Mr. Zenji and I were left in the living room. Aside from the news program, all was silent. Let's have some tea while we wait for Kamui to come back. Mr. Zenji stood up and made the suggestion. Huh? But you said you were out of tea leaves. Oh, I'm out of tea I make for guests, but I'll still got what I usually drink myself if you're okay with that. Of course. Let's get ourselves a piece of that Castella too. Go ahead and watch some TV while I get ready. Feel free to change the channel. Sure, Mr. Zenji was so effortlessly considerate that I didn't think twice about agreeing. He's very thoughtful. It's obvious that Kamui learned a lot from him growing up. Mr. Zenji and Kamui insist I was a guest, so I decided to accept that and wait in the living room. On the news program, they just finished the street interviews, and now the announcer was back in the studio with a commemorator. The kaiju have changed their patterns and are now appearing during the day as well as at night. It's a relief we have seen it, isn't it? When her broadcast first started, were concerned that it might distress people even more, but Cena's predictions have been 100% accurate, eliminating any previous concerns. That said, if there's a time when her foresight is incorrect, the kaiju could cause unpredicted damage because people would be caught off guard. I switched off the TV, not wanting to hear anymore. They didn't have to phrase it like that. Even if Cena's predictions is wrong, what happened after is not her fault. That whole program was framing her as some kind of goddess-like hero. Just what are the higher-ups trying to do with her? The whole situation put me in a dismal mood, and I looked around the room without really focusing on anything. You know, it's odd. It's oddly calming here. This is something Kamui grew up with. There were traces of Kamui everywhere, from the marks on the door frame that recorded his height to the various crayon drawings hung around the room. Oh, and that's a photo of Kamui when he was a kid. It must be. It looked looked the same. He also looked like he was a handful. The boy in the picture grasped a younger Mr. Zenji's arm and was a big run on his face. It's nice that they have these photos still. Sorry to keep you waiting. Zenji returned right after I'd spoken those words out loud. Thank you. My response was slightly delayed, but Mr. Zenji didn't seem to mind as he laid out the teacups. Be careful, the tea's still hot. There's also plenty of Castella and tea left, so just let me know if you want more. Then I'll do just that. The tension on my shoulders released as I laughed, and I drew my deep breath as I reached for my cup. As I blew on the tea to cool it down, Mr. Genji started chatting with me. I want to thank you for being Kamui's friend. Tell me, is he doing well at school? I wanted to say yes, but I remembered how exhausted Kamui's been later. I waffled over what to tell him. I'd only seen them together a short amount of time, but it was clear how much Kamui and his grandfather cared about each other. I didn't want to lie to Mr. Zenji, but I didn't want him to worry either, so I forced myself to smile. Kamui's well liked at the academy. All the other students think he's good looking, and he's friendly to everyone, even the underclassmen. He's also really popular with the girls, and I always see him gathering around him in the courtyard during lunch. I tried to describe this more for Mr. Zenji, but I never said that Kamui was doing well. I wonder if Mr. Zenji finds it weird. I looked up and gauged his reaction and saw a kind expression on his face. I'm glad that Kamui has such a good friend. I've always gotten the feeling he was hiding something though. It seems like Kamui's always pretending to be happy when I talk to him on the phone, like he's forcing it. I've got the impression he was stressed. So Mr. Zenji noticed. Well, of course he did. They're family. That coupled with the commentators in consideration remarked on the television earlier made me feel even more ill than with ease. I'm sorry for not telling you right away. I also think Kamui's been working too hard lately. No one could know about the Bloom's missions, not even family members, so I stayed as vague as possible when trying to explain how Kamui's been since Cena's broadcast. Kamui has this special, he took on this big job at the academy and has been working hard on it every day. Only a select group of students are able to do it. Kamui's willingly volunteered for it because he wanted to help out, but he's obviously being overworked. The way I see it, Kamui's getting more worn out by the day, but he just ignores it. He refuses to take care of himself. Mr. Zenji listened to me in silence and then heaved a sigh. Well, the reason Kamui's like that is because of his upbringing. Started when I heard the word upbringing.
俺もね。
I don't have parents. Revealed the fact to me that before he went to his grandfather's house. He also said he never felt lonely because Mr. Zenji was always there for him. You mind if I tell you a bit about his past? Okay, should I really listen to all that when Kamui's not here? But I do want to know more so I can help him better. I shook off my hesitation and gave Mr. Zenji a determined nod. Mr. Genzi took a sip of his tea and paused for a moment. Then he slowly started talking about Kamui's past. Kamui is my only grandchild. He used to live a normal, peaceful life with his parents. Kamui's parents loved each other very much, and he adored them. But his mother was in bad health. She went to the hospital regularly. Then one day she was going to get examined at the Research Institute. She had been going to one of the big hospitals, but her doctor recommended she take a more specific test and received specialist treatment. My son readily agreed and scheduled it right away. Kamui just started elementary school, so I took care of him while his parents went to get the test. They said that the test would take the whole day, but my son and daughter-in-law got into an accident on the way. Kamui and I was all alone, so I took him in and we lived with me ever since. After the shock of losing his parents, he didn't speak for a while.
じいちゃん、聞いて聞いて。
Gramps, guess what? Welcome home, Kamui. Did you have fun at school?
俺、友達できたよ。
I made friends today. Oh, really? Good for you. What are their names?
まだよくわかんない。
I don't know yet. So you made so many friends you can't remember them
勉
all.
強を教えたり、係の仕事を手伝ったら、みんなすっごく喜んでくれたんだ。すごい
They're
でし
really
ょ。
happy when I help them study and other stuff. Isn't that great? Kamui, I think that's...
俺にたくさん友達ができて、じいちゃんも嬉しいでしょ。
Aren't you happy that I made a lot of friends? Yeah, I sure am. I was relieved to see him smile, but from that day on, Kamui's been fixated on making others happy. I know this might sound biased coming from me, but Kamui always been friendly, bright, and kind. He was popular in the neighborhood, but on the other hand, he never had any close friends. Is that because he tends to keep people at arm's length? Yeah, that's right. Once he gets somewhat close to someone, he just withdraws and won't let anyone in.
誕生日会うちで開くってこと？
You want to have a birthday party for me? That's right. Your friends invited you to their birthday party the other day, and now it's your
う
turn.
ーん。別にやらなくていいかな。
I'll be fine with just celebrating with you. What about what's going on? You feel shy? Don't worry. I won't just buy Yatsushi for the party. I'll be sure to get a big birthday cake too.
そんなんじゃないよ。家まで呼んじゃうと特別っぽくなるし。
That's not it. Whoever gets invited will be like they're
それ
special.
に
I can't
クラ
invite
スの
all
み
my
んなを呼ぶわ
classmates.
けにはい
It's
かない
hard
し。
being so popular. Everyone's equal to him, so no one is special. At least that's what his logic. That's why I figured, the way I figure it, Kamui's parents showered him with love, so when he lost them, he wanted to replace for that. But he's terrified to lose it suddenly, like with his parents, so he's willing to let go of anyone who shows feelings for him. So he's just continued on like that, making a lot of shallow friendships, but never any close friends. Mr. Jinji drank his now lukewarm tea and then rolled the cup between his palms. Kamui treats me well and visits often, but I know I'm not a substitute for his parents. Besides, I'm going to die before Kamui. I can't help but worry about him, knowing that he'll be alone someday. Seeing Mr. Genji Deep's love for his grandson pulled up my heartstrings. It might not be my place to say anything as an outsider, but Mr. Genji, you are who you are. You're not a replacement for Kamui's parents, but you're very important to him. I know it may sound like I don't know anything since I'm a stranger, but Kamui did tell me.
唯一の肉親がじいちゃんなんだ。だから寂しいって思う。
The reason he never feels lonely. He really said that, huh? I'm sure Kamui's afraid that the people he loves will suddenly vanish like his parents, and that caused him to build an emotional wall, but he's caring towards others, and it's very perceptive. Even if he wants to find someone who would love him like his parents did, I don't think he would actually try to replace them. Mr. Genji, misty eyes moved to me. Did I say too much? Maybe I'd been rude. I briefly worried about it, but didn't look away and held Mr. Genji's gaze. Thank you. I hope this won't put up undue pressure on you. But this is the first time Kamui brought a friend home. I hope you two can remain close. And if he tries to push you away, I hope you won't let him as much as you're able. I know that's a big ask, but please. Mr. Genji bowed deeply immediately after, nearly banging his head on the table. Mr. Genji! I bolted from my seat and placed a hand on his shoulder. There's no need for that. Mr. Genji did lift his head up, but his face was still grave and full of worry. After Mr. Genji's explanation, I think I understand why Kamui is the way he is now. Kamui's looking for love. He wants someone who will worry about him and see him as special, yet he's terrified of losing them like his parents. But when he became a member of the Blooms, he also became part of a mission. He must be happy to hear how much everyone in the colony loves him, but I think deep down Kamui knows the affection from those people aren't the same. That's why he's so focused on the Foresight broadcast and why he's ignoring the effects it's having on his health. Mr. Genji, I took his hand as I said his name. Flowchart. Oh man, we got some ways to go. Say that you'll do your best. I'm not sure how well I'll manage, but I'll do my best I can. I appreciate it nonetheless. This is something I can only ask you to do. Mr. Zenji shook his hand as he smiled with relief.
ちょっとじいちゃん、俺がいない間に何彼女の手を握って見つめ合ってる
You
んだよ。
leave for a minute and you're already holding her hand and staring into her eyes? Kamui, you scared me, but thanks for going out and getting things. You haven't held hands with her yet. You snooze, you lose, you know. Immediately fell back into teasing Kamui. He heaved an exaggerated sigh while placing a distressed hand on his forehead.
じいちゃんと違って、俺は紳士なんです。 それよりほら、茶葉と八つ橋買ってきたよ。
I'm a gentleman. I got you tea leaves and yatsushi. Where are they?
あ、
Oh, I dropped them on the
Yukano
floor. You panic so easily. Fine, I'll make the tea. Go ahead and open up the box of yatsushi. Stood up and made his way to the back of the room.
あれ、湯飲みが出てる。さてはじいちゃん、自分用の茶葉で入れたな。コーヒーとか紅茶のストックもあるのに。
It's a teacup on here. Did Gramps use his personal tea? He's got a stockpile of coffee and black tea already, though. Oh, but the tea Mr. Zenji made was really delicious too.
そうならいい。
That's good.
ところで君、
By the way, do you even
八つ橋
like
は食べられる人だ
hashushi?
った
Sorry, I totally forgot to ask. That's okay. I've actually never had them, but I like sweets in general.
本当？よかった。俺はじいちゃんの影響で子供の頃からよく食べてるんだけど、
I ate them
飽きな
because
い
of
んだよね。
Gramps, but I haven't got tired of
ち
them
な
yet.
みにここだけの話。じいちゃんさ、特別なお客さんが来るときは、
Just between you and me, Gramps always serves that sushi and green tea when we have special guests. Special, huh? I guess he sees me that way. Tea's ready. Make some room for me, would ya?
はいはーい。
Okay. Man, good tea sure smells different,
やっ
doesn't it?
ぱいい。
Well, it depends on the skill of whoever's brewing it, of course. True enough, for some reason, when I make it, the
じいちゃ
sweetness
んが
level
入れ
is
たの
different
と
compared to
寮
yours.
の食堂を借りていろいろ試してるんだけど、毎回じいちゃんの味にはならないんだ。
Still can't recreate it. You're such a green tea fiend, Kamui, but I completely understand Mr. Zenchi's tea does taste amazing. You see that, Kamui? I'm the one who got her to smile. That's the power of green tea.
じいちゃん忘れてない？過去の俺の発言があっ
Did
た
you
か
forget
ら
already?
こ
She
そ。
smiled because of what I said. Mr. Jinji and Kamui resumed their arguing with great exuberance. Their unfiltered way of talking surprised me at first, but now hearing it makes me smile. I listened to their bickering as if it were background music while enjoying my tea and sweets. Mr. Zenji opened the gifts we had brought and taught us how to brew green tea. After that, we noticed the time for Sina's broadcast was fast
それじゃ
approaching.
俺たちそろそろ帰るね。
Gotta head out, I'll call soon. You say that, but never end up calling. Come back soon, you hear? With Lee, of course.
じいちゃんさ、可愛い孫の俺は口実で。単に
Gramps, you're using your
彼女
double
に会い
Gramps
た
to
い
see
だけだろ。
girls again, aren't you? Now, if you get bored of Kamui and never visit me again, I'll become so despondent I won't be able to eat more than one box of Yatsuki.
ああ、どこからツッコミを入れよ
I don't even know how to respond to that. You mustn't really taken a shine to her. Thank you. I'm so glad we got a chance to meet. I hope you see you again. With Kamui, of course. I'm looking forward to it. Mr. Zenji grinned when I emphasized that I would visit with Kamui. I sensed someone's eyes on me and looked up to find Kamui with a gentle smile on his
う。
face.
このまま泊まっていきたいな。
I just want to stay the night. The way Kamui mumbled to himself made him look like a little boy.
なんてね。
See you later, Gramps. On responsibilities. The sun was already setting as we walked together. I smelled curry. A delicious aroma from the surrounding homes wafted under my nose that made me wish I had a place of my own to call
夕
home.
方にこの道を
Whenever I walked this way in the evening, Kunli started speaking. I looked up at his face as he walked beside me and he flashed a bright
あち
smile.
こちからいい匂いがしてくるから。
I smell the food and I get so hungry. That's exactly what happens to me right now. I smiled in agreement and thought about how nice it was to have Kamui here next to
じ
me.
いちゃんと二人で大丈夫だった会話に困るとかなかった
Is it okay to be alone with Gramps? Did you run out of stuff to talk about? No, we chatted a lot about a shared interest.
そっかそっか。よかった。じいちゃんと君の共通の話題か。
A shared interest? Do you mean me? He told me you've been kind of popular since you were little.
そんな恥ずかしいこと言ってたのかよ。
That's embarrassing. Kamui's voice grew weaker as he covered his face with his hands. He genuinely looked embarrassed.
じいちゃんがそれだけで終わるはずない。
He must have said more stuff to you. More stuff? Well, yeah, I guess
俺のこと
so.
が心配だとか言ってたでしょ。
Betty worried about how worried he is about me.
当たりだ。
I knew it. Mr. Zenji doesn't know about the blooms. Or Sina, right?
うん。特務部
Their
指令の
special
ま
forces
さ
are
きちゃん
top
もあんな
secret.
感じだしつい忘れがちなんだけどさ。
Commander Masaki being the way he is, I kind of forget about it. When did you join the Blooms, Kamui?
中等部の頃にね、あるプロジェクトに参加したことがきっかけだよ。
Middle school, I participated in a special project and things developed
じい
from
ちゃんか
there.
ら俺の両親のことも聞いた。体の弱かった母さんが研究機関で精密検査を受けることになったんだけど、とかっ
My
て
mom had to get more specialized treatment, and you know, right? He felt like Kamui was intentionally trying to sound lighthearted about everything. Yeah. I nodded after a moment, hesitation, and Kamui responded with a weary
だよ
smile.
ね。
There's
実は
actually more to the story, though.
中等部時代に俺が参加したプロジェクトって、もともとは母さんが精密検査を受ける予定だった研究機関が主催してたんだ。
When I was in middle school, I joined a project that was sponsored by the research institute that my mom was supposed to get her test
母さ
at.
んを検査して治療に当たる予定だった医者というか研究者の人たちが
The researcher who was supposed to examine my mom and carry out her treatment contacted me after
息
she
子の俺にも
passed.
母さんと同じ病気に関する遺伝子があるかもしれないってことだっ
As
た。
her son, I could have had the same gene that
も
caused
し
her
そうなら
illness.
俺の体を調べることでこの先同じ病に苦しむ人が現れた時に
And so examining might be a way to find an effective treatment for other people who had the same
そう聞いて
illness.
プロジェクトへの参加を即決した。母
I
さんと
immediately agreed.
同じ病で苦しむ人を
I just
助
wanted
け
to
たい
help others who suffered like my mom had. Weren't you scared at the time?
うーん
Maybe a little. I
そう
wondered
だ
what they
ね。
were going to do for the
少
test.
しはビビってたけ
I
ど
was still
ね。
just a kid.
キャラじゃないのに
I worried about it a ton, which wasn't like me, but in the end, my desire to help others won out.
ただ
Gramps didn't agree, though. He was completely against me doing it because he thought I would just be some guinea pig. Kamui frowned as he recalled what happened back then, but Mr. Zenji must have been adamant in his refusal.
最初のうちは研究機関の人も紳士的っていうか話せば分かってもらえるはずです。
At first, the people at the
根気よく
research
説得
institute
し
were
ましょう
polite.
とか言ってたんだけど、
They were certain they'd convince him.
いざ顔を合わせることになったらじいちゃんの剣幕に押されに押されまくって最後の方なんか涙目になってたな。
But when they met face to face, he shut them down so fiercely they were in tears.
結局プロジェクトへの参加は保護者の許可を得てからって話は立ち消えになって、
Eventually, they waived needing to have a guardian's permission and just needed my consent. Then you went ahead.
うん。
I went
じいちゃんの
against
静
Gramps'
止を振り
wishes
切
and
る
participated.
そんなだったからじいちゃんと気まずい時期もあったんだけど最終的には黙認
Things got awkward between Gramps and me, but
向こ
he
うが折れてくれ
ended
た
up
感じに
sort
なった
of
けどね。
tactically approving it.
いまだに俺が心配なんだと思う。
I think he was just worried about me. Gramps is stubborn,
Ji-chan
though, so he had
も頑固だ
never
から。
said that directly. Are you still part of that project?
参加してるといえば
I guess in a way,
参加
it's
してるの
taken a
かな。
different form. Kamui smiled suggestively when he said that. I'm getting a weird feeling of deja vu, like I know what he's talking about, but can't quite recall its name. The Research Institute project that changed. Oh, does he mean the project is the Blooms, yeah?
さすが大当たり。
I knew you'd figure it out, but what does that have to do with the
検
illness?
査を続けてるうちにいろいろあってある日超能力に目覚めちゃ
When I
っ
was
たん
taking the
だ。
test, I kind of got superpowers. Kamui struck a pose and threw up a peace sign, currently tilting his head to the side. Wait. What does all that jazz
い
entail?
やあんまり面白くないと
It's
思
not
う。
really that interesting. Kamui kept smiling, plastered on his face, but he wouldn't say anything more on the subject and pivoted to the conversation my
そんな
way.
こんなでブルームズの
I
一
became
員
a
にな
member
っ
of the
たもの
Blooms,
の
but I had to keep it a secret.
だから詳細は
That's
伏
why I
せ
don't talk about the
全部
details
ま
and
とめ
just
て
call the whole thing a
ブルームズ
project.
の活動も人
The
助け
Blooms'
だし
mission into him.
そう考
I'm
えれば
gonna-
どっちも同じようなものだしね。
I'm probably almost done with this scene, honestly. Now that I was thinking about muting him just to get through it faster. This time, Kamui's smile wasn't masked anything. He radiated genuine happiness, which made me
どの
help
口が言う
heartwarm.
んだって感
I
じな
know
んだけど
there's
さ。
not much I can do about it, but I don't want Gramps to worry about me so
め
much.
ちゃくちゃ元気だし
He's still
口う
ridiculously
るさいし
healthy
今も
and
ライフ
nags
ラ
all
イン
the
整備班
time,
で
and he still
委託職員として
works
現
for
役
the
バリ
Lifeline
バリに
maintenance
働
force,
いて
but
るけ
he
ど
is getting old. Kamui scratched his cheek absent-mindedly and continued in a somewhat bashful tone. I'm going to unmute his grandfather just in case he pops up again, so he has a voice. He can be on the same level as Liz.
だからもしじいちゃんに何
If
か聞
Gramps
か
ever
れても
asks, just tell him I'm doing well. Huh? What should I say? Mr. Genzi confided in me earlier with that he was concerned.
嘘をつくみたいで気が進まないかな。けどじいちゃんとはいつも一緒にい
I
られ
can
ない
always
し
see Gramps, so it's better than making him worry. Komori looked at me with a pleading expression, though I felt at a loss for words. I'm sorry. I apologized to him silently and then smiled. I won't make him worry. I won't say anything that'll make Mr. Genzi worry. It pained me to lie, but I couldn't think of what else I could do when I saw how earnest Kamui was. I have to make sure I support Kamui so that Mr. Genji won't have to worry. That's great. Kamui seemed relieved as he then crouched down on the spot, utterly exhausted. Are you alright?
平気平気。なんか一気に力が抜けちゃって。
Oh gosh.
膝とかガクガク笑っちゃってるし。
My knees are totally shaky. Mr. Zenji must be that important to
い
you.
やそうでもないよ。なんて。
Not exactly, though I guess that doesn't sound too convincing. Kamui grinned wearily as he slowly stood up.
本当。
Thanks. I'm glad to introduce you to
俺
Gramps.
だけじゃ。
I won't be able to get him to stop worrying on my own. He gave a forlorn sort of smile after saying that.
あのさ。
Would you go with me to see Gramps again another time? Of course. I responded without hesitation, and Kamui happily held out his right pinky.
じゃあ約束。
Pinky swear. Really? I never thought I'd hear that word pinky swear come out of Kamui's mouth, but I stared at him blankly.
俺のイメージじゃない？まあ確かにちょっと子供っぽいかもね。
Think I'm too cool to pinky swear? I guess it's kind of. You can just stop reading my mind now.
だって君。
You make it too easy. So this is my fault? You don't feel guilty at all?
ごめんごめん。自分で言っておいてなんだけど、やっぱこの年で。
I'm sorry. I feel embarrassed pinky swearing at my age. Why pinky swear anyways? My mom and I did them all the time when I was a kid. It was her thing. Oh, I see. I remember she said she was the bravest at the hospital, so I had to promise to eat my veggies, be good with Gramps, things like that. When Gramps heard her say that, he took full advantage. He made all the vegetables I hated for dinner that night. Kamui spoke about it fondly, but he couldn't hide the shadow that had fallen over his face.
絶対また遊びに行こうって約束して。母さんも父さんも帰ってこなかったんだけどね。
That was the last time I made a pinky swear. I'd been too afraid to do them ever since, or make any promises for that matter. I just avoid it. But it came naturally with you. I have no idea why. It's strange. The setting sun illuminated Kamui's smile, which looked simultaneously downcast and shy. As I started to smile, something compelled me to take his hand. I'll keep my promise.
ありがとう。
Thanks. I didn't know who moved first, but our fingers intertwined. I could feel heat radiating through his hands, which then found its way to my face. His hands? I had a dream that night. I realized I was dreaming because even though it felt so real, something was just off. Kamui was using his powers without transforming and was fighting a horde of kaiju.
危ない。もっと下がって。
Fall back. Kamui got behind Mocha. You need to focus on foresight right now.
モカって
Who's
誰の？
Mocha? What? I didn't understand his question and froze in surprise while Kamui continued to attack the kaiju. Mocha was in the back with me. I turned around to look for Mocha, but I couldn't find her anywhere. Is she not here because it's a dream? Then what about Kaori and Haruka? I gasped and looked towards the front line, but the two of them were also missing.
ねえ、誰か探してるの？
What are you looking for? Kaori and Haruka.
うん、
Those names don't ring a bell.
ここには俺と君だけ
It's
だろ。
just you and me. But that can't be. You, me, Mocha, Karua, and Haruka, the five of us are the blooms. I knew there wasn't anything to do because it was a dream, but I couldn't let it go. Don't you remember them?
そっか。
Maybe I forgot.
どうして大事なことほど。
How come the most precious things always slip through my fingers? I bolted upright and found myself awake. I'm in my room. It was just a dream after all. I sighed and fell back into bed. I was covered in cold sweat and my body felt heavy like it did after a strenuous gym class. What was up with that dream? No one replied, though. That was no surprise. My words simply melted into the darkness.
お昼ご飯食べる時間なくなっちゃうよ。起きて起きて。
Wake up, you won't have time to eat. What? Oh, Kamui. I looked up in surprise when I heard my name and my eyes met Kamui's. He looked concerned. That's right, I was waiting for Sina's noon broadcast to finish. When did I fall asleep?
大丈夫？具合悪い？
Are you feeling under the weather? No, not at all. Are we in the next one now? Yeah. Cool. There has a bad ending here. What's our stats look like? Oh man. I don't know if that's good or not. Not at all. I just didn't get enough sleep.
ああ、確かに目の下にクマできてる。
Got dark circles under your eyes. Kamui peered into my face as he said that. Kamui, you're getting awfully close.
何か悩み事？
Something bothering you? We can talk about it if you want. Kamui didn't pay attention to my protest, but I could tell from his expression that he was truly worried about me. Should I tell him about the dream?
女の子同士の方が話しやすかったりする？もしそうならセナになるから言ってね。
Would be easier to talk to a girl. I can turn to Sina if that's the case. Just let me know. Kamui chuckled as he said that. But she's still you.
まあね。でもほら、見た目とか雰囲気が違うと結構そのイメージに引っ張られると思うんだよね。さて
When you
さ
look
て。
different, you start to feel different. So who shall it be, ma'am? Please stay as you.
いいでしょう。
As you wish. Kamui nodded theatrically, but didn't broach the subject right away. He simply held out a cup of aromatic tea. Thank you. Don't mind if I
どう
do.
ぞどうぞ。まだ暑いから気をつけてね。
Go for it, but be careful because it's still hot. The tea he had made was oddly sweet, and I felt its warmth seep through my entire body. I let out a sigh and began to quietly explain. I didn't sleep very well because I had a bad dream. I realized it was a dream when I was in it, but the whole thing just felt so real.
そういう時って余計にモヤモヤしない？頭が騙されるっていうか、誤認識しちゃって、夢
I
な
don't
の
like
に
it.
夢じゃ。
It's tricking my mind. Yeah, that's exactly it. I couldn't just say, oh, it was all a dream. My mind was completely alert and I couldn't fall back to sleep.
辛いよね。
That's rough. Sounds like you've had the exact same
夢は
experience.
ね、俺にとって鬼門というか、あ、眠ってる時に見るやつね。
My dreams never turn out well. I'm talking about the ones when I'm asleep, mind you. Maybe it's because he realized how bitter he sounded, but Kamui threw in a tiny joke to lighten the mood. I pretended not to notice and just nodded, acknowledging what he said. So you're saying that you don't usually have good dreams?
あんまりというか、いや、うん。
That's not exactly. More like, it's usually like Kamui to be at a loss for words, but if he didn't want to talk about it, he wouldn't have brought it up. I didn't want to press him and thought that maybe we should end it here, but then Kamui continued on a soft voice.
予知夢もどきよね。
Sometimes I have prophetic dreams.
普通の夢とは違って妙にリアルで、起きると能力を使った後みたいな疲労感もある。でも
They're usually
Yours is
realistic and I
Elena.
feel tired when I wake up, but I've used foresight, but it's not exactly the same feeling. What's the difference?
いい質問だね。二つの違いは見てる未来の
The
範囲
difference is
だ
how
よ。
far I see.
今から離れるほど未来は不安定になる。 不確定要素が増える一方だからね。
The future becomes more uncertain the further from the present it is. Too many unknown variables and all
予
that.
知夢もどきはその点を全然考慮してないから、平気で数ヶ月後の話を見せてくるんだよね。
But my prophetic dreams don't account for that. They show me things that happened months later. Kamui looked disturbed as he explained everything, and from the tone of his voice, I guess his visions didn't portend good news.
そんなわけで、どう考えてもオーバーワークだから明らかに予知じゃないんだけど。
I feel like it's obviously not foresight, or else I'd be extremely overworked.
寝てる時にリミッター的なものが外れて、本当に夢の中で予知を見ていたとしたらなんて考え出すと。
What if my limitations go away when I sleep? Took another sip of my tea, unsure of what I could say to
あ、
him.
ごめん。そもそも君の話を聞いてたのに。
I just end up blathering about myself. Now it's all right. Do you have these kind of dreams regularly? Maybe there's a way to deal with them.
超能力に目覚めた直後なんかはまだライフロットのコントロールができなくて、半ば強制的に見せられてたって感じかな。
When I first awakened with my powers, I couldn't control foresight and often got them. It was like I was forced to see them.
今は疲れてる時とか風邪ひいてる時とか、やっぱり力をコントロールしきれなくなる
잠깐만요.
と上映会が始まっちゃうみたいなんだよね。
Right, I don't know. I might end up being RB one more time. The person didn't answer. I lose a little control when I'm tired, or if I have a cold, then it's like I'm watching a movie. So the way to deal with it is to not get too exhausted.
うん。それに尽きるね。というわけで、放課後は俺とデートしよう。夕方までは害獣も出現しないみ
Let's
たい
go on
だ
a
しね。
date. The kaiju won't show up until the evening. We leaned towards me with a dazzling smile, but he just slipped. Did he just slip asking me on a date in there? I think I misheard
今
you.
日の放課後、俺とデートしよう。
Let's go on a date after school. Nope, I heard him loud and clear. If you don't mind me asking, where did this come from all of a sudden?
夢見が悪いって場合も、体調不良だったり、ストレスが原因ってことも多いんだって。
Let's go on a date to relax. Okay, I guess that makes sense, or maybe it doesn't.
はいそこ、難しく考えすぎない。
No need to overthink it. I noticed Kamui reaching for me out of the corner of my eye, but I had no idea he was going to sandwich my face between his hands. What are you doing?
俺もあんま人のこと言えた義理じゃないけど、適度に休んで、遊んで、コンディション整えるのも任務の一環だと思うんだよ
I
ね。
know I'm not one to talk, but resting, having fun, and taking care of yourself are part of your duties too.
正直、害獣との戦いは終わりが見えないじゃない。いつまで続くんだろうなって思っちゃった時点で、
To be
すで
honest,
に
our
スト
battles
レ
with
スも相
kaiju
当
are
かかってるわ
no
けで
end
す
in
よ。
sight. It's super stressful when you realize how it's going to drag
それ
on.
でもこの戦いから降りられない以上、うまくストレスと付き合っていかないと
We
ね。
have to manage our stress for now. I felt like Kamui was saying this just as much for himself as for me. Kamui's gotten worn out too. He's looked frightened fighting along Woo! Kamui's gotta be worn out. He's been fighting along Kaori and the others long before I joined the Blooms. I moved to Kamui's hands away from my face and looked into his eyes, setting aside whether it's a date or not. I'd like to go out with you after school.
おお。
You mean it? Yeah. Why are you so
だっ
surprised?
て急だったし、デートってなるとお断りされる可能性も上がるだろ
I
う。
called it a date. I thought you rejected outright. I said we're setting the date thing aside.
デート以外の何者でもないと思うんだけどな。もしかして君、照れてる？
Then what would you call it? Don't tell me you're feeling shy. You're the one who's shy. Your face is bright red.
え？
Seriously? Huh?
いた。
Kamui had gone and smacked his own face. Actually, it looks like he was trying to cover it, but he overdid it and ended up slapping himself. Are you okay? That sounded like it hurt.
大丈夫じゃない。けど、
I'm okay, but not okay? What's that supposed to mean? I wonder if I should ask to clarify, but he asked me a question instead.
俺、
My face was red? Yeah, and I think it's even redder now.
そっか。
If I'm not mistaken. I wanted to know what he was going to say, but couldn't bring myself to ask him when we jumped up energetically from his seat.
用事を思い出したから、俺行くね。せっかく待っててくれたのに、お昼一緒に食べられなくて。
I just remember something I gotta run. We have to eat together. Don't worry about it. So, should we meet again after school?
うん。
Yeah.
楽しみにしてら。
Looking forward to it. Kamui turned to me briefly, waved, and then he took off with amazing speed and exited the prep room with a flash. I wonder what's so important. I hope he makes it in time. She said, obliviously. Turns out we couldn't go on our date after all. A few hours later, we were standing by the outer wall where a group of kaiju had appeared. I'd felt relieved because Senna said in the noon broadcast the kaiju wouldn't appear until evening, but we didn't expect them to come out the second afternoon turned to evening. Kamui suggested a date, so he was just as surprised as anyone. Started to panic right when the evening broadcast began.
みんな行きますわよ。一匹もコロニーに侵入させませんわ。
We must move out, not a single fiend must
う
enter.
るさい。テンション高すぎ。
Hurting my ears.
嫌気っぱちってやつなんかな。危うく余地と余地の隙間で怪獣が襲ってくるとこやったもんな。
The vectors nearly slipped between her predictions.
聞こえてますわよ。
I can hear you two.
ははは。まあ結果オーライでしょう。システムの隙間を突かれそうになったけど、こうやって対処できてるんだしさ。
Well, it all turned out okay. At least they almost took advantage of a gap in our system. We caught it. I nodded in agreement with Kaori. Let's just focus on the kaiju. We'll discuss countermeasures when they're back at the command
見え
center.
てきましたわ。ほら、あそこ。
They're swarming over there. There were a lot of kaiju attacking tonight. I have to provide more support to Sina. I need to focus on supporting everyone. Headed to the front lines. I watched the three of them go as I called out to Sina. I'm going to go back them, so please just focus on staying alert.
私に指示を出すなんて、あなたも随
You
分
sure have matured. Foresight is our last resort, so you have to preserve your strength, right?
いいですわ。あなたのプランに乗りましょう。
There's no time for quarreling.
くれぐれも無理はしないこと。約束できますわね。
Don't ever tax yourself, promise me. You have to promise too then.
まあ、言うようになって。
Be careful. I will. Wait, is he falling in love with me and his predictions aren't as good? The kaiju weren't as aggressive this time, and many of them retreated after a little pushback. Soon only a few
簡
remained.
単に倒しちゃうんだね。つまん
Took
ない
him down too
な
fast. That's no fun at all. Hi, Yukonami. I think his name's Yukonami. Actually, I guess it's pretty obvious.
ねえ、今度は僕と遊んでよ。
My turn to play. Yukonami flashed an innocent grin as he lunged forward with his agility. Kaori and Haruka tried to fight back, but Yukonami was too quick and dodged all of the attacks. Even seemed to be teasing them by dashing around and taking swipes. These strikes aren't causing serious damage, but he'll wear us down at this rate.
私が動きを予知して香りたちに指示を出しますが
I'll predict his movements. Sina stepped in front of me. Don't! It'll be too big of a strain. I tried to stop her, but Sina unleashed her powers right away.
香りはるか右次は後ろ
Sina.
ライフロットを発動してる。
She's using foresight.
ああもうさっさとあいつを倒そうこんな能力の使い方じゃ
Sina won't last
分かって
long.
る。
Kaori and Haruka charged their approach substantially after Sina instructed. They began to land their attacks, and I could see the tides turning in our favor.
他の害獣はもうおしまいやあとはちょろちょろ動き回るあいつだけやけどこの分ならすぐに決着がつきそうやな
The other kaiju are down. All that's left is this one. Sina concentrated with Herculean effort as she shouted orders at Kao and Hakuna. Just a little more, please hold on. I focused on Sina, was silently pleading with her.
次は左後方
Sina's breathing grew more and more strained as her expression turned grave. That's it, I have to stop her. I moved to Sina and reached for her shoulder. Ah! The moment I touched Sina, a scream tore through her. Sina? Sina doubled over and grabbed her head as she were being excruciating pain. She overdid it with foresight in a short span of time. So this is the price she pays. She needs to rest immediately. Mocha, I need you to help. We need to get Sina to the command center. I glanced over at Mocha, but in the next moment, Sina suddenly groaned in pain. Sina! I grasped and looked back at her. She was completely dazed, her eyes wandering around without focus.
私
Where am I? Sina then unceremoniously sat down on the ground. Sina!
どないしたん
What's wrong? Snap out of it! Mocha and I both knelt down, calling out Sina and trying to get her to focus. Sina's eyes remained glassy as she mumbled to herself.
ちょっと今は僕と遊んでるんでしょなんでそいつに構うの
Supposed to be playing with me? How come she gets all the attention? I realized the attacks had stopped. Yukonami was standing atop a pile of rubble, looking down on us with displeasure.
ああつまんないの
I'm so over this. Yukonami resembled a petulant child as he turned away and vanished. What's he up to? Don't tell me he's going to the colony. We had to avoid the scenario at all costs. I quickly called out to the rest of the girls. I think I'll go after him will kill me. Oh no, let's see. I'll go after him. You all take care of Sina. And the others, Yukonami disappeared. I caught a glimpse of Yukonami back before loud roar rang in my ears. Perhaps the kaiju had been following Yukonami as he fled. I was caught off guard, and the next instant the kaiju sharp claws pierced my back. I wonder if they managed to get Sina back safely. I recalled Sina's face with my last breath, and as my consciousness faded, I prayed for her safety. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun.
記録して
Classic horror movie tropes never go alone. I'm gonna go with it. Kaori Haruka go after him. Yukonami.
あんたとモカはセナをお願い
Take care,
私た
Sina.
ちを待たずに指令室に運んで。
Go to the command center. Alright, thank you. We all nodded to each other and got
あれ
moving.
雪波がいると思ったんだけどな
I thought Yukonami would be here. A familiar voice suddenly cut through the air. It sounded very unbothered, which felt incongruous and current status. Moravia?
やあ久しぶりだね 夕飯ができたから雪並みを迎えに来たんだけど、
Dinner's ready,
入
so
れ
I came to
違
get
いになったか
Yukonami.
な？
But maybe I missed him.
ゆ
Dinner?
ん？今日は諸事情で遅れてしまってね。夜食って言った方が正解かな。
Oh, something held me up, so it's late today. I suppose it's more like a midnight snack.
いやいやいや、そんなんどうでもええやろ。
That's not the issue. Mocha tried to clarify, though she was bewildered. Even Haruka was usually calm, was caught off guard, and just stared at Moravia slack-jawed. Yukonami got bored and left.
ああ、そうなの？じゃあ回収してこなきゃ。
Then I better go
Matane.
get him. Catch you later. Moravia waved and then disappeared from view. She seriously just left, and we were able to hold a conversation with her.
まあ、会話が成立しとったかは
I'm not
微
sure
妙
I'd
なと
call
こ
that
や
a
けど。
conversation. As we all carefully let down our guards, the commander's voice boomed from a nearby
みんな
speaker.
お疲れ様。
Good
疲
job.
れているところ悪いけど急いでセナを運んで。
Please bring Sina back right away. Yeah, that was the goal. We brought Sina back to the command center, and the commander and Ro rushed her to another room. The rest of us stayed in the command center for a long time, not saying a
3
word.
人ともなかなか帰ってこないね。
They're taking a while. Kaoria broke the silence first. Sina was acting strained, wasn't she?
もしかして気がつかないうちにモラビアたちに攻撃されてたとか。
Think Moravia could have attacked her without us
うち
knowing?
のギフトアビリティとか香りのマインドオペレートとかそっち系の能力を使われたんかな。
Maybe she used something similar to sap or Kaoria's hypnosis. I don't know, but Sina definitely was holding her head in pain. I didn't think this was Moravi's doing, but I couldn't rule it out, the possibility, until we knew for sure. Something like this happened before when Kamui had finished the broadcast and was resting in the chemistry prep room. The sound of footsteps interrupted my thoughts. I looked up and saw the commander walking towards us, face
Yeah.
rocked.
お待たせ。
Thanks for your patience. Commander, are you alone? Where's
セナ君
Sina?
は落ち着いてきたから富塚君に付き添ってもらって先に返してよ。
Sina managed to calm down, so I had Ro escort
セ
her
ナ
home.
はどうしてもうたの？何がね
Happened?
まさかとは思うけどライフロットの代償じゃないよね。
Is this the price of using foresight?
この場面で黙るのは
I'll take your
Contest.
silence as yes. Commander, please tell us the truth. Our teamwork was as strong now as it was in battle, leaving the commander no choice but to explain. He hesitated momentarily, then heaved a deep sigh.
君たちの言う通りだ。
You're right.
それぞれの固有能力の代償についてはごくごくプライベートな情報だし今まで説明してこなかったけれど
Each of your abilities come with a price. We decided to keep the specifics private, so I've never explained them to you.
セナ君に関しては今度のこともあるからねみんなにも伝えておくよ
There's an issue of how Sina was going to move forward, so I'll tell you everything now. The commander's frank tone made it all the more frightening. Both earlier tonight and the other day in the prep room, Kamui didn't seem to be just in a daze. It was more like, that can't be a side effect. I'm overthinking it. It's going to be something else. I fervently hoped I was wrong, even as my suspicions grew in my mind, causing my stomach to twist into knots. I'm terrified to hear the truth, but I can't just run away. I gripped the hem of my skirt and steadied my hands and waited for the commander to
セナは
continue.
予知の能力を使いすぎると記憶喪失の症状を引き起こすんだ
When Sina overuses foresight, she starts suffering symptoms of amnesia. My heart pounded loudly in my ears and the air rushed out of my lungs. My mind had gone completely blank.
なくした記憶は戻るの？っていうかそんな重い代償が出るのに戦闘以外でも能力を使わせてたなんて。
It's a heavy price to pay.
ありえへんやろそ
Are
ない
you
な
out
こ
of
と。
my mind? Kaori and Mocha shouted, looking ready to take a swing at the commander. Haruka began asking rapid-fire questions, distressed evident on her normally placid face.
本人に詳細は伝達済み症状の持続時間はそもそも最初に発覚したのはい
You
つ
told her this? How long has the symptoms last? When did you discover it in the first place? I opened my mouth to say my piece, but in that moment my voice failed. I knew Kamui had been overdoing it, and I knew there were side effects. But all I did was worry. I didn't try harder to stop him.
批判は甘んじて受けるよただ言い訳に聞こえるかもしれないけど
You weren't
ラ
doing
イフ
nothing
ロットの
about
代
it.
償が発覚してからは
Ro Ro and I
と
have
にかく
been
セナ君が
carefully
疲労の上
monitoring the
限に達
numbers
しな
so
いようにっ
Cena's
て
fatigue wouldn't reach its limit.
だったら今日のことはセナだけ退却させることもできたんじゃないの？
What about today? You could have let her retreat.
そうだね。すべて僕の采配ミスだ。
That was my mistake. The commander bowed deeply and no one blamed him any further. I think we all felt his apology came from the heart rather than him trying to appease us and get through with a
気
discern.
休めになるかわからないけれど、帰宅前にセナ君を研究所で見てもらったところ、一時的に記憶が混濁しただけとの診断だっ
That's
た。
not something you can determine. Her memory loss is temporarily. Really?
しっかり休めば記憶は戻るはずだ
Her
よ。
memory should return if she rests, but doesn't she still have to use foresight every day? That's not resting.
予知の回数を減らせないか、上層部に打診するよ。明日にはみんなに結果を伝えら
I'm
れる
going
と
to
思う。
suggest she reduces her foresight usage. I'll tell the higher ups tomorrow. Okay. Though I don't expect they'll resend that order. So here's one thing. I don't know. I can't remember the game specifically. The things keep happening differently based on who you pick. Like this doesn't happen in like the other stories. Everyone's story has them centered focus, but in other games I've played with this, for an example, they sent two of the characters to a different place randomly in one of these stories. And when that happened, they were gone for like a month or something like that. But in this story, that doesn't happen at all. And at no point did Cena do daily broadcasts. So typically, when they have these different branching stories, they usually have some of those lingering things like, oh, I know what's happening because it happened in that story when I played through it. None of this is familiar. So it's really interesting and also a little frustrating. I tried to think about what I could do, but all I felt was a sense of dread. Well, it's Grandpa. The next morning, I happened across Kamui on my way to school. It was unusual to see him alone. He looked so pale. He must still be tired after what happened yesterday. Maybe he was keeping quiet so the other girls wouldn't worry about him. Kamui, you should be resting today.
ああ、おはよう。
Ohio.
昨日は心配かけてごめんね。一晩寝たらすっかり元気になりました。
I got some sleep and feel much better. What are you talking about? You're paler than a ghost right now. You're obviously pushing yourself too hard.
ああ、気づいちゃったか。低血圧だ
It's
からなの
just my low
か。
blood
や
sugar.
た
I'm
ら
not
朝に
really a
弱い。
morning person.
でも起きちゃえば調
Well,
子
I'll be
も上が
better
って
once
い
I'm
く
fully
だけ
awake.
だ
I'm
し。
fine. Don't you worry. He didn't look fine, but Kamui smiled at me and insisted he'd be okay. Just in case, could you not do the morning broadcast or at least delay it a little?
そんなのダメだ。
No way. Kamui abruptly cut me off.
ごめん。いきなり大きな声出して。
I have to do the broadcast on
いろんな人
schedule.
があの放送を当てにして。
A
一
lot of people
日の
base their day on what I say. I guess that's true, but
俺の体調を心配してくれてるんだよね。伝わってるよ。
I can tell you're worried. I appreciate it. But think of it
放課
this
後デ
way.
ートのリベンジをするためにも、あの放
We
送
have
は
to do the
欠かせない
broadcast. We have another shot of our date. We can have our date whenever. It's more concerned with your needing to rest. My stubbornness wouldn't allow. My stubbornness wouldn't allow me to back down, but Kamui simply brushed me off with a smile.
わあ、いいこと聞いちゃったな。それってつまり、いつでも放課後デートを受け付けてくれるってことだよね。
That means you'll go on a date with me anytime, huh? But that's not.
あ、ゆっくりしてたら遅れちゃいそう。またお昼にね。
We're gonna be late. I'll see you at lunch. Alright, are we. Where are we? Okay, we're at. There's another bad ending. And then. Interesting. Okay. Wait, did I get the bad ending? Oh no, I got that bad ending. My apologies. I already got that bad ending. I got murdered. Okay. We're gonna be late at this rate. See you at lunch. Kamui took off like he was trying to flee, though he wasn't going very fast. I could catch up to him without transforming. I'd just make him more tired if I chased after him, though. I'll wait for him in the prep room. Before he departed, Kamui seemed more off-kilter than before. I could see the future. I couldn't see the future, but a foreboding feeling still roiled in my stomach. That's because you
皆さん
can see the future.
おはようございます。朝からお昼までの
Of course, for the morning began as I heard the
ど
prep
うぞ
room.
安心してくださいな。
No
今日
kaiju
も
will
それ
repair.
ではまたお昼の放送でお会いしましょう。
I'll see you for the noon broadcast. Have a lovely day. As soon as broadcast ended, I hurried over to the prep room as quickly as I could. Spurred by my desire to see Kamui's face as soon as possible, I made my way into the chem lab and through the hidden passage.
さっきぶりだね。またお昼にって言わなかったっけ？
I didn't even have time to start missing you. Oh wait, I didn't check. I got so distracted. Wait, I don't even have a picture for a while. That's 5 turns before you get another picture. That's terrible. I didn't even have enough time to start missing you. I thought we were meeting for lunch. That was your suggestion. I never agreed to wait until noon.
ちょっと待った
Wait, what did you say? Oh, Mr. Kuramori, you're here.
いました、いたんです。最初からカムイ君の隣にね。それより、またお昼にってどういうこと？
What's this about you
君
meeting
と
for
は
lunch?
前にもここで会ったよね。もしかして、あれからずっとお昼の放送後にカムイ君に会いに来てるの？
Don't tell me you've been meeting for a while. Oh, I never told Mr. Kuramori about Kumai and I haven't been eating lunch in the prep room. Yeah, that's right. Should I have reported it?
そうだね。聞いておきたかったかな。
Wish you would have told
ご
me.
めん。俺も報告するタイミングを
Must have slipped my
本当に
mind.
それだけかい？
Sure about that?
まだな。タイはないよ。
I didn't mean anything by it. I
お
just
昼ご飯くらい
wanted to eat in
落ち着
peace
いた
and
環
quiet
境で
without worrying about
周囲の
prying
目を
eyes.
気にせず食べたいな。
I just
ゆっく
needed
り
some
休み
rest, you
だから
know?
内緒にしておきたかった。言い出しそびれてしまった
So
っ
it
て
slipped
こ
your mind
と？
because you wanted privacy?
そういうことになる
I
ね。
guess that's what happened. Nice work,
さすが
Misaki.
まさ
Sharp as always. Mr. Kuramori still looks suspicious, but he remained silent. They explicitly told me not to meet Senna during the broadcast, and I broke that promise. I've been worried about Komori, but the fact remains that I disregarded the rules. I'm sorry. Mr. Kuramori's phone rang at that moment, cutting me
もしも
off.
し、倉森です。
I can't hear what?
わかりました。
I'll send
す
to
ぐにブルー
Blooms.
ムズを向かわせます。
Of course, that issue is Blooms. Does he mean some kaiju appeared? But earlier,
とにかく今は害
right
獣
now,
の
our
対処が最
top
優先
priority
です
is to deal with the kaiju. Hung up abruptly, which I'd rarely seen him do. Then he turns to Kamui and
上層部からだった。居住エリアに害獣が出現したそうだ。
there's a
急いで
kaiju in the
け。
residential area. Head
よしよ。
immediately. My foresight was wrong. Kamui's face paled and began to lean over as if on the verge of collapsing. I rushed to his side.
どう
Kamui,
しよう。昼まで害獣は出ないって放送で言ったばっかりなのに。
what do I do? I just announced there wouldn't be any kaiju this morning. Kamui's lip quivered with fear. I didn't know what to say to him.
二人とも聞こえなかったのかい？害獣が出現したのは居住エリアなんだ。
There are
現場は
vectors in
パニ
the
ック状態。
residential district. Go. Kamui's head snapped up, surprised when he heard the commander's words.
被害を最小限に食い止めるためにも、変身して現場に向かってくれ。一刻も早く。
We need to minimize the damage. Go. A bright glimmer returned to Kamui's eyes as the commander's words sunk.
行こう。
Let's go. Yeah. Okay, let me make sure I'm not confused. Am I? Okay, yeah, I'm at 4-1. Okay, cool. There's no bad ending, but he could end up with amnesia forever. Sienna and I didn't wait for the others. We headed straight to the residential district. I thought the academy would be in chaos because Sina's predictions had been wrong, but to my surprise, everyone was in class as usual. I figured the higher-ups didn't sound the alarm because the kaiju appeared in a different area. While I had mixed feelings about that, it did mean we were able to leave the academy without anyone seeing us transform. All we could hear was the blaring of the alarms and roars of the kaiju when we arrived at the residential district. The rescue team isn't here yet. A lot of trees have been knocked down and the roads destroyed. So maybe they're
今は
stuck.
害獣の対処が最優先ですわ。
We have to handle the kaiju. I know,
で
but
すが、移動中にサイコキネシスを使って 街路樹や建物の破片をどけていくことは可
We
能
can
で
use
すよね。
psychokinesis to move trees and debris as we go, correct? Yeah, but only...
無理のない範囲で。でしょ？それくらい分かってますわ。
I know some things. Sina nodded with a smug smile, but burst out laughing as if she couldn't hold it in. What's wrong?
ごめんなさい。この時にあなたとこういうやりとりをするのが久しぶりで、なんだ
I
か
apologize.
懐かしく思えてしまって。
This is an appropriate time, but it's been a while since we had an exchange like this. Sina closed her eyes quietly, and for a moment she looked as though she might just disappear. I couldn't help but call out her name. Sina?
さてと、無駄
A
話
knife
は
auto
こ
chit
こま
chat.
でに
Let's
して。
move towards the kaiju. Yeah, let's do that. Dang, that's a lot of kaiju. Found a horde of kaiju that were destroying empty buildings. They hadn't noticed the people had already evacuated. There's more than I expected.
ええ、
More
私た
than
ちの
two
手
of
に
us
は余ります
can
わ。
handle. We should concentrate on keeping them in the area until the others arrive. Got it. Sina and I set up a perimeter and blocked the kaiju's path while simultaneously corralling them into a single location. It'd be best if we could move them beyond the outer wall, but it's just not possible with only two of us.
こうなってくると持久戦ですわね。
This battle will be a long one. We'd backed into each other without knowing, Sina's elbows hitting my arm. I heard a pained groan and looked over my shoulder to see Sina wiping sweat from her brow. I think Sina's at her limit. I should act as a decoy and go ahead. However, the moment I made that decision,
よし、間に合った。
we made it just in time. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Fiora and the others deployed a responding shockwave as they rushed to the scene. Took you long enough.
遅いですわよ。真打ちは遅れてやってくる。
Heroes
言う
always
や
step
ろ
in at the last minute. I'll be counting on you then.
怪獣の
So
数が
many
多い。
kaiju. What's the
作
plan?
戦は
Oh no, I'm at 81. Dear. Cast Augment. I'll use Augment and fight with my full powers. How does that sound?
わかりやすくていいですわね。
I like it. Everyone took Sina's smile as a signal and dashed towards the
一気に攻めるよ。
了解。
We got this. It's a reassuring when the five of us are together. My fatigue from earlier dissipated, and I unleashed Augment with full force. We changed the tides of battle in no time and soon took the offense. At the rate we're going, I think we'll be able to push the kaiju beyond the outer wall. Right when I was about to suggest so, an innocent voice with a cruel edge cut through the air.
やっと出てきた。待ちくたびれて昼寝しちゃったよ。
You're finally here. I got tired of waiting. I took a nap. Yukonami? We all reflexively moved in a defensive stance while Yukonami continued non.
今度こそ僕と遊んだよね。この間そいつばっかり構っちゃって。全然僕と遊んでくれないんだもん。
Oh no, now it's my turn. But giving her so much attention, not playing with me at all. Yukonami pouted and pointed at Sina when he said her. But his mouth quickly morphed into a smile and he squealed like a child who just found his favorite
でも
toy.
さ、昼間のこのエリアなら人間も多いし、そいつにばっかり構ってられないもんね。
There's a lot of humans here during the day, so she can't keep your attention
こ
all
の
the
前みたい
time.
に僕を放っておいたら大変なことになっちゃうんじゃない？
If you let me go like you did the other day, well, something bad will happen.
最低。何考えてるの？怪獣を引き連れて街を壊して回ったのは遊び相手が欲しかっただけ。
Kaijin started destroying the town because you were bored? Well, we all clearly showed our confusion and disgust, but Yukonami looked genuinely
ごちゃご
confused.
ちゃ言われてもよくわかんない。僕
Are we playing or not? Yukonami snapped the irritation and unleashed psychokinesis on a nearby building. Yukonami, calm down. Why don't we talk? Before I could finish my sentence, the debris from the building suddenly flung itself back towards Yukonami. Psychokinesis again? Someone's aiming for Yukonami, but who?
こんな形で私たちの気を引いて嬉しい。
Is that satisfactory since you want our attention and all? Turns out I didn't have to check who it was attacking. Sina's voice shook as she raised her hands in the air.
自分に構って欲しくてすることがこれ。
You did this for attention? How selfish can you
何
be?
それ？僕と遊べないってこと？
Saying you won't play with
こんな
me?
やり方 間違ってますわ。
What you're doing is wrong.
はは
Right, wrong. What does that have to do with me? I just want someone to look at me. The conversation was getting nowhere. Pushing back, it was obvious neither would concede.
雪並は
I shall bring you down. Sina, wait! Before I could stop her, Sina made her declaration and leapt straight for Yukonami.
え
Sina going to a
それ
direct
以外
attack?
に考えられないと思うけど。
That's all I can think. There's still kaiju remaining. We should split up. Okay, let's see. Is there a bad ending here? Because if there is, I'm going to... No, okay. Go with Sina. I'll move forward with Sina.
やっぱりね、そう言うだろうと思った。
Let you
害
say
獣の相手
so.
は
We'll
私
take care of the kaiju. Thanks. Got the rest of them and hurried to catch up with Sina. I thought Yukonami's nimble attacks would cause us trouble again, but
うわちょっとねえストップ何本気になってるの必死すぎでしょ
weren't you being a little extreme? Yukonami had been jumping around Sina, but now he actually tried to maintain his distance. Sina was able to read his movements with foresight and had backed Yukonami into a
さ
corner.
あ、観念なさいな。
Prepare yourself.
何それ
I haven't lost, you
感度
know.
を上げようかと思ったけどもうやめたこの前は使い物にならなくて途中退場したくせにそいつも全然普通に戦えるんじゃ
You
ん
looked useless after you collapsed, but you fight after that. It's not fair. Yukonami worked himself up and looked like he was about to cry.
次はもっと害獣を連
I'll
れてき
bring
て
more kaijus next time and get you back. He threw out some bitter words like a sore loser before turning around and disappearing. The kaiju also changed directions and went towards the outer wall, following Yukonami.
ひとまず最悪の事態は免れたかな。私はこのまま
私も一緒
Take
に
the
行く。
worst case scenario, I'll go with you.
その方がうちらも安心や。
Well, it's actually safer
なあ
if you do that. Wouldn't you agree? Sina, you should stay here. I turned to Sina for confirmation, but she was staring into distance in silence.
あっち煙が出てる。
There's smoke coming from that way. Where? I tried to ask her, but Sina didn't respond, and the next moment she vanished, her pigtails flying behind her in the wind. Sina said there was smoke. Oh, that's where. Mr. Genji's house. I'm going after Sina. The others called out for me, and I took after Sina. I followed the familiar path and found myself running behind Komori rather than Sina. We're going to Mr. Genji's. I should undo my transformation too. I made sure not to lose sight of Kamui as I ducked into an alley and to dispel my transformation.
なんでこんな
Why'd this happen? Kamui groaned in despair when he saw the town was destroyed. Must be painful for him. Kamui,
おばさん
are you hurt? I'm fine. As you can see, never mind about me. I heard Zenchi's hurt.
ちいちゃんが
Gramps?
ちいちゃん
Please let him be safe. I followed Kamui as we ran into Mr. Genji's house. I looked around and didn't see any damage. Luckily, it seems the kaiju didn't attack the house.
ちいちゃん
Are you
そ
here?
の声はカムイか
Is that you, Kamui? Mr. Genji appeared with a surprised look on his face. Bandages were wrapped around his arm.
害獣が出ている中外を歩いてきたのか
Are you outside? Don't tell me you got
ちい
hurt.
ちゃんこそその包帯
Did you break anything?
落ち着けカムイ
Settle down. My injuries aren't
Hey,
serious, just a few
don't-
cuts and bruises.
本当に
Really? Kamui looked at him suspiciously, but Genji smiled, albeit with a wince.
外で害獣に出くわしたが十分距離があったただ避難する人で辺りがごった返しておってうっかり足を取られて転んだだけだ
I saw him outside. There were so many people evacuating. I got careless and tripped.
これくらい
It's a
で
bit
怪我す
pathetic
る
the
なん
way
て
to get hurt,
情け
but
ない
anyways.
まあそういうわけだからそんなに心配するな彼女にも見られてるぞ
Why you needn't worry. Plus, Lee's watching you, you know? Mr. Genji grinned and patted Kamui on the top of the head.
えいつの間に
When'd you get here? Hey,
Shut the-
cut that out. I'm not a kid anymore. Stop.
照れる
Not to
な
be
照れ
shy.
るな
I'm sorry to make you worry, and thanks for watching out. I can see you're well enough to
Lee.
crack jokes. I'm thankful that you've recovered enough to sass back. You got a sharp tongue, young lady. You can go on and take Kamui back now.
ついでって
Take me back? You want to get rid of me that bad?
そんなわけないだ
Of
ろ
course not, you
バカ
luckhead.
さっき整備班から
Maintenance
電話が
Corps
来てな
called me in. I have to go check for
わしも街に出て
damages outside the
二
town.
人も学園から抜け出してきたんだろわしは大丈夫だからも
I'm
う
fine. Go back. Mr. Genshi gave Kamui a pat on the back as he encouraged him to leave. You start to feel
大
sick.
丈夫だと言ってるだろ
I'm fine.
だからも
But
し
you
もだ
never
って
know. Contact me immediately
はいはいその時ま
if
で
I
わしが
manage to remember.
は
What?
あ
You're serious, one stubborn old man.
いい
Listen, if you break this promise, I'll ban all Yatsushi and I'll get the neighbors in on it too.
安心してくれ必ず連絡する
I'll be sure to contact you.
たくこの変わり身だもんな
That got you to
信
change
用
your
していい
tune
んだ
quickly,
かど
didn't
うな
it?
んだか
We should get going.
待たせてごめんまだ
Sorry for keeping waiting. Let's go back. Kamui nodded, shaking off any doubts, and then turned to me with a brilliant smile. After we were assured of Mr. Genzi's safety, we transformed again before returning to the command center. Only the commander and Ro were there. The others had already left.
勝手な行動をして申し訳ありませんでした。
I apologize. I'm sorry too.
二人とも顔を上げて反省しているみたいだし
No punishment.
今
Time
回
to
は不問とするよ
kaiju already had been pushed back
セナ君の
anyways.
ご家族の様子を見に行ったん
Sienna,
でしょ
you went to check on your family, right?
その行
On a
動
personal
は
level,
理解
understand why you did it. Sienna and I nodded to show we understood, and Mr. Kuomori reassured his usual tone.
さてこの後のことだけどセナ君は研究エリアに移動だよ
They're gonna be transferred to the research district.
研究エリアに
Research district.
担当者が迎えに来ているから富塚君と一緒に案内してもらって
The person in charge is going to take you there. The commander made it clear this was not up for debate. They must have came from higher
わ
up.
かりましたわ。
I understand. Sienna obviously didn't want to go, but she followed Ro nonetheless. I had a bad feeling about this. Is it really okay to let Sienna go? Sienna? I called out to stop her. Sienna paused and turned around, a playful smile on her lips.
帰ってきたらまた一緒に緑茶を飲みましょう。私が茶葉から入れて差し上げますわ。じいちゃんほど
Once I'm back, I'll make you some green tea. I'll brew some fresh leaves. It'll be as good as Gramps. Of course.
楽し
Forward to it.
行くぞ
Let's go. Ro urged Sienna onward, and we walked out without looking back.
君に
There's something
言
I
わ
need
な
to
きゃな
tell
らない
you.
こと
The commander turned to me after Sienna and Ro had left through the door
これ
behind
からし
me.
ばらくの間セナ君は研究エリアで謹慎することになっ
Sienna's
た
gonna remain in the research district. What? I thought I'd surely misheard, but the commander's grimace expression told me I hadn't. That was really
これ
happening.
はセナ君を守るためなんだ
It's for her
この後
protection. Things are going to get
Sena-kun
tough for
にとって
Sienna.
辛い
It's
ことが
better
起こ
that
る
she stays in the research district so she
その
can
ため
minimize the damage.
セナ君が不在の間ブルームズの活動は君たち
While
4
she's
人で
gone,
行
the four
っ
of
て
you
も
will
らうこと
continue
に
some
なる
blooms. I hope who cooperates. But
残念だけど決
it's
定事
already
項
been
だ
decided. I told Kaori and the others as well. Darkness clawed at the sides of my vision. The news had completely blindsided me. Is this because she disobeyed orders and left? I did the same thing.
その件は不問にするって言っただろ
Told you you wouldn't be punished for that. Then why is Sienna being held in the research
セナ君の
district?
余地が外れたのはどうしてだと思う
Why do you think her prediction was wrong? I thought he might have been trying to change the subject, but the commander looked entirely serious. I imagine it happened because she's been exhausted. She looks pale this morning too.
そっか
So
君は
that's what you think. The commander pondered this briefly. Is there another
僕から
reason?
の話は以上だ授業に戻りなさ
Go back to class. Commander, Mr. Koromori, please tell me.
セナ君を守りたいならもう行きなさい
If you want to protect Sienna, go. All right. Oh dear. What a strange route I'm on. If the person I'm in love or with is gone. Still on the same one, eh? My legs felt heavy as I walked back to class. Suddenly I heard someone say Siena's name. I can't believe it. Sienna was wrong. Just who are we supposed to trust now? That's not like I hate her, but I do feel betrayed. It's utterly shocking. I understand that they're all worried, but they don't have to phrase it like that. So this is what the commander meant when he said things would get tough for her. From that day on, Sienna's cast Foresight 5 times a day instead of 3. However, the broadcast was canceled and her predictions were relayed through a news program. Reducing her exposure to the public would reduce her stress, or at least that's how the commander explained it. Perhaps those measures were effective because Cena's predictions became 100% accurate again, but still. They still won't tell me how Cena's doing. The commander and Ro always avoid the topic. Just what is going on? I knew she wasn't allowed visitors, but they could have at least told me how she was doing. Instead, they just changed the subject every time. If this continues, I'll have to sneak into the research district and check on Cena myself. My phone suddenly rang. It's a private number. Who could it be at this hour? This is Takanashi.
よかった。元気そうだね。
Ah, you sound like you're doing fine. No way, that voice.
う
Kamui?
ん、そうだよ。
Cute.
もしかして他の人からの連絡待ってた？
That's right. Were you expecting a call from someone else? Huh? No, it's just that it's late, so I thought it was an emergency.
まあ、そうだよね。ごめん。なかなか一人になれるタイミングがなくて、こんな時間になっちゃったんだ。
I don't get time alone. I had to
って
wait.
いうか、今話してても大丈夫？もう寝
Can
る
you
ところだ
talk,
った
or were you about to go to bed? Now's good. I shouted with perhaps a bit too much enthusiasm when I could hear Kamui laugh on the other end.
ならよかった。
It's been a while. It has. It was really Kamui. As that realization sank in, I found all I could say was a bog standard
あんまり
reply.
長くは話せないから、俺は元気にしてるよってことだけ。
I can't talk for long until he knows doing
香織
fine.
たちにもよろしく言っておいてくれる？ああ、でも自分で言いに来なさいよって使えされ
They'd
るのが
probably get
オチ
mad
か
and
な。
wanted me to call them personally. That's probably true. Once they let you out, just come on over to the command center. Everyone's waiting for you.
いや、ここのところ出動続きじゃない？謹慎が明けて顔を見せに行ったら、その場で香織たちに取り囲まれそうだなって。
Now that others were doing all the fighting, lady, I think if I showed up, they'd really let me have it. You should brace yourself for that.
あ、やっぱり？
Ah, I figured. When do you think they'll let you go? I couldn't help but ask, even though I knew the question would get put pressure on
君
Kamui.
にはぶっちゃけるけどいい？
Can I be honest? Of course. Please tell me.
正直なところ決まってないっぽいんだよね。
They haven't decided. You mean they're just going to keep you there?
うん。びっくりでしょ。俺もさ、正直甘く見積もってたんだよね。
Surprising, isn't it? I was a little optimistic
セナを
before.
書いた状態じゃ、ブルームズのメンバーの負担は増えていく一方になるし、適当なとこでまた最前線に戻れるんだろうなって。
It's a big strain on the others to have a member out of commission, so I thought they'd put me back on the front line soon rather than
け
later.
ど、上層部としては、セナには余地に専念してほしいみたいなんだよね。
They want me to focus on
前線
foresight.
でバリバリ戦える香織や遥ならともかく、セナのサイコキネシスはそこまで重要度は高くないって感じっぽいんだよね。
Kaori and
話聞く
Hakura
限りだと。
going out on the front line. Cena's psychokinesis isn't as important. At least that's what they're telling me.
いや、でも、上層部の言い分もわかるんだよ
I
ね。
kind of get what they're saying.
モカのギフトアビリティは対外獣向きだし、君のブーストも現場に欠かせないけど、
Mocha's sap works especially well against kaiju, and your augment is needed in
セナの
battle.
ライフロットは場所を選ばないじゃない？無理やり現場まで出て行って、スタミナが切れて足
I don't want to become a liability. Don't do that. No one sees you as a
ごめん
liability.
言い方が悪かったね。
That wasn't the right way to
俺が
explain
嫌
it.
だったん
I
だ。
didn't want this. I didn't want to cause more
自分の
trouble for
力不
everyone
足が
because of
原
my
因
lack
で、
of
だから
abilities.
上層部の判断を受け入れたんだ。しばらくの間は研究エリアにとどまって、
Stay in the research district for a while
そこから
and use foresight here. So you've already made up your mind. It was almost painful how much determination he poured into his
大
simple
丈
work.
夫だよ。
It's alright.
謹慎と称して研究エリアに閉じ込められて、余地の力を酷使させられている。なんてことないから。
You're not forcing me.
それに、
Besides, it's
味
not
方がい
like
な
I
いわけじゃないんだ
don't。have allies.
匿名
So
希
that
望だか
person
ら。
wishes to remain
しょ
anonymous. Anonymous ally.
うさんくさいよね。
I know, it sounds super shady, but he's helped
や
me
る
out
ことは
some.
やってくれ
I
るから、
trust him.
端末もその人に貸してもらったものだし、監視されずに通話する時間も作ってもらったしね。
You even got me this phone, give me time to talk without being monitored. I can think of someone who has that much power. A name floated through my mind, but I didn't press the matter any
そうい
further.
うわけだから、あんまり心配しないで。間違っても研究エリアに押し入らないでよ。
No barging into the research district. I wouldn't do
そ
that.
の反応、
Your reaction says it all. I knew you were
やっぱりやる
planning
気だっ
to.
たんだ。
You have this tendency to run
君
head
って
first
意
into
外と
things.
とにかく
I'll find some time to call you again, so don't do anything rash. I'll try.
ちょっとそこは分かり
Need you to agree. If you don't want me to do anything reckless, then contact me again as soon as
な
possible.
るほど、そうきたか。
Well, that's how it's gonna be. Alright then, I'll try. Kamui chuckled as he threw my words back at me. My heart ached hearing him laugh again after so
そ
long.
れじゃおやすみ。
Night. Good night. We hung up, and the screen on my phone went dark. I knew he wasn't there anymore, but I couldn't let it go. So sad. So depressing. Yesterday marked 1 week since Kamui contacted me. Since then, I'd only spoken with him that one time and hadn't heard any news about him being let out. I knew I could get impatient sometimes, but I'd also noticed some concerning changes. Before, Cena's prediction had been broadcasted 5 times a day, but they switched to irregular updates. The announcer said that Kaiju hadn't been appearing as much the past few days, but maybe Cena isn't able to use foresight. Kamui had contacted me through a private number, so I couldn't reach him that way. The only recourse I had was to speak directly with the commander. I waited until school was over and hurried to him.
それにうさんくす
Someone who can make a contact with Kumai and enter the research district without issue, then narrows down the windows of possibility out of the small group of people that person Kamui would describe like that. He's got to be the commander. The commander's been avoiding talking about Kamui, but I'll make sure he does today. Some students said they'd seen Mr. Kuamori go into the chem lab, so I figured he'd head to the command center. When I arrived, Ro was there. The two of them were discussing
的中率自体は元に戻りましたけど、セナ本人は相変わらず落ち着かない様子ですね。
Her success rate's back to normal, but Cena's still restless. You're talking about Cena. I thought I'd seen what they had to say about Kamui, so I stopped where I
い
was.
つまた余地を外してしまうかと考えたら、そりゃ不安定にもなるよ。
It's possible she could miss the mark again, which was the cause
も
for
しか
worry.
したら、セナ本人は不調の原因もよく分かっていない可能性も
There's
あ
a
るしね
chance。Cena doesn't know why this is happening
だ
either.
が間違いないんでしょ。セナが、いえ、サイバラが彼女に対して
Cena,
恋
no.
愛
I
感情
mean
を抱いているのは
Kamui loves her. My hands flew over my mouth to suppress a yell. Kamui likes someone. We eat together almost every day, and he never said anything of the sort. Who does he like? Oh my goodness. Thinking about it sent a pain shoot through my
カ
heart.
ムイ君がどこまで気持ちを自覚しているかは正直なところ僕も測りかねているんだけどね。
I can't tell if he's aware of it, but there's no doubt that he's in love with her.
彼女がカムイ君に会いに来た時の表情、彼のあん
You
な
see
顔
his
を見
face
た
when
ら
he looks at
す
her.
ぐにわかるよ。
It'd be obvious to anyone. Wait, it's me. My brain short-circuited when I heard those words. I felt as if I couldn't breathe, and my heart pounded out of my
二
chest.
人は以前から頻繁に会っていたみたいなんだ。完全に僕の監督不行き届きだ
They've
よ。
hung out quite a bit. That was an oversight on my part.
家
Just
族が
yesterday,
心
he
配
said
して
his
るだろ
family
うか
was
ら
worried
連絡
about
したいっ
him,
て言われて、
and he wanted
もろもろ
to
手配したん
contact
だ
him,
けど
so、I made the arrangements. I
通話の相
assumed
手
he
は
contacted her
彼
as
女の
well.
方はサイバラに答える気があるんですか。
You know, she said she feels the same.
それ以前の段階かな。彼女はカムイ君の気持ちに気づいていないと思うよ。あの受け答えからして、
I don't think she
十中八
realizes
九
how Kamui feels given the way they talk to
再
each
度
other.
確認した方がいいんじゃないですか。
Maybe you should check again.
確実に裏を取りたい気持ちもわかるけど、下手したらやぶへびになるかもよ。そうなったら目も当てられない。
I understand you want to clarify things, but we risk kicking the hornet's nest, so to speak, and if the worst happens, I couldn't live with myself. After a certain point, I could no longer understand what they were talking about. My pulse raced faster and faster, so I ran away from the command center. Dun dun. Dun dun. Was what he said true? But if so, that means Sina's foresight issues are because of me. I wished I could have laughed it off, just chalked it up to being overly self-conscious. Kumai hadn't said anything directly after all, but considering the state he was in, I knew that couldn't be a joke. They've practically imprisoned him for crying out loud. Seems Sina was only wrong with one time. Maybe her accuracy's gotten better because she's been predicting more often. Ever heard a couple of guys that are walking towards me. What they said made me frown. But you never know if she'd get it wrong again. I wouldn't mind it if it was weather forecast, but this is our lives at stake. Maybe I'm no different than them. I know Kamuri is in a terrible situation, but it feels like we're forcing all the responsibility onto him. I feel utterly pathetic. My hands clenched into fists. I stared down at it. He tries to push you away. I hope you won't let him. I know it's a big ask. Bum bum. Ooh, okay. We're getting close. Mr. Zenji pleaded with me, but I let Kamui go.
じゃあ、約束。
Oh man. But we didn't pinky swear. But you didn't, I thought, at least. I made Kamui promise as well. That promise we exchanged wasn't about going to see Mr. Zenji again either. The last time Kamui did a pinky swear was with his late mother, but she wasn't able to keep it. And then he chose me to make that same kind of promise with. I smacked my face with both my hands. Okay, that hurt a bit, but it got me amped up. I didn't care about the funny looks people were giving me. I knew my heart had to do the right thing. I didn't make this promise half-heartedly. That's not how I do things, right? I already knew the answer. Next time we're summoned. We were deployed a few hours later. Luckily, Yukadami and Moravia weren't there. We faced only a small group of kaiju near the outer wall. Normally, it would have been an easy mission, but with Sina gone and the four of us already exhausted, we didn't get back to the command center until dusk.
みんな、今夜もお疲れ。
Good work,
みんな
everyone.
セナの余地に頼れなくなって八つ当たりか。最近は個々の動きに制裁を書くだけじゃなく、連携もうまくいってないようだからな。
Don't blame us just because you get rely on Sina's foresight. You don't have to be so rude about it. I interrupted him, unable to silent. Kaori might have been sarcastic, but Rose's comments were out of line.
いや、
Well, you have a point. The commander attempted to mediate, but that didn't quite know what to say. Then Haruka unexpectedly chimed in.
そこまで分析しておいて対策は何の提案もないなら意味がない。
We've heard your criticisms, but do you have a suggestion? Criticisms without solutions are useless.
そんなこの人らに期待しても無駄や。確かにセナは予知の力が目立っとったけど、後方支援のエキスパートやで。
That's too much to ask from them.
連携の要やったセナを取り上げておいて、あの言い草やもん。
You took the backbone
しょうもな。
of our team and you're surprised this is happening. How dense can you be?
現状をどうにかしたいなら、セナの謹慎を解いて、いつまで研究エリアに閉じ込めておく気なの？
How long are you going to keep her in the research district? Mocha and Kaoria jumped into, unable to hold back. Everyone was at their wits' end, and the room.
ほら、やっぱり溜め込んでいたでしょ。暴発する前にこまめに吐き出させた方がいい。
An event every now and then, or you'll burst. Rose directed his gaze towards the commander, but he just let out a defeated sigh.
君たちがセナ君を心配してるって
I
ことは
understand you're worried about
もう
Sina,
十
but
分すぎるくら
unfortunately,
い
she
伝
has
わ
to
って
stay
きま
where
す。
she is. How is she doing right now? She's been overusing foresight, so is she suffering from memory loss?
セナ君ならこれまで通り頑張っているよ。個人的には頑
Personally
張り
think
す
she's working too
でも
hard.
ね、それがセナ君自身の希望なんだ。二度も余地を
She's
外し
forgetting
て
the
し
two
まった
mistakes she
と
made in
悔や
her
んで
prediction, so maybe she
罪
thinks
滅ぼ
this
しの
will atone for them. How much can I trust the commander on this? He's avoiding my question about the side effects. I didn't like thinking about it, but it was entirely possible that Sina was in a bad
これ
way.
からは適宜セナ君のことを報告するよ。
Please try to accept us. None of us protested. what he said, but he didn't agree to it
そ
either.
れじゃ今日は解散。ゆっくり休んでね。
You're all dismissed. Go get some rest.
お疲れ。
Good work. Rose started to follow the commander, but then he turned back as he wanted to say something more. In the end, he didn't say a word and walked silently out the command center. Though the commander and Ro had left, the rest of us didn't move. Now this is the time. Things will only get worse if we don't take the opportunity. What do you all think about what the commander said? I don't think Sina should be left alone like this. Knowing her, she's probably really is volunteering to cast more. I could use Augment to reduce the strain on her. That's why I propose that we go to her. I said it. I really did. The others stared blank at me in shock. I didn't regret saying it, but I was so nervous. I was sure my heart would pound out of my chest.
それがあんたの本心？
Are you serious about this? I am.
即答だね。まあそうじゃないと困るけど。
An immediate response that tells me all I need to know. What?
あんたが本気じゃなきゃ、いくら私が手を貸したところで意味ないなってこと。
If you weren't serious, any help we'd give would be meaningless. That you mean?
私だって今みたいにセナ一人に責任を押し付けるようなやり方は、
I don't think it's right to put all this on Sina. Agreed. I'm in too. People should be
副作用
stopping
のこと考えたら
her,
周り
considering
が
the
止め
side
なあかん
effects,
のに
but they just letting her do this. It's messed up.
私もやれることはやる。
We're all part of the same team. Thanks so much. I started to tear up, but then Kaori smacked me on the back. Save those tears for later. First, we need to find Sina. That's right. Okay, so we need to gather some info
その
first.
必要はない。見当ならついてる。
I have an idea where she is.
そうだね。私が案内するから、はるかと
because
モ
your
カは残ってくれる
dad-
ないとは思うけど、害獣の吸収に備えたいし。
Can you stay behind? I doubt the kaiju will attack, but we should be
ええ
prepared.
よ任されたるぞろぞろついていって
Going as a big group would attract attention
私の気
anyways.
が変わらないうちに。
Go before I change my mind. We'll be off then. We're running. We're running. Are we done?
お待たせ。監
Thanks
視
for
カメラ
waiting.
いじってきたから、少しの間はバレないと思う。
Cameras will be down for a while. You know how to do that?
器用でしょ。
I'm
昔
multi-talented.
ちょっとね。ところで確認しておきたいんだけど。
We made arrangements for Sina. She wants to leave. Where should we take her? Have you secured a safe house? I was surprised by all the questions, but they showed how worried Kaori was of Sina. I figured that for now we can bring her to where her family lives in the residential district. I'm sure Sina will feel at ease there.
それを聞いてほっとした。本当のこと言うとさ、私は何
Prepared to get her out no matter what. If Sina complains or makes excuses, we'll just have to drag her out. Kaoria might have sounded like she was joking, but I knew she was dead serious.
指令や上層部がうるさいだろうけど、そっちは私
Just
たち
focus
が
on rescuing Sina. Okay. And then we're running, and we're running, and we're running. This feels so different from the other floors. Kaoria suddenly stopped in front of me and confirmed my hunch was
セナが
right.
いるとしたら、この先にある研究室だと思う。昔、とある研究者がタブーを犯して以来、ずっと無人のままらしいからさ。
Is that my uncle? It's been empty ever since one researcher did it, broke a cardinal rule of what rule?
噂だけど、研究対象の能力者たちが駆け落ちするのを見逃したんだって。
The researcher allowed a couple with superpowers to elope. Then they
能力を失ったって
they lost their
聞いた。
powers, but the person who told
当時
me
から在
wasn't
籍
there
し
when
て
it
た研
happened.
究者じゃなくて、新入りが情報。
I wonder if it's really true. Will those of us with powers lose them if we fall in love?
それじゃあ、私は入り口で見張ってるから、あんた一人で行ってき
I'll
て。
keep watching the entrance. You go ahead. Got it. As long as I'm almost there, I swallowed my fears and headed towards the back rooms. Dun dun. The room was silent. All I could hear was the sounds of my own footsteps. Maybe she's not here. I thought I would check the next room, but right when I was about to turn around. Uh-oh. I sensed someone else's presence and turned to face them. I found Kamui untransformed. Kamui! I ran to him at once. He looked dazed and wasn't moving. He didn't even seem to notice me as I approached. Kamui? I looked into his eyes and tried to get him to focus. I gently touched his shoulders and called out his name, silently praying that he was okay. Come on, Kamui.
君は 誰？
Who are you? His eventual response cut me to the quick. I gasped and fell to my knees. Did he forget about me? Has he continued to use foresight even in this state?
ねえ、君、どこか痛いの？
Are you injured? You look like you're about to cry. Of course he would worry about others, even in this situation. I didn't know whether to get angry or smile, so I just scrubbed my hands over my face. Kamui looked down at me, confused, etched on his features. I tried to speak in a gentle tone and calm down. Kamui, it's me. Let's go see Mr. Zenji. I've come to get you. Let's go see Mr. Zenji.
全治。
Kamui mumbled to himself, letting the name sink in, but that was all he did. Has he forgotten his grandfather too? That's
やっ
so...
ぱり、どこか痛いの？
Are you hurt? I'm fine. I'm relieved I finally found you. This is not the time to get dejected. I have to get Kamui out of here no matter what. I couldn't let him stay here a second longer in this state. Please, just don't ask any questions and follow me.
ダメだよ。怒られちゃうもん。
They'll yell at me. He didn't say who, but it had to be one of the people in charge. The commander said that Kamui chose to stay here and use foresight, but that was clearly a lie. I couldn't stand what they had done to him. I seized his hands. I'll protect you. Please let me keep my promise.
約束。
Promise? We swore we'd go visit Mr. Zenji together. I'll be sad and worried about you if I left you here. I kept trying to talk to him, but it didn't seem like he was getting through. He just stared at me, assessing the situation. You told me that you didn't want to make your grandpa worry. You said that you never felt lonely because he was there for you, so my emotions overtook me and I couldn't find the right words to say. I couldn't hold back my tears as they spilled down my cheeks and dropped into our interlocked hands. And then Kamui
じい
gasped.
ちゃんが心配する。
Feel
だか
worried.
ら
That's why I made a promise with me. Kamui, you just said my
あの時
name.
指切りまでしたのに。
Pinky swore. What did I forget? When he said the words Pinky swore, my fears melted away, reassurance taking their place. You're getting your memory back, thank goodness. I sobbed and gripped his hands tighter. We can't stay here, we have to go. I helped Kamui stand up and we hurried into the hall where Kiori was waiting.
香り。そっか。
So you're helping too? Alright, Kamui is Senna. Do you know him?
あんたも知ってたんだ。
So you already knew? Komori muttered something to herself but started walking away before I could ask.
急ごう。もうすぐ外出禁止時間になる。シャッターを壊してエリアを移動したら、さすがの私でもごまかしきれないからね。
That's alright, it's almost time for curfew. If we have to bust through the shutters between districts, they'll see us for sure. Kaori's amazing. I thought Sina's identity would have shocked her, but she's right back to their professional self. I better focus on getting Kamui out of here. Bum 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 bum.
私がついていくのはここまで。あとはあんたたち二人で頑張って。
This is as far as I can go. It'll be just you two from here on out. Thank you.
ありがとう。恩に着る。
I owe you one.
それだけ？
That's all you have to say.
ごめんごめん。はるかとモカにも伝えておいてくれる。
When you give a message, tell them I'll pay them back.
ふーん。まあ、
That's
旧
an
大点
acceptable
かな。
response.
借りが返せるようになったら、ここに連絡して。
Your voices. Here's how you can contact me when you're ready to return the favor. Kaori took out a piece of paper and handed it to Kamui. I have no idea what she had written on it.
あの部屋から姿を消した能力者たちがどうなったのかわからないけど。
I don't know what happened to the couple that vanished from that room. Kamori mumbled something as Kamui reached for the paper.
私はきっとセナは能力をなくした方が幸せになれるような気がする。
But I have a feeling you might be happier if Sina lost her powers.
そうなのかもしれないね。
Perhaps Kamui's voice sounded so gentle in that moment. I couldn't read his mind, but that single word struck me to my core. Bum bum. I will never let him go again. With the resolve, I took Kamui's hand and we headed into Mr. Zenji's house.
じいちゃん、ただいま。
Home.
カムイそれに君も。
You brought your friend? I'm sorry, we showed up unannounced. Could Kamui stay here and rest?
おあ、布団を敷くからそこで横になりなさい。ほら
Right to bed, you can lay down. Seeing how exhausted Kamui was, Mr. Zenji hurried into the back room. Kamui followed after him, dragging his feet. Thank goodness, Kamui said, should be able to relax here. I breathed a sigh of relief and then suddenly felt weak as if I might collapse on the spot. I guess I'd been more nervous than I
カムイを
thought.
連れてきてくれてありがとう。
Should get some rest too. No, there's something I need to tell you.
おう
Alright, I'll
お茶入
make
れて
some
こよ
tea. Got time for tea. The delicate flavors of Mr. Genji's tea warmed my weary soul. After a slight break, I managed to regain my composure and bowed in apology. I'm sorry again, I can't really tell you the details, but would it be okay if Kamui stayed here for the time being? He's overworking himself on this project he's a part of, and he's utterly exhausted. He's actually suffering from memory loss.
記憶に
Memory? He has some of the symptoms previously, but then he overdid it and they got worse. He's temporarily forgot who you and I are. Mr. Zenji, I know I promised you, but I let Kamui go for a bit because of that.
君のせいじゃない。自分を責めないでくれ
Don't blame yourself. I'm really tried to argue, but Mr. Zenji shook his head.
何があろうと
No matter what happens,
最後に決める
we
の
make
は
our
自
own
分自身
decisions. Do we?
無理を通そうとしたのも
This is Kamui's choice.
だから君
There's
が
no need to
自
blame
分を
yourself.
責める必要なんて
We
な
all
いん
need
だ
to
よ
take responsibility for the choices.
選んだ
What
結果
happens
は
from here on is up to Kamui.
俺はプロジェクトから降りないよ。
I'm not going to quit the project. Kamui! I gasped and turned to find Kamui even though he was supposed to be
みん
resting.
なが必要としてくれるんだ。俺はそれが嬉しい。
People need me, that
Motoka-
makes me
け
happy.
ど、俺が頑張れば頑張るほど、じいちゃんや君を
The more I work, the more I
大切
cause
な
pain
人
for you
た
and
ちを
Gramps, the two most
悲
important
し
people in
そ
my
んなのは
life.
絶対嫌だし、それに、じいちゃんのことを忘れるのは
I don't want that. It's painful that I forgot about you and Gramps.
それでもそ
I'm
の
still not
プ
gonna quit. That was what Kamui had said, but now he seemed at a loss for words and just shook his head.
わからない。わからないんだ。
It's like I
俺じ
don't know what I want
Kamui.
anymore. Come sit here. Mr. Zenji beckoned Kamui over in a gentle yet commanding
お
tone.
前にとって誰かから必要とされることがどれほど大事なことか
I know how important it is for you to be needed, that's why I won't stop
そ
you.
れに
You can forget about me, that's fine. If
わしの
things go
こと
the
なんか
way they're
忘れて
supposed
結
to,
構
I'll die before you anyways.
こんな老いぼれの
So
ことは
just
さっ
forget
さと
about
忘
me.
れて
I'd
しま
rather
え
that happen than be a burden
大事
on
な
my
孫
precious grandson.
何言ってるんだよ。
What are you saying? Kamui was clearly agitated, but Mr. Zenji patted him on the shoulder in an effort to calm him down.
いいかカムイ
I don't care if you
よく聞き
forget
なさ
about
い
me so that you can follow your
ただし
beliefs.
わしの代わりにこれからお
But you
前
have
と
to
一
find
緒
someone
に
who will
生
live
きて
with
い
you
く
in my stead.
その人のことは
Don't forget about that person no matter what. Never let her go.
じいちゃんの代わりなんているわけない。
No one can replace you. Kamui rushed forward as if he were going to grab his grandfather by the collar. Mr. Zenji didn't say anything and simply stared at Kamui.
確かに。プロジェクトを降りないなら、じいちゃ
I
んの死
know
に
if
目
I
にも
don't
会え
quit,
な
I
いかも
might
しれ
not
な
be
い。
there at the end. So Genji was pushing Kamui away for his sake. And Kamui was stuck between his love for his grandfather and the mission. I understood both sides, so I spoke up. Kamui. Dang. Neither one of these sound right. I'll respect your decision. Respect your feelings. Whatever you decide, we'll face the consequences. We can share the burden.
君にそこまでさせられないよ。
Can't let you do that. No matter what you say, I'm going with you. I've decided to never leave you again. We'll find the best path together.
参ったな。
Guess for with me, I can't get too reckless. Shrugged as if he were giving in, but I could see a faint smile playing on his lips. If you decide to continue with this mission, I'll lend you my string. And if it seems like you're about to lose your memories, I'll make sure you remember.
差し伸べてくれる手は近くにあるみたいだぞ。
Looks like she's reaching out to you. Kamui looked at his grandfather, then at me, and then he took my hands and gripped it tightly.
まだ戦いたい。
I still want to fight. Will you help me? Of course. I answered without hesitation and squeezed his hand. I'll support Kamui no matter what because I always want him to be happy. I knew it was easier said than done, but I was ready for whatever lay ahead. From that moment on, I'd never let him go. Oh man, is this the normal ending?
なあ、ほんまにうまくいくんかな。
Oh dear. Where are we? Happy! We're at the happy ending. I got the happy ending again. You think this will really work? Moko's voice pierced the silence. We looked over to Kaori and Haruka, who were the only other ones for now at
机
least.
上の空論じゃないことを証明してみせますわ。
We shall prove this to be no mere theory. Sina smiled with confidence, but I noticed her hands were shaking even so slightly. I believe it's going to work. I wasn't just saying that, I truly believed it. With all my heart, I squeezed Sina's hands and her eyes widened before she gave me a small smile. I do too. This is all started a few days ago. We spent some time relaxing at Mr. Zenji's house, and Kamui recovered little by little. Then one day, Kamui came to talk to me when Mr. Zenji was out doing work for the maintenance crew.
俺、司令たちに会いに行こうと思ってる。
Thinking of talking to the
直
commanders
接
and the
会って
others.
新しい戦術を提案したいんだ。
I don't know if it'll work, but I think it's worth
成功するかどうかはわからない。
trying. Let's hear it.
君ならそう言ってくれる
I
と
knew
思
you'd say that.
う。新しい戦術なんてかっこつけて言ったけど。
I thought Sonic
要は
strategy sounds like it's
ライ
something
フロ
cool,
ッ
but
ト
it's
の
pretty
使い方を
simple.
変えるだけな
I
んだ
want to
よね。
change the focus of
これまで
foresight.
俺が
Up until now,
セナ
I've
が
been
予知してい
predicting
たの
when
は
the
害
vectors
獣がコロニー
will
の
attack the
害
colony.
獣がいつどこに現れるかを予知することでコロニーのみんな
Say
を
when
避
they
難
will
させてきた
enter
け
and
ど
when we have people
予
evacuate.
知のタ
But
イミングをもっと前にずらせるなら害獣を外壁内へ侵入させずに済むはずなんだ。
if I move my time, we can theoretically prevent the kaiju from ever breaching the outer wall. You mean switching your focus?
そうそう。害獣の進路を予知できればコロニーにたどり着く前に倒せるんじゃないって作
If I
戦なんだ
predict
けど。
the path, then we can
どうかな？
defeat them before they reach the colony. At least that's what I'm thinking. That sounds amazing. Can you really do that?
予知で遡
Moving
る
the
時間
timing
が長
early
くなる分、それだけ
can
不
make
確定
things a
要素
little
も増えると
unpredictable,
思
but it
う
should work.
害獣の行動を先読みして
I'll predict the kaiju's
向こうが
movements
襲っ
and the
てくる
blooms
前
can
に
attack
ブルームスから先制
preemptively.
攻撃を仕掛けられたら
That put us at an advantage. And if we can keep the kaiju at bay outside, then the people in Teta won't be in danger. Wait, did I? I'm not missing any side ones. Cool. Just making sure. Cool, 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 cool.
うまくいけばだけどね。
If all goes as planned, that's it. Well, even so, you're right that it's worth trying. Thanks, it's reassuring to hear you say
こ
so.
の戦術には
Everyone will have to
みんなの力
cooperate for it to work. You can count on me. I'm sure Kaori and the others will help
自
too.
分だけ安全な場所に逃げておいて今さらなんだって思われるかもしれないけど俺はみんなのことを信じて
That
る
was off me just to go to my own safe house like that. I'm asking a lot, but I trust all of them. That's why I want to
可能
bet
性に
on this chance. Dun dun dun. After I heard Kamui's plan, I immediately contacted Kaori. Kaori arranged a place for us all to talk, and Kamui and I returned to the academy for the first time in a while.
なるほど。確かに試す価値のある提案だね。
Being around Foresight's timing is an interesting idea,
早
so
速、
let's
今
give
か
it
ら
a
試してみよ
shot right now. I assume
責任は僕に。
responsibility for what happens.
自分の身体をかけるの間違いじゃないんですか。どうせ今回も
You're gonna have to do this and not report it, aren't you? Again, so the commander and Ro didn't say anything when Sina and I escaped from the research district. I had trouble believing that, but it's also explained the nagging feeling I had that something was off when we escaped. Kaori did something to the security cameras and said we'd avoided being spotted for a bit, but even so, the place had been completely deserted. There weren't any researchers wandering around, nor any security, and it was like someone knew we were coming and made sure we weren't seen. It was also odd that no one came to Mr. Zenji's house. Maybe someone prevented that from happening.
上層部の許可を待ってたらとんでもない時間のロスにな
We
るから
wait,
ね。
we'll lose valuable time. I'm just taking the
本
initiative.
当にいいんですの
Are you sure about
君た
this?
ちは
You came to
Blooms の
me
一
as a
員と
member
し
of the
て
Blooms. It's my
この
job to
指令
commander to
い
trust
い
you.
こと言うじゃん司令ちょっ
You
とグッと
surprised
きた
me. I'm almost impressed. Almost.
君たちね。
You all
こういう
come
時ばっ
together
か
in
り
times like
息
these, don't you? You can rest assured we'll show those kaiju what we're made of.
ええ、いい知らせをお届けしますわ。
Yeah, we'll have good news for you after.
期待してるよ。
I'm counting on you all. Sina predicted that the kaiju would next appear in the evening. We moved to the location where the fighting would be easier and waited for them to show. Suddenly, a bestial roar echoed without warning. There was no mistaking that
町田さ
sound.
ん、キヨ、雪
They're
並み
here.
も一緒ですわね。
Yukinami's with them. Sina's eyes narrowed when she spotted Yukinami, Kaoria, and Haruka, who were on standby, immediately snapped to attention as well.
遊びに来てやったよ。わざわざ間隔開けたんだから前回みたく簡単にへばれ
Gave
ない
you a
で
little
よ
break,
ね
you better not run a steam like last time. What's this? I spy 5 of you, so you've all been waiting for me? Yukinami pointed at us while shouting gleefully. His eyes were positively glittering with
僕
joy.
に負けるのが嫌でてっきり逃げ出したのかと思ったけどいいねいいね
I thought you ran away because you were scared. This is way more
盛り
fun.
上がってるところ悪
Sorry
いんだ
to
けど
rain on your parade, but we're not here to fight.
そんなこと言って
Try to distract me?
僕が
Too
油断
bad.
違う
The only person
残
being
念な
red
のは
is
そ
you.
っちの頭
We have no intentions of fighting. Yukinami started in surprise as Haruka insisted.
は本気で戦わないつもりだったら何のために来たわけ
You're not gonna fight, then why are you even here?
ああも
I'll just
う
have fun on my own.
お待ちなさい。
Wait. Sina had foreseen which way he'd move and was standing right in Yukinami's
どこ
path.
へ行くつもりですの？
Where do you think you're going? There's nothing up ahead.
そんな嘘に騙されるわけないじゃん今さら僕の相手をする気になったって
What, you're trying to fight me?
もう
It's too late.
人間がいっ
I
ぱい
know
住んで
exactly
る
where
シータ
Teta
の場所
is
なら
and where all the
Okay.
humans are.
ええ、そうですわね。ここが本当に
Yeah, but only if you're where you think you are.
何
What's that supposed to mean? Just listen for a moment. Sina predicted your movement. I took over after Sina trying to explain the situation without antagonizing him. We used Kaori's ability ahead of time before you were able to get to Teta.
能力を使ったって
That's a lie. No one attacked me.
だろうね私の能力マインドオペレートは仕掛けられた側には
Mind
攻
Boreka
撃
can
と
be predicted by the target.
マイ
Yukinami's shock was unsurprising as Kaori said a person would never know they'd been hypnotized. Our first step is complete. About 1 hour ago, we ascertained Yukinami's path using Sina's foresight and then took a slight detour.
よし背後を取ったあとは雪並様ご一行にマインドオペレートをかければこっちのもんだねそれにしても
Surprised you had this idea of making them think this ruin outside the outer wall our Teta
あ
is
なたの
genius.
おかげですわ。
It's all thanks to you, huh? I didn't do anything. I had no idea what she meant. I shook my head, but Sina continued with a serious expression.
いいえ、あなたがいたから気づけたんです。これまで
I
は
was so desperate for people to love me, I thought I had to take on everything myself.
だから
That's why now I plan to use everything at my disposal. That's kind of a weird way to phrase it. It'd be better to just say you're able to rely on us now.
私、自分に正直に生きる
I'm so determined to leave my life more honestly. Maybe a bit too honest now.
セナってば逃避行から帰ってきたら言いたい放題になってるねいいんじゃ
I
ない
actually like it this way.
さてはるかとモカが戻
I
って
should
く
do
る
my
前に
part before Haruka and
私も仕事を
Mocha return. I got your back, ready at any time.
了解それじゃ
5,
あ
4, 3, 2, 1. I followed Kaori's countdown and unleashed Augment at the right time.
Koko?
Beyond the outer wall? Yukinami looked around, clearly dazed. The hypnosis seemed to wear off after we told him the
僕
truth.
に催眠なんかかけてどうするつもり？戦う気がないって言ってたけど
You trying to capture me? Kinda.
卑怯
Cheaters! Yukinami glared down at us and raised up his fist in one swift movement. In the next instant, a fierce gale whipped around us. Yukinami screamed as the special net ensnared him and the kaiju. They flailed and they fell into one another.
なんなのこれ力が
Can't use
対
my
能力
powers.
者用の捕獲装置サイコキネシスのエネルギーを感知して作動一定量の力を吸収する設計になってる
It detects when you use psychokinesis and absorbs your
世代だ
powers.
ろ香りがマインドオペレートをかけてる間に
He set it up when Kaori was using hypnosis.
いいよだったら僕の爪で切り裂いて
I used my claws. It isn't working. The robust net withstood Yukinami's sharp claws, and he simply bobbed around, suspended in midair. We don't have long time, though. This is the moment of truth. Out of the corner of my eyes, I caught sight of Sina's pigtails swaying as she moved towards Yukinami, making it easier to speak
もう
with him.
シータを襲わないと約束するなら悪いようにはしませんわ
Release you if you promise not to attack Teta again.
何それ
What kind of deal is that? You seriously think I'm gonna accept that?
でしたらしかるべき場所に連れて行くだけですわ二度と外に出られないでしょうけれど衣食
Then
住
we'll
は
have to
保
take
証
you
しま
somewhere
す
more
ので
appropriate. You'll never see the light of day, but you'll have food, clothing, and shelter.
そこで思う存分他の害獣と遊んでくださいな
You can play with the other kaiju there.
自分
You
に
did
構っ
say
て
you
ほ
want a
し
lot
い
of
と
attention after all.
そう
Seeing how serious Sina was, Yukinami gulped audibly, looking completely overwhelmed.
さ
What shall it be? You'll probably... Yukinami looked down as he mumbled, his voice turned to ice. Yukinami? What's gotten into him? How could the net have absorbed too much of his power? Worry crept over me as I tried to look at Yukinami's face, but he suddenly let out a piercing scream.
やだここから立てよ
Let me out.
どうせ研究エリアに連れて行くんでしょこの網だってあいつらが作ったに決まってる勝手なことばっかり
They're gonna take me to the research district. I'm sure those people made this too. Yukinami howled and tried to tear through the net, repeatedly slashing at it with his claws. Kaiju whimpered, signaling that they also understood the gravity of the situation. They seemed concerned about Yukinami, but he didn't pay any attention to them. Calm down, the net will only hurt you if you keep attacking it.
僕とお前の何が違うっていうの
What's the difference between me and you? Yukinami cut me off. He gripped the net tightly and brought his face close
どう
to
して
Sina.
僕はそっち側になれないの
Why can't I be on that side?
僕はただ僕のことを見てほしいって誰かに必要とされたいって思ってるだけなのに
I just wanted someone to look at me, someone to need me. Yukinami, painful cries called up an image of Kamui in my mind.
俺はプロジェクトから降りないみんなが必要として
Benton. That's right, Yukinami and Kamui both. Yukinami bawled like a child. Sina looked up at him and bit her lip.
この状態じゃ交渉を続けるのは無理だねもう一度マインドオペレートを使って人を襲わないように暗示を
I
か
used
けて
mind
から
break.
マインドオペレートを使うのは待ってもらえるかな
She hold off using hypnosis. We heard a voice coming from above. I gasped and turned to see Hyuga and Watavia just as we expected. What was more, that Sina predicted it. She informed us that Moravia would come if we captured Yukinami. But she didn't mention Hyuga, so I assumed that was an unpredictable factor. But this was all Sina saw. We didn't know what'll happen from this point out, so I'll simply have to move forward the way that I think is best. Isn't that right? I calmed my trembling legs and took a step forward. Let's negotiate.
は
Huh?
あんた
What are you talking about? Release Yukinami if you promise to never attack the colony again. What do you say? It was a major gamble, but I had to
そ
try.
れが君の答えなんだね
So that's your answer.
おい、あいつらの口車に乗ってやる気か。交渉だの約束だの。
I don't see any benefit for
力
us.
ずくで網ごと雪並みを持って帰れば済む話だ。いや、せっかく外壁の外までのこのこ出てきたんだ。こいつらが動け
You
な
can
くな
grab
る
the
のを
net
待つ
and
だ
all,
けで
and
も
they'll
いい。
be on at a wall, so we can sit tight till they run out of
そも
power.
そも本当に守る気があるのか。
どうせこいつらに権限なんてない。上の奴らにいいように食い物にされるだけだ。
Super House will just take advantage of us. He had a point, but that didn't stop Mocha from firing back.
好き勝手いいなよ。うちらからしたらあんたらの方こそ信用できひんやからな。
From our point of view, you're the one who can't be trusted. The feeling that would end up like this. What's your plan? Kyoria stepped in front of Mocha and shot me another exasperated look. We really should release Yukonami in a show of good faith, but Mocha and the others would never agree to that. But I'm not going to give up. I want to try and continue to negotiate. Sina, what do you think?
そうですわね。
Well, Sina blinked slowly and concentrated, staring at Moravia and Hyuga all the while. She's been silent ever since Moravia and Hyuga had came to the scene. It was as if she was observing
打
them.
ち合わせでは特に言ってなかったけど、モラビアが来ることを予知していた以上、何か策があったはず。違う？
You predicted Moravia would come. You didn't have a plan at the time, so what do you have planned now, right?
そうなんですけど、彼女に先を越されちゃいましたので。
She beat me to it. That you're planning on doing the same
意
thing.
外でした。でも、みんなが教えてくれたんですのよ。
You also be communicate with Moravia. Back when Moravia was looking for Yukonami.
まあ。
Moravia believed us when we told her that Yukonami was already gone and she'd left without
あの
fighting.
時、私は力の使いすぎで意識混濁状態でしたから。でも、
But since you all seemed to think it was possible and I trust you, I thought it was worth a shot. Sina smiled broadly and turned her gaze towards Moravia.
そう。ずいぶん大胆な賭けだね。
That's a bold gambit. Moravia held Sina's gaze and playful smile on her lips. She seemed to be enjoying this.
いいよ。その賭けに乗ろう。口約束だけでは心配だということなら、僕らにマインドオペレートをかけても構わない。
Worry about taking us at our word. Go ahead and cast Mind Break.
ヒューガも。
Does that sound
それで
alright, Hyuga? Fine. Hyuga simply nodded, even though he looked like he wanted to put up a fight. But then he snapped at us, unable to hold back.
仲良しごっこも結構だが、お前ら他の連中にはなんて言い訳するつもりだ。
What are you gonna tell the
自
others?
分たちの預かり知らないところ
You
で
played hero
正義の
behind
味
their
方
back,
日和
and
が
what if
勝手に無
your
謀な
reckless
策を講じた
plan
挙句
puts everyone back there in danger?
変なことを気にするね、ヒューガ。そんなの僕らの知ったことじゃないだろ
That's none of our concern, Bokowa. Perhaps Moravia had finally convinced him because Hyuga didn't say anything more.
それでは順番にマインドオペレートをかけるので、こちらに降りてきていただけます？
We'll cast Mind Break. We'll come down here.
構わないよ。それで気が済む
Don't
んだ
mind
ろ
if that'll satisfy you. Moravia nodded and slowly started to ascend. Hyuga waited a few moments before following her.
こんなことをしたところで、蛇口の水は止まらないんだけれどね。
The truth will come out. Doing this won't stop it. Moravia whispered that right before Kyoryo hypnos. So we don't have to worry about Kaiju. I posed this question to the others
こ
who
の先
watched.
ずっとってわけにはいか
I
ん
don't
よ。
imagine they'll stay away from ever, but we should be safe for now. It'll buy us enough time to recover.
私たちにはまだ
Higher
上
up's still
昇部
going
と
to
か
be
いうくっ
trouble. We need
そ
to
めんどく
figure
さい
out how
相
to
手が
deal
いる
with
しね
them. Tori clenched her fist and determined. Mocha and Haruka nodded result in agreement. It's going to take a lot of work. Let's head back to the command
指令室
center.
には先に戻っていてくださいな。私は少し寄るところがあるので。
All of you may go ahead. There's somebody I need to drop off first. Oh, that. Then would you mind if I went with you? I wouldn't want you to be by yourself.
ええ、私からもお願いしますわ。
I'll need your assistance, like you need me.
詳
Need
しい
my
話
argument?
は向こうに着いてからにしましょう。
I'll tell you the details once we get there. After that, Kaoria and the others repeatedly asked Sina what was going on, but she wouldn't say anything. And I wouldn't find out just how much she needed my help until we got to the residential district. Oh. Dun, dun, dun. We bid farewell to the others, and by the time we arrived at the residential district, it was already past midnight. It was the darkest time of night, and we didn't see a soul as we strolled the the streets. All was quiet, and the town waited for the sun to rise. I feel like they could fix these bowls.
カレーの匂いだ。
Smell cookie. Kanumi sniffed the air and gave a small
いい
laugh.
な。
Smells delicious.
どこの家だろ
Cookie tastes
カレーは
good
一晩で寝
even
かせ
when
て
you
も
let it sit overnight. The buildings around us still showed signs of damage from the kaiju attack, but Kamui smiled as if that was all a distant memory.
Hmm?
What are you laughing at? You said something like that when we visited Mr. Zenji the first time.
う。そういえばそうだったかも。
Smelled curry then too. Kamui let out a heartful laugh, but the fatigue clearly showed on his face. His transformation came undone, which just proves he's exhausted. How exhausted he is.
朝日が昇る前に戻ってこられてよかったですわ。まだこの時間帯なら皆さん。
Sina, you transformed.
ここからは俺と君だけだし、少しの間変身。え、なんでそこで沈黙？サイバラ先輩より俺、君にそんなこと言われたら絶対間違いなく嫉妬するもん。いや、まあ。
I definitely get jealous if he said that 100%, though I guess it still is me. I don't think his thing came undone. I think he lost his power. He said he undone his transformation on purpose, but the truth is, I didn't want to follow that thought any further and shook my head to cast off whatever ominous feeling lingered. Kamui, can you tell me what's going on now? I assumed you wanted to stop by Mr. Zenji's house, but that's not it, is it? If you were just going to visit your grandfather, you wouldn't need my augment ability. Am I separate from the others? What do you need my powers for? Kamui just smiled wearily in response.
何から話せ
Where
ば
do
い
I
いかな。
start? Kamui stood still, his gaze wandering aimlessly over the ground. Is it that difficult to talk about? Worry and impatience crept over me as if I were being slowly burned.
君ももう気づいてると思うん
Probably
だ
already
けど。
noticed. After a long pause, Kamui started talking in
俺
quiet
の能
voice.
力消えかかってるんだ。
My powers are disappearing because I'm in
それ
love.
でさ、俺思ったんだ。完全に消えてなくなってしまう前に、もう一度この力をみんなのために使いたいっ
That
て。
got me thinking I want to use my powers to help everyone before they disappear completely. He didn't give me a moment to respond and barreled on through cheerfully. Kamui said that he was in love, but he's not saying anything directly or letting me get a word in edgewise. Falling in love causes us to lose our powers, so he was making the right decision. I understood that logic, but it still made my heart hurt so much I thought I'd
俺
cry.
の一方的な自己満足だって分かってる。でも、みんながセナを必要としてくれたことが本当に嬉しかったんだ。
I know it was my own satisfaction, but it made me really happy to think that all these people needed Sina. Why?
ごめん。なんて
Am I on the right? Nope, I'm still on his. Why? What do you say? Why are you trying to use up your powers that might be vanishing, but you still have some time? Before I knew it, my frustration spilled over and I couldn't help but yell. Are all these people that important to you? Your foresight protected everyone from the kaiju, and people need you as a member of the Blooms. But you're not just Sina, you're Kamui too. Have you forgotten about all the people who need him? Please tell me that's not true. I looked up at Kamui, hoping he'd tell me I was
そうだ
wrong.
ね。そうかもしれない。
Maybe that's
おとな
so.
しく謹慎してた頃の俺なら、多くの人から必要とされるセナのことを優先しちゃってたと思う。
If I was the person I was back in the research district, I probably would have prioritized all those people's needs. And now my voice trembled and came out as barely more than a whisper. Kamui gently whispered at me.
ブルームズの一員のセナだけじゃなくて、
I
ただ
hit
のサ
back,
イ
but
バ
I
ラ
didn't
カム
go
イも
back.
大切にしたいと思ってるよ。
I don't want to take care of myself just as a member of the Blooms, but also as an individual.
ね
You remember what I said to
え、いきなり
Yukonami
に
before we
マイ
cast
ンドオペレートを
hypnosis?
かける前に、あの時は謙遜
We
さ
were
れちゃ
being
ったけど、
modest then, but I really was
香りの
only
マイン
able
ド
to
オペレ
come
ートを
up with
使っ
the
た作
plan
戦を
because
も
of you.
今までは自分が愛されることにばっかり必死で、周囲にはセナの余地こそが作戦の要なんだって思っててほしかったんだよね。
I've been desperate for everyone to love me, and I wanted you all to think that Sina's foresight was critical to our
こ
mission.
んなこと言ったら
I know
幻
this
滅
might
され
make
る
you
かもだ
think
けど、
less of me.
力を使って疲労困憊になるほど、ある意味 美味しい立場だなとさえ思ってたっ
The
て
more
いうか、
exhausted I became, the better I felt.
自分でも呆れ
I
るくら
wanted
い独
everything
占
for
欲丸出しで、
myself.
何でも一人です。
Around me flashed a self-deprecating smile as he chastised himself.
心底
I loathed
自
myself.
分で自分が
And
嫌になっ
yes,
たよ。
you never gave up on me. Of course I didn't. Kamui smiled at my impassionate response.
君はそう言ってくれるけど、俺には
Say it like it's
天変地異
nothing.
レベルの驚きだったんだ。それに
It was life-changing. He made me happy. I loved
ブルームズの
everyone
み
in
ん
the
なが
Blooms.
大切な仲間で
Each one of them is
信
dear
頼
to
してる。
me.
だから可能性に
That's why I decided to
希
pin
望
all
に
my
か
hopes and dreams
自
on
分
that
を
plan.
100% 信じきるのは難しくても、ブルームズの5人だったらうまくやれるって予感が
Everything will go well, but foresight is necessary.
いざという時の直感は予知よりずっと正確だった
I
りする
trust
か
my
ら
gut
ね。
over foresight. Koumi grinned broadly as I teased him. He had such an innocent, bright smile. I've never seen him smile like that
で
before.
ね、俺の直感が言うわけですよ。
My losing my power is unavoidable, so I should do what I want.
自己満足とか自己
Is
犠
it
牲とか
self-satisfactory, self-sacrifice, or just focusing my good intentions on
人によっ
others?
て受
How
け取り方は違う
one
と思う
views
け
it
ど、
depends on the person.
俺としては自分にやれることがあるんだったら
But I just intend to do all that I can. I think everyone deserves to have
な
hope.
んてかっこつけすぎちゃったかな。
Maybe I'm being egotistical,
でもな、
but this is all from
全
the
部
heart.
本心なの。
Seriously. We laughed as he said this, and there wasn't any trace of despair in his voice. Kamui, if that's truly what you want, then I will help you.
やった。ありがとう。
I hoped you'd say that. Thank you. So, what are you going to use foresight
なんだ
for?
と思う？正解は害獣の襲ってこない未来でした。
In predicting a future where kaiju don't attack.
コロニーのみんなからすれば、セナが何度も予知を外したかと思ったら、急に放送もなくなったわけじゃ
Everyone
ない。
thinks the colony that Cena's broadcasts were canceled because her predictions
そ
started
ん
being
な状
wrong.
況でも害獣の侵入は続くし、自分たちが
So
暮
they
らす
believe
街は
kaiju will
破
continue to
壊され
attack
るし、
and their town will be
ブルー
destroyed.
ムズとは違って害獣と戦う術もないのに、
Everyone's just gonna worry. So you think if you predict a future where the kaiju aren't attacking, you'll alleviate their feelers?
どうだろう。
Not sure.
今さらセナが出てきて予知を伝えても、みんなは逆に不安があるんじゃないかな。やるなら別の
People
方
would
法
still
がい
be
いと思
anxious
うんだ。
even if Cena told them. I think there's a different way to do it. When he flashed me a weary smile and I realized I'd gotten it wrong, but it wasn't the worst thing. It wasn't the sort of thing you apologize for, so I simply nodded for him to
テ
continue.
レパシーっていうのかな。セナが予知したイメージを共有するみたいにみんなに届けられたらなって。
Telepathy, I think that's the right one. I want to share the image I got.
目覚める前の
Before
夢か
anyone
現
wakes
実
up,
かわ
it'll
から
be
ない
easier
この
for
時間
them
な
to
ら
see
イメー
it
ジ
at
も
this
受け取っても
hour.
らいやすいと思う。
They won't know if they're dreaming
実
or
際
not.
にどこまで届くかわからないけど、割と大掛かりになってくるし、君のブーストの力が必要。
I don't know how far I'll reach, that's why I need your boost. Just wait a minute. I interrupted, needing a moment to process the news. Even with Augment, if you do this, you'll lose. I couldn't bring myself to finish my sentence and cast my gaze
そう
downward.
だね。副作用で記憶を失っちゃうかも。
That's right, I could lose my memories. He said it with such a nonchalant that it felt anger begin to bubble up inside me. I glared at him. Kamui, you have to take this seriously. But I couldn't take the way. I could see the way he was completely serious. The rest of my words died on my
大
lips.
丈夫。君と一緒ならそんなことにはならないよ。
I know it won't happen as long as with you. Besides, even if I do lose my memories, you said you would help me remember, right? I couldn't argue with him there. Oh no. You decide to continue, I'll lend you my strength. You're just using my words on me. No, I forgot his name. And if you see the la
あの言葉があったから、
Kamui.
俺は気づかないふりをしてた本心が言えたんだ。まだ戦いたいって。
Because you said that, I was able to say that was really on my mind. I still wanted to fight, and I only pretended to be confused.
状況は変わっちゃったけど、
Situation changed now, but it's still a promise, still good. I'd be lying if I said I had no qualms, but I decided I'd never let him go. Of course. I nodded, took Kamui's by the hand and squeezed. Thank you. He squeezed me back and smiled, and I noticed his voice and fingers were shaking even so slightly, like he was about to cry. Seeing him like this caused a pain to shoot through my heart. Tears spurted into my eyes. I have to snap out of it. Now's not the time for tears, and if I have to cry, it should be out of happiness. This was what I told myself as I slowly unleashed Augment. Faint light enveloped Kamui, and in the next instant, Sina stood before me.
Time
for our final test. Let's give it our all. Dun 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 dun. Night was coming to an end. I closed my eyes and matched Sina's breathing. I could feel heat from Sina's hands, and in the next moment, I felt a strange presence as an image passed through me. A town with no kaiju, people laughing, ordinary days passing by in happiness. Images that continuously came into my mind, flowing through me. So this is what Sina sees in the future. I heard a pained sigh and the image flickered out. In the next moment, Sina leaned in my shoulder, drawing a shallow breath. She's close to her limits. Sina, you can do it. Just hang on. I thought a small prayer and charged more power into my fingers as I continued to cast Augment. Then a brilliant light flashed, blinding me. I couldn't see or hear anything. I didn't even know where I was standing. It was as if I'd been capsulated into outer space. Do you hear me? It's done. That's Sina's voice. I slowly blinked open my eyes and saw the morning. A comforting, warm light seeped into my body, and I saw Sina looking at me, concerned, evident on her face. You're awake. Your foresight, I was able to. My voice was hoarse from overusing my power, and I couldn't finish what I was about to say. But Sina knew what I was getting at and nodded immediately. I was able to do it, all thanks to you, Sina smiled, but something about her seemed a little fragile, as if she couldn't vanish at any moment. She really will vanish. Sina's figure blurred, and I knew her time had come. Was his happy ending die, or is he just going to turn back to a person? I truly enjoyed everything. You will remember me, right? Of course. Tears flowed freely down my face, wanting to burn her image into my mind, but my vision was blurry. Sina had used up all her power. He's got the dead eyes, and she transformed back. Undone, she turned back to Kamui. Kamui pinched forward and fell to his knees unconscious. Kamui! Oh dear. Killing this guy. I quickly reached for him and tried to hold him up, slowly laying his head on my lap. Say something. His eyelids fluttered slightly. Please? Thank goodness. Yours are pretty salty, huh? What? Sorry for making you cry. I finally realized tears were streaming down my cheeks. They dropped onto Kamui's eyelids and ran down his cheek to his lips, glistening in the morning sunlight. Don't cry. Kamui tenderly caressed my cheek, then moved to stroke my hair. I leaned forward, right as Kamui's hand gently pulled me closer. Oh, that's awkward. Didn't picture that one. I pressed my lips, tried to convey all I felt in a single kiss. It was probably due to my tears, but I tasted a bit of salt mixed with a hint of sadness. Never knew finding someone that never let me go would make me happy. Kamui laughed with a happy sigh. His breath grew quiet as if he were at rest, and he thought for a moment, blinking slowly. Is he really dying? I'll never forget you. This is a bad ending. I grasped him tightly. The same story dominated the news cycles the next day. All the residents in Teta had had the same dream. It sounded utterly absurd. And then just yesterday, the government announced a shocking report. Thanks for the amazing efforts of the Special Forces of Blooms, the entire pack of kaiju had been defeated. There was a chance a new group could be discovered, but the government was going to enact more countermeasures and provide additional security. The announcement was a blend of truth and lies and left me with mixed feelings about everything. But the people in town thought Sina had shown them a prophetic dream, and I had a change of heart when I heard how overjoyed they were.
俺としては自分にやれることがあるんだったらやれる範囲でやれることをやるってだけだよ。
I tend to do all I can do to serve with my hope. Oh my god, is he dead? You better cut to him standing. This is what Kamui meant. It's why he used up all his powers to share foresight with them. I know I'll never see Sina again, but our lives will continue on. I'll never see Sina. Kamui. Sorry. God. Good morning to you too.
今日もダメだったか。やっぱりあれは俺
Not
の
today
勉
either.
強
Maybe
だっ
those
た。
other times were a fluke. Kamui had a golden retriever level of energy today, and I had no idea what it was talking about. I know from past experiences that I shouldn't even ask. What are you talking about? Curiosity got the better of me, and I asked anyways. Kamui gave me a bright smile as if he had been waiting for this
そうだ。
moment.
本人に聞くのが一番だよね。
So you've
前に
held
君
my hand before,
俺のこ
right? Well,
すっごく嬉しかったんだけど、あれ以来一度も呼ばれたことなくて。
made me really happy, but you haven't done it in a while, so I thought maybe those other times were accidents. Kamui peered into my face and playfully twinkled in his eyes. It's true, I held his hands before, but it really mattered when it really mattered, but Kamui knew that. His memory was still perfectly intact. With the commanders present, researchers had checked Kamui over and said his good health was practically a miracle. Sina had depleted all her powers and then some. By their calculations, her lifespan should have been shortened on his lifespan should have been short on top of losing all her memories.
ああ、俺たち奇跡を起こ
Pulled off a
なんて
miracle.
ね。実際は君のおかげだと思うよ。
I'm surprised it's all
それだ
because
け。
of you that I have amazing
だから司令
powers.
た
I
ちも
know
言
the
ってたけ
commander
ど、
already said this.
あの時俺と一緒にいたこと
But
は
don't tell
内緒だ
anyone
よ。
you were with me at the time. They'd
研究材
probably
料に
want
さ
an
れちゃう。
experiment on you. I took Kamui's advice and kept my involvement a secret, and for our work with the blooms, we were just having regular meetings for the time being.
それとも、もしかして周りに遠慮してるとか？全然気にしないでいい
Maybe
の
you're
に。
being reserved because there's other people around. Kamui flashed me an innocent smile, but I could sense the other girls around shooting daggers at me. Haha, I'll think about it.
それって遠回しなお断りだよね。
That's just another way of
君
shooting
と
me
仲良
down.
くなれたと思ったのは。
Thought we were much
俺
closer
だけだ
now,
った
or
の
was
か。
I just assuming? Kamui slumped dejected and looked at me like he wanted to say something. What's wrong? Huh? Well,
Yeah,
you know. Kamui glanced around while mumbling something Kamui, is something wrong?
だなぁと。
It's
君の
just...
ブーストの力は全然消える気配がなかったなって。今更ながら
Just your
そう思っ
augment
ちゃった。
ability doesn't seem to be fading. I was just wondering. Kamui whispered to make sure no one else heard. I lowered my voice as well. You know, you're right.
今でも
So it's still the same. The voice sounded full of determination, but I wasn't quite sure what he was driving at. I think so. I haven't used it since that day, so I don't know for sure. I knew it. Kamui heaved a huge sigh and leaned forward, placing his hands on his knees. Are you okay?
大丈夫。
I'm fine. Totally fine. You don't look fine.
ほんと
I am
ほんと。
seriously.
俺もまだまだ頑張らなきゃなって決意を新たにしたところだからね。
I just renewed my resolve to keep up at it. Kamui looked up at me with a fearless smile.
いやあ、俺の恋路はまだまだ長いな。
Looks like the road to romance is long and winding. What?
Eh?
Huh? Nothing? He said long and winding. Does he think I don't share his feelings? Oh, right. He never officially told me how he feels. We kissed, but Kamui is still acting like he did
どうかした
before. What's wrong? Oh, I've just renewed my resolve to keep at it. I declared my intentions with a grin. He stared back at me blankly for a moment and then he laughed.
お互い頑張ろうね。
I guess I should good luck for both of us. Yeah. I responded with enthusiasm and took hold of his hands. We better hurry or we'll be late.
そうだね。
Should totally get going. Kamui dropped my hands for a moment and then grasped it once more, intertwining our fingers. I looked at him surprised, our eyes met, and he returned my gaze with a shy
放課
smile.
後、じいちゃんの家に顔を出すんだけど、一緒に来てくれる？
Visiting Gramps after school when I come? Absolutely, I've been hoping to ask. Oh, and of course I'll go.
うん。
I'm looking forward to it. Kamui laughed, echoed beneath the blue sky. Seems his bashfulness only lasted a second. I laughed along with him and squeezed his hand. I love you, Kamui. I didn't have the courage to say it out loud yet, but in my heart I told him exactly how I felt. I swore to myself with every breath I took that I'd never let go of his hand. Aw, okay. I'm gonna see. I think there's one ending I can get pretty easy. Nope, we don't listen to those. It yells at me when we do. Well, I got the happy ending, which is exciting because I suck typically at getting those. What I find interesting is I've read a few of these where it makes it sound like the different endings depend on a lot more, not different endings, getting certain storylines depend on a certain thing. And I haven't seen that. All right, let's see. Normal. I already got those two. Let's see. All right, that's bad ending. Let's go with normal. Normal's 3 choices. And we'll load in.
戻ってきてくれて嬉しいよ。
So I think this is where it should start, right? Yeah, all right. So this one says it's 3 choices to get here.
アホか。分担するんやろ。
モカの言う通りだよ。
Mocha's right. We'll team up. Let's go. Nevis wanted Cena to suffer. Please try to remember me, which I think is the worst that you could say. You want him to remember someone he's known longer, which is why I'd pick the
予知の時間。
Is it time to cast Foresight? No, my tone was harsher than intended, but Kamui just looked confused. Kamui, you can't stay here. Come with me. I'll take you outside. This is where I belong. I wanted to ask what he thought, but I just bit my lip regretting. Well, please, just don't ask any questions and follow
ダ
me.
メだよ。
Alright.
怒られちゃうもん。
Didn't change too much. Let's quit the mission. Let's quit the
で
mission.
も、俺が降りたら、み
If
ん
I
な
quit, everyone else will too. I talked about this with the others. We all think it's wrong to force you to take all the responsibility
香織た
alone.
ち
Did they really say that? I nodded, and Kamui went quiet, pondering what I said. If you decide to continue with the mission, I'll lend you my strength, and if it seems like...
差し伸べてくれる
Alright. That's the day we spent at Mr. June's were peaceful, and Kamui recovered his health little by little. We also secretly kept in touch with Kaori during his recovery.
ふん。
Alright.
まあ、旧大点
Here's
か
how
な。
you can contact me. Alright, cool. And we found out that her name's Tokyo. I notified her that we'd made it to Kamui's family and that we were safe. She just replied that she was relieved to hear it. A few days later, I discussed things with Kamui and we sent a message to Kaori. We told her we wanted to talk and she immediately arranged a meeting. The time had come. Kamui and I made our way back to the academy once more. The Blooms were there in the command center to welcome us back. Along with the commander in row, I expected the higher-ups to send security as well, but Kaori must have persuaded the commander to meet with us alone. My eyes flickered over Kaori and she gave me a reassuring nod. Haruka and Mocha nodded as well, feeling an indescribable sense of relief. I touched the back of Sana's hand. I looked at her and she smiled slightly before taking a step
ご
forward.
迷惑をおかけして申し訳ありませんでした。
I'm sorry for the trouble. I'm sorry as well. I followed Suna's lead and stepped forward to bow an apology. Then I heard the commander sigh.
やってくれたね、
You
二
two
人
have
とも。
really done it now.
まさか二人揃って職務放棄するとはね。一体、どれだけの人に迷惑をかけたと思う？特に、香織
If
たちへ
they
の負
could
担
go
は甚
AWOL, the pressure's been enormous. I know. Sen turned to Kaori and the others when she heard the commander's words. She was about to bow
順
when
番が逆。
you got it the wrong way around. Huh?
そうだよ。
That's right, all the problems started when we became too reliant on foresight.
謹慎中は1日
Cena
に
was
5回
using
も
foresight
6回
5 or
も
6
息してあっ
times
た
a
し
day.
それこそセナの負担は甚
It's a
大
ridiculous amount of
その
strain,
ヤホみ
so
た
we
い
took
な
action
状
to
況を
try
どう
and
に
do
か
something
しよう
about those.
あの時この子がセナを連れ出さなかったら手遅れになってた
We
ん
knew
じゃ
if
ない
Cena
の
hadn't escaped, things would have changed a turn for the worse. Well, Kaori and the others had backed the commander into a corner. He scowled back at them, but didn't say anything further. Rose spoke instead.
そういえば、どこかの誰かさんも似たようなことを上層部に進言していましたよね。
You know, someone made a similar argument to the higher ups. What does that mean?
あのままセナが謹慎を続けたところで、状況は悪化しただけだ。リフレッシュさせて回復を待った方がいいとかと、俺の記憶違いですかね。司令。
Something about how locking her up wouldn't be good. Am I misremembering? Girl gave me a meaningful smile, but the commander simply shrugged without confirming or denying it, so he was fighting the higher ups
過去
too.
は変えられない以上、不毛なやりとりはこの辺りで切り上げ
Let's
ても
just
ら
hear
うと
what
し
the
て。
two
私たち
wanted
新
to
しい戦術を提
suggest
案
a new strategy.
おそれはそれは。
How
そう
interesting. Bro looked as if he were sizing us up, but Cena just gave a gentle
皆さ
smile.
んを安心させるためには
Protect
コロ
the.
ニーを襲わせないようにするって話
What do you have in
や
mind?
っぱ実力行使するしかないんち
We don't
ゃう
have to use force. I guess we could try to destroy their base,
怪
but
獣の
that
住
does
処を
seem
破壊
very
するい
doesn't
え
seem very realistic.
そこまで深追いはしません
We don't need to go that far.
怪獣の
My
進路
suggestion is
を
to
良く
predict
す
their
ることで
path and defeat them
コロ
before
ニ
they
ー
get to the colony.
つまり
What does that mean? You would change the focus of your foresight, right?
ええその通りです
Until
わ
I've been predicting the time at
これ
which
ま
they
で
would
私
launch their
ですが
attacks,
今後
but
は
from now on, I shall
怪獣が
focus on
外
before
壁に
they
到
reach
達する
the
前
outer wall. Yeah, this is not new. Jeller's considering. Honestly, this part's boring. I cast a question glance over them, but the commander just looked.
成果が上がらなければ意味ないよ。
No matter if it doesn't get results.
論より証拠
The proof is in the
ですわね
pudding. You got it. I watched Cena as she began to cast foresight. Wait, is this the bad ending, or I thought this was the normal ending? Yeah, this is normal. Okay. Foresight. However. Dear Uncle Ishima, thank you for your email. I'm sorry I haven't been able to respond. Things have been busy. I should have responded sooner. I'm sure he's been worried. I looked over my email history and sighed. The last time I'd sent him an email was right after they had decided not to keep Cena locked up. I had been emailing him, so he contacted me because he was concerned. I've been so busy with Blooms that I wasn't a lie to say that things had been hectic, but there was another reason I hadn't replied yet. As I went through my emails, I saw one of the messages I previously sent him. I'm writing it right after I found out that Kamui and Cena were the same person, and in the email I expressed my desire to become close to him. Replied helping me realize that a lot of things had happened since then, too many to count really. I'd thought it over and had reached a decision. Wish me luck, Uncle Yashima. Interesting. Ibuki? The next day, I told Mr. Kuromori I had to speak with him about something important. He told me to meet him on the academic roof after school. I imagined he didn't want the others dropping by, so he didn't choose the prep room.
いたいた。お待
Sorry
た
to
せ。
keep you waiting. It's totally fine. I'm the one who asked to meet after
早
all.
速だけど、
So what did you
大
want
事な話
to
っ
talk
て何
about?
かな。授業でわ
Your
からないところでもあった
something from class
そ
or
れとも、ブルームズのメンバーとして指令の僕に話が
is
あ
it
るのかな
Bloom's business? I want to talk to you about a member of the Blooms.
だよね。予感は外れなかったか。
Yes, my hunch was right. Mr. Kuromori muttered the last bit to himself and instinctively switched into commander
わざわ
mode.
ざ一人で会いに来るくらいだから、いいニュースではないのかな。
I assume it's not good news. Commander, how do you think Cena is doing? I proposed the question without responding to his comment, but the commander didn't seem offended and rather took a moment to think about the answer.
予知の的中率も驚くほど回復したし、体調も落ち着いているように見えるけど、何か異変に気づいたとか、
So
そう
your
いう
danger
話
accuracy, but I take it you've noticed something's wrong. Well, not as of now.
ああ、なるほどね。今のところは問題ないけれど、この
You're
先
saying
が
there's no
心
issue
配。
now, but you're
確
worried
か
about
に
the future.
いくら君がブーストの力でサポートしてくれていると言っても、 セナの負担
Know
が
how much
セナ
time
が
you
能
can
力を
augment
使い
it
続
with
ける
work
限り、い
forever.
つまた代償が
As
現れ
long
る
as
かも
he
わ
just
からない
continues
状
to
況
use his
だ。
power, the side effect could
害
pop up
獣と
any
の戦い
time.
は終
And
わりが
our
見えない
war
し
with the
ね。
kaiju will have no end in sight. The commander didn't try to hide his exhaustion. That's what got me thinking. I drew myself up and took a deep breath. I'd already made my decision that was the only way, but saying it out loud still made me nervous. Do I still have any doubts? Maybe I'm way off base. A part of me just doesn't want to say it.
ねえ、見て見て。限定ローストカツサンドをゲットしてきたんだ。
I got food. You want to split
ご
it?
めん、君のつむじを見るのに夢中になってた。
Your hair is distracting.
この間、すっごくいい夢を見たんだよね。内容秘密。
I had a really nice dream. I can't tell you. It might come true after all. All the conversations I had with Kamui surfaced in my mind, overflowed like water from a cup, Hugh's bright, gentle smile radiating throughout. There's no going back. If I wanted to protect Kamui, there was only one thing I could do. I won't fall in love with anyone. I can maintain my towers as long as I don't fall in love. I'll be able to keep supporting Sena and everyone else besides. It's just if Sena accuracy goes down because of me. If I don't fall in love, I don't think there'd be a situation where Sena will lose her powers. At least until... No. I stopped myself from saying the next bit. Until Kamui finds another person to love, I couldn't bear to say those words out loud. So I really do have feelings for him. But I knew those bubbling feelings would never bloom. They'd wither away, their existence unknown to anyone. That was my fate. That's why I'm never going to fall in love, I promise you. The commander didn't say anything at first. He simply stared at me, then gave me a small smile. Alright. That's all he said before looking
僕
away.
は先に戻るよ。君は後からゆっくりおいで。
I'm gonna go back in.
こんなに夕日が
Take your time.
綺麗
The
だ。
sunset is beautiful after all. Patted me on the shoulder as he walked past. With just 2 gentle taps, tears bubbled in my vision, and I watched the sun waver in the distance and sink beneath the ocean. Meh. Suna's predictions remained accurate, and we managed to intercept the kaiju before they entered the colony. Even Yukonami noticed something strange was going on, but he wasn't able to counteract our strategy.
待ってくださいな。
Please wait. What's wrong? Did I forget something in the command center? I forced a smile and slowly turned around. Suna was the one who stopped me. But she suddenly turned nervous when she saw my face.
いえ、忘れ物ではなくて。
It's just behind you. What?
ああ、よかった。二人ともまだおった。なあ、どっちか司令室にタオルを忘れてへん
Did
な。
I leave you a towel? No, that's not mine.
私です。お恥ずかしいですわ。
It's mine. How
や
embarrassing.
っぱりな。そうやろうと思った。セナ、最近ぼーっとしとるもんな。
Sana, something on your mind? Sana glanced around awkwardly. Soon she was settling her gaze on me. Sana?
最近、あなたとあまり話せていない気がして。
I noticed we haven't been talking much lately, so she did notice. As I tried to think of some excuse, Mocha's eyes widened in surprise.
そうやった？あんたら、さっきも普通に話してたやん。
You were talking just now like you always do.
任務中のやりとりは別枠というか、
Speaking during the mission's different.
世間話がしたいってことな。そんな、
I mean,
う
just
ちらからせえへん
talking.
やん。
You don't even do that with
それは
me.
でも、
That would be because Mocha didn't mean any harm, but Senna stumbled over how to respond when she put it so bluntly. I almost teared up seeing how miserable she looks. Since my meeting with the commander, I'd kept my distance from Kamui and didn't say anything to him. He was undoubtedly confused by my change in attitude and probably upset about it. I can't stay by Kamui's side any longer, but I think I can still be friends with Sina. How about we get together with Mocha and the others for some tea? Commander, Commadre, and will commandeer the command center and talk all day.
ぜひ。
Yeah. Sina Evanescence smiled, Patricially sparkled.
まあ、一回くらいは参加したってもええよ。
I guess I don't mind joining
決ま
one
りですわね
time.。
美味しい緑茶をごちそうしますわ。
I'll bring some excellent tea. Happiness welled up inside me when I saw how motivated Sina was, but at the same time, I had to remind myself to set strict boundaries. I'd finally going to have Kamui's tea again. Wait, I should be thinking like this. I'm dealing with Sina here. I clenched my cold, pale hands into fist. I've let Kamui go twice now, but I wouldn't allow him to be alone. At least not until someone else can take his hand. Until that day comes, I'll fight as a member of the Blooms. That's a promise. Done, done. Alright. I told myself I was gonna stop playing like 20 minutes ago, but I just gotta get the bad ending and then I'll have all the endings. So that's the normal, which we just got. Bad endings.
記録してたと
I enjoy being snap out of it. Alright, let's see. I apologize. There we go. This is the one. This is it. Something seemed off. This is the right scene. I said snap out of it in my playthrough. See, so say you'll do your best. I don't think promising to be by someone's side is a good answer. You should never. Don't make promise. I don't like promises. I won't say a word. All right.
正直なと
Be honest. I endured the pain and smiled back at him. Cast augment. There we go. Cast let's all chase after him. It's alright, I'll protect her.
Yeah.
You can do all that. I'll take care of Sina. But we're all part of the Blooms, right? Trust me on this. And Moravia's like, where's Yukonami?
怪獣の数が多い。作戦は
Cast augment and fight. Oops, I was supposed to focus on support. I don't know, because I don't know. These do things like this and I get weird things. Alright, back up these dudes, which I've already done with. Please try to remember. And then let's quit the mission. Alright, back when we escaped the lab, Kaori gave Kamui a piece of paper. We waited until Kamui felt like he'd recovered, then contacted Kaori to set up a meeting. He still wanted to visit the kaijus as part of the Blooms.
自分たちが何をしたか
Do you understand what you've done? I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the trouble I caused. You weren't even gone a week. Must be record for shortest escape attempt.
富塚君
This is no laughing matter.
結果的にいい方向に転んだのではあのままセナが謹慎を続けたところで状況はどんどん悪
Wouldn't
化
you
し
say
た
it's for
だ
the
けだ
best? Things would have gotten worse if you stay in the research.
香りを介してライフロット結果を連絡してきたのは正解だったな
It was the right call to have Sina pass her foresight predictions on to Kaori. Huh?
セナにもリフレッシュが必要だ余地の精度も回復しつつあるだとか五択を並べて上層部とやり合う口実になったんでしょ
Sina needs a break. It was imperative she recovered her accuracy.
いやそれは
That was... Ro laughed suggestively, and the commander grew white with embarrassment. So the commander fought with the higher-ups. I'd been seriously worried that they would lock Sina up again when we returned to the academy, but only the members of the Blooms and Commander and Ro were in the meeting, and they gave us the opportunity to say our piece.
私はもう逃げも隠れもしませんわ。ブルームスの一員としてこれまで以上に力を振るっていくつもりです。
I will not run and hide. I intend to deploy my strengths as a member of a Bloom, so please don't send me back to the research district.
それが
That's the answer we came to. Sina directed her gaze towards me, and I nodded. Kaori spoke.
それでいいの
Are you okay with this? It's what Sina wants.
そう
I see.
ほんまに
Won't she totally overdo it? She wouldn't have brought Cena back if she was against it. We should respect their decision. I guess. Mocha didn't sound convinced. Oh, Mocha. I'm so sorry. Roger. The rest of you remain on standby. Move out once the kaiju are spotted. Understood. Roger, sir. Alright, roger that. This has a cutscene, so I don't know how long it is. Cena employed her powers even more than before. She's about to die. Cast Foresight without hesitation while I provided support with Augment. The battle dragged on relentlessly. Eventually, Kamui shut himself in his room when he wasn't transformed and slept for hours on end. Oh. I wonder if Kamui's okay. He said he was feverish and he didn't respond to my messages last night. Maybe I should consult the commander. I headed to the chem lab room after school and found someone already there. Kamui? Kamui sat on the chair looking dazed. Was he feeling faint? Kamui, are you okay? I rushed over to him and he looked up at me with empty eyes. It was as if he was looking right through me. Who are you? It finally happened. He had forgotten about me. It's all right. Just stay calm. I promised I'd help him remember. I trembled. Oh no! I took his hand. Kamui, it's me. Who are you? His words knocked the wind out of me and I tried to gulp down some air, but only managed to draw in a ragged breath across my dry lips. I wanted to respect Kamui's decision, so I agreed to come back to the academy, but I was wrong. I should have stopped him, even if he hated me for it. Do you know who I am? I do. I nodded quietly and grasped his hands tightly. Let's go back to Mr. Genji. Go where? He's your family. He loves you. Kamui had sat there repeating Mr. Genji's name over and over again. He had forgotten about his grandfather too. I noticed tears rolling down his cheeks. Perhaps he did feel the loss somewhere deep within his heart. Dang, son. Okay, that was a short one. Well, we ended on the sad ending again, but low charts are at 63%. I don't even know, man. So he's the last one of the blooms I need to go through, and then Ro. Actually, maybe I do need to play everyone and then Rose unlocks. I don't know, but Mihaya is gonna be next, and then Ro, because I want to save Ibuki for last. I don't care if his story is not the most interesting. He's my favorite. Okay. Well, I got through 2 stories today, so we'll see if I can finish one tomorrow. I don't know if I'll have enough time, but my goal is to try and do that, and then we'll see if I have enough blue accessories to make myself look like the person I'm trying to emulate. My camera just got real blurry just now. That was weird. I'm here. I'm real. See me. But thank you for joining. We'll play more again next time, and then we'll be playing Pokemon soon, hopefully. We'll see. Bye!